Yeah, so we have a quick turnaround, so we're all ready for our first race of the day here at Brands Hatch, so lots to look forward to, as Mark said, we'll try and keep you abreast of what's happening at certain times throughout the day, but if you have got yourself a program, you need to turn to the relevant page, which is page 25, and actually then enter the grid for the first of these two races here today at Brands Hatch, so they settle now onto that formation lap. So on the line here today, it was 34 and 30 from the front of the grid, over that to 56.943 in today's qualifying. He did that by just over 10 seconds, and he got to that front row at 518, Aaron Smith. So let's go as we see coming up front row. Row 2, let's see what Tim Smith. He'll be doing about 45, Chris Morgan to 55, and then back to the third row, we see number 193, which is a good around. We'll have alongside number 46, Ian Curley, back in the historic class for the period. So 193 and 46. The fourth row is 105, which is Jane Oliver, and 88, Harold, 105 and 88. The fifth row, 37, David Ogden, and 306, Jane Polly, 37, 306. The sixth row, Stephen Leonard, 21, Richard Oliver, and
estate agents, and they won't entertain an English lawyer unless they've already sold the house. Because their system really is so shit. The system moves really quick up there.
Underway to fully open up our mini festival 2022, the 10th anniversary of it. It's taken us 11 years to get there. We've been out with 20 with it. So we're going to see the red lights on with the gantry, Jim Ferguson and Aaron Smith on the front row, the green lights coming down, engine rises, and then the mini festival properly underway, and also to be on Aaron Smith on the outside of the S-Class, and not forgetting the key with the fastest mini in the world, which is not too far away. That's the way that the festival here at Brands Hatch.
Premature again. Sorry.
Down the lane, which is good. Hopefully, the top three stops down there because we're all on the way down. That's right, stop three, and hopefully those stop. So that's the same quite quickly. I think all the one has been under three on the day there because way through and yeah, way outside was a real shame because happen on this occasion. Hopefully, we'll get the stops a little bit later on and catch up with them, but of course, with that previous
I think he was seeing this as well.
So that is a bit of a shame, but
hopefully, as we said, we'll catch up with those drivers a little bit later on with that second race, which is scheduled to be on track around about 3:15. So join us for that one. Join us for all the races if you can. I know there's a lot going on today here at Brands Hatch with plenty of minis to look at off the track as well. We've got some lovely clubs joining us here for the mini displays all out there on Colin Chapman Way. So take your time to have a look at some of those, get some wonderful pictures as well. Plenty of trade stands for you to buy some things from as well. There's plenty of eateries and also some places to get some drink, which make sure you do today. Stay hydrated because, as we said, it's going to ramp up in terms of the temperature as we head in towards the afternoon. So very shortly, as we said, fastest mini in the world to look forward to, so we'll get you ready for that one. And again, if you have your programmes, which we very much urge you to purchase one of, because they are £5 and they don't just have all the details about championships and series with us here today, but they have all the information about what you can do off the track, where you can head, what's coming up throughout the course of the day, and a little bit of background about this festival and what it provides as well. So grab yourselves one of those. They're at different outlets around the circuit. You can grab them from the Megastore, which is under the Paddock Hill grandstand, and also from the main entrance point here of Brands Hatch. So grab yourselves one of those. As we said, page 27 is where you can find the entry list for this one. I don't think there's too many amendments to make to the programme apart from an addition, so you can add into your programme for this entry number 8, which is Matthew Skidmore. So number 8, Matthew Skidmore, is an addition to the programme, which is a noticeable addition because he finished on the podium here last year in one of the races, which is good. So I think all our podium finishers from last year in the 2 races are back again this year for some more action, which is brilliant. So then, let's take you through the grid for this fastest mini in the world. Another 15-minute race coming up, and after qualifying yesterday, it was Harvey Deeth who did the time to put himself on pole position with a 51.397, so a cracking time there, which was about 1.3 seconds quicker than the man alongside him, which is number 21, Richard Billingham. So 60 and 21 make up row number 1. The second row then sees number 11, which is Jim Lyons. He'll be joined by regular here at Brands Hatch for many years, a legend of Brands effectively, number 26, Bill Richards. So 11 and 26 make up row number 2. The third row is then the addition to your programme, number 8, which is Matthew Skidmore, and number 89, Sean King. So 8 and 89. The fourth row then sees the second of the Deeth brothers, number 65, Clive. He'll be with number 122, which is Stuart Wright, 65 and 122. The fifth row, number 77, is Richard Morris. Alongside him, number 132 is the car of Lewis Salmon, 77 and 132. The sixth row, number 46, is James Affleck. He'll be joined by number 121, which is Jamie Billingham, 46 and 121. Then back to row number 7, where you'll find number 56, which is James Barron, and 144, Francesco Roothouse, 56 and 144. The 8th row of our grid is number 70, which is Fabio Lufarelli, and 72, Lee Jones, 70 and 72. And the final row of the grid should be number 5, Nigel Deeth, so the third of the Deeth brothers, with number 13, Mary Grinham, to round out the grid. So 5 and 13 make up the 18 starters for the fastest mini in the world, a category and a class of racing which grows every year here at the Mini Festival. Great to have it back once again for another edition. The man on pole position, Harvey Deeth, is a double winner from last year, so everyone's kind of
Welcome back. You join us in the paddock, Pete and I, as we are looking at the magnificent sight of the fastest mini in the world grid peeling out onto a perfect Brands Hatch circuit. The sun is shining, Pete, the birds are singing,
tarmacs at the perfect temperature. These are the most bonkers cars in motorsport, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're the most radical cars that you'll ever meet when it comes to minis, and the car that's in the front, as it happens, has a radical V8 engine in it as well, you know. So yeah, these are whatever you can make, whatever you can build, you can bring it, you can race it. As long as it's a mini, it can be you know, any variant of the classic mini, whether it be an estate, a traveller, a pickup, a saloon, whatever you want to bring, you can race it, as long as it still remains front wheel drive, and you can put any motor, any gearbox you want in there.
And that's the thing, so you're looking at a very eclectic grid of incredible cars. There are some traditional steel body cars in there, a lot of composite space frames, as you say, V8s, inline fours. What's kind of from the slowest to the fastest, what have we got out there?
Well, you've probably got some of the fastest cars, are the space frame cars, obviously. And then you've got your slower cars, which are going to be some of your classic minis, which are running in classic classes with, you know, they run the original Group 1 spec cars. We've run 1275s with a Weber on the back, and then we move up, then you'll have cars with running slicks, with some of them running on twin Webers, some of them running on fueling cars. And then we've got bike engine cars out there running in steel bodies, so front wheel drive with like R1 engines in the front, and then you go on to your space range, which you can run any engine you want. So, you know, standard mini engine type mini. Anything you want to do is allowed in the package.
Now let's talk runners and riders. There's an eclectic mix of machinery. There's some very experienced, talented drivers. If you're going to put a fiver down, I know you're not a betting man, but if you were, who would be your favourite for this race?
Well,
would it be Green?
well, yeah, Harvey's on pole, you know, which he deserves. He drove well yesterday, but right behind him is Richie Billingham in the beautiful yellow Enville prepared car. Which, and to be fair to Richie,
during qualifying, so he was in along with James Affleck, but apart from that, we have 16 runners for this first 15 race of the day for the fastest mini in the world. So the countdown is on, so in 30 seconds we'll get the formation map underway. It's a rolling start, by the way, because of the disparity of how we on the grid. We have a rolling start for this one, so very shortly Harvey will lead himself off away from the grid. Last year's race is only said he was a double winner. He won the first race by 20 seconds and the second race by 34 seconds. So he was fairly dominant last year, but let's see if those around him have had some improvements during the year and increased their cars, make it a little quicker. No one ever can try and challenge Harvey this year. It's going to be an action-packed race, as you can imagine. And hopefully we have plenty of battles to be starlight on as the car now head off onto the formation map apart from the number 77 machine. It's slow away there of Richard Morris. Finally, he finds the hit, the other table, and get back into his start position. Specifically there, operating the alongside, that's how Ray Matilda and the back made the podium last year in the second race, back in the late retreat before it's really into the programme, but Randy had that now. They've got still on the grid, there's got potential there with George King alongside.
So I will see what he can do in the number 89 machine. And then further back from that, Clive Death, who just missed out on the podium in last year's second race. He finished in 4th position, but he has now Stuart Wright for company on that 4th row with the slow from the grid away. Richard Morris, he is now back where he should be, and Lewis Salmon to round out the top 10. So that's how we have the grid then for this race. The cars working their way very slowly actually behind the safety car through Surtees and up towards McLaren. I think they'll need to get a little bit of a wriggle on here just to make sure they don't lose too much tyres. Tyre temperature, but we are almost good to go as the 16 strong cars. As we say, we're missing the likes of James Affleck and also unfortunately Fabio Lifarelli, but apart from that we should be good to go with the red lights now on, the rolling start ready for us, 15 minutes of racing to look forward to. Harvey Death to lead us up to the start of this one, and let's see if he can take another win, and could it be back-to-back wins here today at Brands Hatch. Well, the speed now starts to build. Harvey Death with Richard Billingham alongside, the safety car car is into the pit lane. The red lights are on, and 15 minutes of racing are very shortly to get underway for the fastest Mini in the world here at Brands Hatch. Richard Billingham just holding back slightly there, but away they go with the red lights off, and it is a good start there from Harvey Dean, who leads the pack down towards Paddock Hill Bend. A good start from Jim Lyons on the inside of row number 2, so already he's going to be up into second place by the looks of it. And Bill Richards, a little bit of a slow start there, just dropping back from the top 3, but he runs in 4th position as the leaders work their way up towards the top of the circuit for the first time. Harvey Deep is your leader. Cracking start from Jim Lyons, already taking the race pace to our race leader, and then 3rd place on the outside of the front row is number 21, Richard Billingham.
Yeah, brilliant start, wasn't it, from Jim Lyons, the IT manager, who is looking to try and work his way up towards the sharp end of the Jim Ford Brussels. Jim Lyons many years ago. Harvey Deep, though, 3 times winner of the fastest Mini in the world over the course of the last few years, is leading the way at this stage. Car number 60, because he was 60 last year, Harvey Deep, that's why he's running the number, is about to head over the start-finish line. So Harvey Deep leads the way. It's Jim Lyons in 2nd place. The Vauxhall turbo-engined car of Richard Billingham with the carbon fibre body sitting there in 3rd position, and Bill Richards, who can close his eyes and drive around Brands Hatch rather quickly, completes the top 4 at the moment. He's another former winner, isn't he? He won the fastest Mini in the world back in 2016.
Yeah, back in the day when he was here with that. So we've got a great fight going on for 5th place at the minute, which involves Sean King in car number 89, Clive Deeth, who is there as well, and Matthew Skidmore, who's had a bit of a slow start from 5th on the grid. He's now down into 7th position, so not the quickest of starts for him, but now trying to make some places up as he works his way down towards Granville Bend. Can't quite find a way there through, but can the number 65 machine, Clive Deeth, get a good run on the back of the car ahead of him? Not quite, so I think as you were for those 3 places for 5th position.
Yeah, good little squabble, isn't it? Yeah, those little trio of cars fighting over 5th position. The Hayabusa engine machine at the tail end of that little trio of cars, which is going to be Matthew Skidmore, who is in a straight line, going to be indecently quick. And here he comes now, Matthew Skidmore. He's closing on Clive Deeth, and now he's going to try and thread the needle, but he runs out of puff by the time they get towards the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So the order still remains the same, although now Skidmore's going to try all the way around the outside of Sean King, is he? Yeah, he's trying it, but then that puts him on the outside line as they head up towards the braking area for Druids. He's just got his nose ahead. The lighter car can brake later, so Matthew Skidmore eventually manages to get the job done. However, from it being a trio fighting away, it's become a quintet rather quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be 6 before too much longer as well, but Matthew Skidmore now starting to make up some places. I was a bit worried about where he's going to go there. He started on the outside, then he went for the middle, but none of those really opened up, so he thought better of making a move in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but as you said, he got the job done on the exit and got past Sean King, so he's lost 2 places on that previous lap, and now Clive Deeth is under pressure from that number 8 machine, so let's see what's going to happen as we look for a change for 2nd place.
Yeah, Richard Billingham got a good run on Jim Lyons there, so we've had the change for 2nd place. The all-yellow car of Richard Billingham goes through, and it is Jim Lyons now, the fast starting Jim Lyons, that drops down into 3rd position and make that 4th because Bill Richards sneaks his way through as well. So Bill Richards up into the podium spots for the first time. So Jim Lyons quick at the start, but just going off the boil slightly.
Yeah, certainly is there, so not carrying the pace at the minute. Just wondering if there's a slight problem. The power and the pace just seems to be there for now, but let's see and keep an eye on that, how that car recovers. He's trying to get back onto the terms of Bill Richards as they turn away up towards McLaren. Already race leader Harvey Deeth into some traffic, which is no real surprise. The pace of that car is incredible, and he comes round the outside of the number 13 machine, so a lap down there for Mary Grinham as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. New 2nd place there, as we said, for Richard Billingham. Bill Richards up to 3rd place in his blue Mini, and down to 4th goes Jim Lyons. And just to say, Matt Skidmore did get through into 5th place as well, so he's now clear of the next train.
So the rest of the field just working their way through that traffic, which is Nigel Deeth, the marketing manager, at the wheel of his FIA spec Mini Cooper S, fighting away with the very patriotically liveried car of Mary Grinham. Mary was one of the first people to race a sidecar, one of the first women to race a sidecar in the UK, and that's an interesting car as well, her car, because it's one of the earliest and almost first John Maguire chassis as well, so it's one of the Maguire built chassis, so that's towards the tail end of the field, already having dropped off the lead lap. Last time through, our race leader Harvey Deeth popped in the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far, 51.305. Is he going to go quicker this time without any traffic to worry about? No, just a shade slower. And for 2nd and 3rd place, Richard Billingham now is starting to feel the pinch from the charging Bill Richards, the number 26 car in the hands of Brands Hatch specialist Bill. was 0.3 of a second quicker than the car he's hunting down.
Certainly was, so he gets closer and closer on the run. In fact, he goes to the inside line up towards Druid's corner and gets the job done. No hesitation whatsoever. So a lovely move there for Bill Richards, straight through on Richard Billingham. So he's eager to get his win back from 2016, but I think Harvey Deeks might be a little bit too quick for him to catch. We'll keep an eye on that one, as Jim Lyons is the man who is trying to fight back there as they work their way. So Richard Billingham trying to fight back as they work their way through 30s and McLaren. So this is going to be a great tussle for second place as they work their way towards the end of this lap. Just looking a little bit further back, I think Richard Morris now has moved up the order. Yes, he has. So car 77 has taken 2 places to now have the pace he needs in this race, up to 6th position.
Yeah, that's the burgundy coloured car of Richard Morris, 2-litre Vauxhall engine that powers his car. He's just weaving his way through a little bit of traffic as well, as our race leader Harvey Deeth is already 6.3 seconds up the road and onto lap number 7, and has a little bit of traffic that he's going to meet, not on this lap, maybe the next lap might be the next little bit of traffic. Those beautiful flashes of flame as well out of the exhaust. We mentioned it in qualifying yesterday, so if you've got the camera here, well worth trying to get a picture of Harvey Deeth's car, I would say, because the unburnt fuel continually igniting with a big orange flash as it burns that fuel off as it comes out of the exhaust. So he's leading the way. In second place, Bill Richards, though, since taking up second, has not been able to shake away the Vauxhall VXR turbo engine car of Richard Billingham. The plumbing and heating engineer is keeping Bill Richards very honest.
Certainly is. So Bill now looking in his mirrors every single way, because he's going to try and go to the outside. It is Richard Billingham as they come across the line. Bit of traffic to deal with as well, which Bill Richards gets to the inside of, and hopefully we'll get Richard Billingham through there as well, which we do. So safely through at Paddock Hill Bend as the charge for second place continues. Now around about 8.5 seconds adrift of the race leader Harvey Deeth. He flies down the inside of Graham Hill Bend, a little bit wide there, but managed to recover and keep the car just about on the tarmac. But Harvey Deeth is not hanging around, whether it's race cars or whether it's lap traffic. He's still absolutely pushing in that Mini at the minute. But Bill Richards definitely under pressure here as Richard Billingham takes the preferred line in towards 30, just puts Bill Richards offline, which then makes him slow through the corner.
Yep, so that's a great little fight for second and third place. Bill Richards not escaping up the road at the wheel of the Clubman estate, whilst all of the time Richard Billingham is looking to try and keep him as honest as he possibly can. The two of them about to flash their way over the start-finish line with 8 minutes remaining, and it's still Bill Richards that leads the way. I'd love to know how many laps over the years Bill Richards has done around Brands Hatch. It's going to be several hundred, that's for sure.
Quite a lot. It's almost Rod Burley-esque, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because they're both legends here at Brands Hatch, and plenty of wins under their belts as well. But Bill Richards done a grand job here, as we said, on the podium in one of the races last year. But let's see what he can do about keeping Richard at bay. A little bit more traffic to deal with as well now, because Mary Grinham is up against the number 56 machine, which is James Barron. So they're having their own battle on the track and, of course, for position, whilst trying to worry about what the faster cars are doing. Bill Richards almost into the back there of Mary Grinham, but they find their way just about through, and Bill Richards for now does keep himself ahead of Richard Billingham.
Yeah, so he's now got James Barron's car that he's going to want to try and squeeze his way through and pass. Now they'll meet that car as they head onto the Brabham straight, and they go drivers left, so through goes Bill Richards over the start finish line. Does Richard Billingham get any advantage as a result of that back marker lappery? No is the answer. Bill Richards takes a very defensive line in towards Paddock Hill Bend now, so Richard Billingham might try and get the undercut, but he's simply not close enough. So as they head up towards the braking area for Druids, the only opportunity is round the outside for Richard Billingham at Druids, and he almost sort of tries to triangulate the corner, actually, a wide entry to it, try and cut back on the exit, but rather frustratingly he's still bottled up behind Bill Richards. He's still on for the podium, but it's a step lower than he wants, isn't it?
Certainly is at the minute, and to be fair, this is an absolute replica of what we had last year in race number 1, because Bill Richards finished second, Richard Billingham finished third. The gap between them was 2.7 seconds, so yeah, let's see if Richard can hold the pace and keep with Bill, if Bill in the latter stages can start to build that gap once again. But deja vu moment at the minute with Harvey Deeth, Bill Richards and Richard Billingham.
What we don't want is a deja vu moment in race number 2 from these cars, because they both retired in race number 2 last year, so let's hope that's not the case. So over the start finish line go the pair of them, still separated by just 0.3 of a second. Maybe a little bit more traffic just up the road as well that could come into play towards the latter end of this lap. We've still got 6 minutes of this race remaining. A big old gap back to only now over the start finish line goes the 4th place car of number 11 Jim Lyons. And 5th place is going to be Matthew Skidmore at the wheel of the number 8 car with the Suzuki Hayabusa engine machine, about to head over the start-finish line. But is he slowing? I think he is, isn't he?
He does look at a reduced pace, 57.2 compared to the man behind, Richard Morris, who did his best lap of the race, 54.7. So a big chunk of time taken out there by Richard Morris, and effectively Matt Skidmore pulls to the inside just to say, Richard, you can have the place, I think, but then gets back online for Druids Corner. So Skidmore slowing now in this 5th position, and Richard Morris looking to take the place away whilst they're trying to make their way through some slower traffic as well, but they just about scrape through there as they head back down towards Graham Hill Bend. And yeah, Richard Morris in a straight line is much quicker, so that place is taken away as into the pit lane, unfortunately, comes number 89, Sean King.
So what you're saying for Sean King, that's one of the new cars that's been built, 10 years in the making, that car. Sean King, a former Mini 7 racer, raced at MGFs in the past. We saw him in Mini Challenge JCW cars briefly as well, did Sean King. So the top 4 have gone through. The new 5th place car is the Burgundy number 77 car in the hands of Richard Morris. He's now got what, the best part of 10 years racing experience, largely behind the wheel of this 2-litre Vauxhall engine machine. He powers his way up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Dropping down to the bottom of the top 6 is Matthew Skidmore, but I think a top 6 position for him is going to be short-lived, I'm afraid, because Clive Death's car, the number 65 car, is right with him and has already gone through.
Yeah, certainly has. The battle for second place intensifies once more. There's yellow flags at Paddock as a car which has just got back on his way, so no harm, no foul there for that one. It will possibly lose a few positions, but back on its way it goes as the fight for second place goes up now towards Druids Corner. So that was a relief for Bill Richards, because the yellow flags meant that the man behind, Richard Billingham, couldn't go through, and there's a lot more traffic now to deal with on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend, and the pace is just reduced slightly there, just a bit tentative about what they need to do and who they're going to try and work their way past. But Bill Richards, no let off at the minute from behind.
No let off whatsoever for Bill Richards. He's got to keep trying to punch in these quick lap times and try and keep Richard Billingham behind, and see as to what might happen in what is the remaining 3 3/4 minutes of this race. So it's Harvey Death who is safely up the road and continues still lapping quicker than everybody. It's slightly slower on that lap because of the traffic, but here over the start finish line comes Bill Richard. But Richard Billingham has a really good run this time, draws himself fully alongside the yellow car. He's on the outside line towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Round the outside of Bill Richards he goes. Richard Billingham has been rather patient waiting, but finally the opportunity presented itself. He's through to second.
Yeah, he was waiting for the time, wasn't he? But Bill Richards is not quite done yet, up towards Druids Corner, which way the back marker going to go, and it works in Bill Richards' favour there. So I think that's Mary Gridham for a second time they've now worked their way through. So Bill Richards back ahead. Richard Billingham there was into second place for 2 corners, that's all. But you never know. Time is still with us in this race, just under 3 minutes to go, and to be fair to Richard, he's still putting all that pressure he can on the back of Bill Richards, but Bill Richards is not giving up every single time he fights back, and he's now into that second place once again.
Yeah, so fantastic stuff from Bill Richards and Richard Billingham, the two of them very much wheel to wheel and door handle to door handle, but we're back to being sort of not quite nose to tail this time as they head over the start finish line. There's about half a second between the pair of them, but there's still 2.5 minutes to go, so the lap that they're on and probably another couple thereafter to try and work out what step of the podium the pair of them are going to be on. Our race leader is already ploughing his way down towards Surtees and McLaren for the 15th time in this race, and Harvey Death has had the pace again. It looks as though he is going to draw first blood in terms of the fastest Mini in the world, which this weekend is supported by Mini Spares. We're live streaming this race as well. Swift Tune, VMAX Scarts, Mini Magazine, Avon Tyres and Castrol Classic Oils, all supporting the fastest Mini in the world, which I know has huge interest, not just here in the UK, but globally. It has lots of interest, this race, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Lots of people watching this one. It's a great spectacle here at Brands Hatch. Great fight there across the line between number 65 and 121, because Clive Death at the minute is just trying to keep at bay the number 121 machine. So that's a cracking fight between him and Jamie Billingham, and those two cars are just working their way through Druids Corner now, so keep an eye on that one. I think the race leader has just gone past them now onto the Cooper Straight, so it's a little bit of a topsy-turvy race with quicker cars of course compared to others, but that's the fight down towards Graham Hill Bend for 6th place, as the battle for second position works its way now down towards Graham Hill Bend as well, with Bill Richards still just ahead of Richard.
Yeah, it sort of evaporated slightly, that squabble for second and third place, because Bill Richards has had a slightly better run over the course of the last few laps and has opened up the gap to 1.2 seconds. So through and over the start finish line onto the penultimate lap of the race goes our race leader. So 16 laps now completed for 3 times former winner of the fastest Mini in the world, Harvey Deeth. He leads quite comfortably from the number 26 car of Bill Richards, who goes through now in second position. The yellow car, Richard Billingham, there in third place, and it's quite a distant fourth now, isn't it, for Jim Lyons? And I think in fourth place he remains, I think, the last of the cars that's on the lead lap.
Yeah, where is he? He's on his way towards the end of the lap now, isn't he? Yeah, so Drew Clearway's Clark Curve, and he might just survive because Harvey Deeth working his way through three more cars. I think one of those being Matthew Skidmore as well. So Matthew Skidmore has now dropped down to the bottom end of the top 10. So 10th place for him, unfortunately, with some issues. But he's still plugging on, trying to get a finish here in the first race for the fastest Mini in the world. But Harvey Deeth up towards the line with 10 seconds left on the clock. He'll go through now for the start of the last lap, whilst we keep an eye on those other battles inside the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, such a shame for Matthew Skidmore, because he finished fourth in the first race last year. He was on the podium in the second of the fastest Mini in the world races last year. So, yeah, he's lapping at the moment about 12 seconds slower, 13 seconds slower than he was doing at the beginning of the race. So just going to show that he's having to drive his way around whatever problems he's got on board the number 8 car. Richard Billingham also slow on that lap as well, so we need to keep an eye towards that 21 car as it heads through Paddock Hill Bend. That did not seem as though it was up to full pace, but for the final time through Surtees up towards McLaren and on towards Clearway's corner goes our race leader Harvey Deeth, the retired engineer and director who started racing the best part of 30 years ago, is looking as though he's going to pick up the first win in the fastest Mini in the world this weekend. It's Harvey Deeth that comes through to claim the win. It's going to be Bill Richards in second position, but what of that ailing car of Richard Billingham? He is still there in third, he is still going, but his pace has certainly dropped off in the closing stages of this one. So wait for Bill Richards to head over the start-finish line. Matt Suckling is going to do the podium this time through. So here comes only now Bill Richards, the gap first to second, quite a substantive one in the end, and it was 23.4 seconds in the end, first to second place. Richard Billingham does come through and finish in third position, but his lap times have dropped off by about 5 seconds towards the end of the race. We wait the arrival of the number 11 car of Jim Lyons as well. He will finish in fourth place and will be the last of the cars that will finish on the lead lap. So through now comes the car of Jim Lyons. The IT manager takes the checkered flag. He finishes in fourth place. Fifth place is number 77, Richard Morris. Sixth place is going to be 121, which is James Billingham. Seventh place is 65, Clive Deeth. Eighth place was 122, which is Stuart Wright. Ninth place is 132. That's the car of Lewis Salmon. And completing the top 10 was number 56, James Barron. Matthew Skidmore, whatever his problems were, he ultimately dropped down into 11th position in the end with number 8 car. Lee Jones, number 72, was there in 12th place. Francesca Roodhouse, number 144, was 13th. Mary Grinham, the other female who got on the grid in the number 13 car, finished in 14th place, and Nigel Deeth in his FIA spec Mini Cooper was the last of the finishers in 15th position. So that's the order. Just to confirm then the top 6 for you if you want to scribble them in the programme. The win went the way of number 60, second was 26, third was 21, fourth was number 11, fifth was 77 and sixth was 121. The fastest lap of the race went on lap number 7 to our race winner, number 60, Harvey Deeth, with a time of a 51.017. And the winning margin in the end was 23.435 seconds. So whilst Matt is wandering downstairs to grab a quick word with our drivers on the podium, I'm going to guide you through the grid for the next of the races that is coming up. It is the Dunlop Mini Challenges, supported by Mini Spares. It's the Mini 7 S-Class that's coming up in a few moments' time. We saw them qualify yesterday. They are having their own grid for the first ever time. Such are the numbers across all of the Dunlop Mini 7 Challenges this weekend that the 7s have their own grid, the 7 S-Class have their own grid, and the Miglias all have their own grid. So looking forward to this one, and the entry list for this is on page 29 of the programme, page 29, and the way that they line up, no amendments by the way to the programme I'm made aware of, so they line up as follows. 725, Fraser Hack grabs his first ever pole position. He starts on the front row of the grid, and alongside is car number 728, the reigning champion and the man who won the first 6 races back to back in the 7S class, car number 728, Michael Winkworth. 725, 728. Row 2 of the grid is car number 758, which is Matthew Ayres, who leads the championship coming into this weekend, and 711 Damien Harrington. 758, 711. Row 3 of the grid is 706 Jonathan Page, and 742 Ben Butler. 706, 742. And row 4 of the grid is 777 Dave Rees, and 789 Arnold Duncan. 777, 789. The 5th row of the grid is 784 Ryan Taylor, and 744 Ben Siegfried. That's 784 and 744, with row 6 being 795 Stuart Gilby and 714 Chris Pryor. 795, 714. The The 7th row of the grid is 7.05, Andrew Page, and 7.46, Ollie Handley. 7.05 and 7.46. Ollie Handley only did 3 laps in qualifying yesterday before the car had issues, so he's a little bit further down the grid than otherwise you might have expected. And row 8 of the grid is 7.66, Jeff Williams, who lines up alongside 7.63, which is John Cockburn-Evans. 7.66, 7.63. The 9th row of the grid is 7.33, James Bryan, and 7.21, which is Ben Johnson, 7.33 and 7.21. And on his own, on the 10th row of the grid is 7.26, James Bull goes off the back of the grid, and that's another car that had problems in qualifying yesterday, only did 4 laps, and his time therefore is not really representative of what himself and the car can do. So that's the way that they should line up, and hopefully, heading down towards the podium, Matt Suckling is starting to scoop up the drivers ahead of the podium presentations for the fastest Mini in the world.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I think we're going to go upstairs onto the podium. So we're going to get the drivers as we need them, and we're going to scoop them upstairs onto the podium. So we'll head through the staircase, and I'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time. So we're ready for a podium then, so let's get the drivers off in reverse order. 3rd place, Richard Billingham. Well done, Richard. Down the end you go. Many congratulations. Great race there for you. 2nd place for Bill Richards. Well done, Bill. 2nd step of the podium. You're used to that. You're used to Brands Hatch. And then to the top step of the podium for another year, another race. Harvey Deeth. Well done, Harvey. Top step for you. Fantastic action indeed. I'll get the drivers up onto the podium. I don't know if we've got any trophies or anything. No, they're just going to stand there for a nice photo from everyone downstairs, which is lovely. So well done, guys. Let's have a quick chat with you. If you want to jump to the front of the podium, we'll have a quick chat. Harvey, cracking stuff. Always go well in the fastest Mini in the world, and it's another win here at Brands.
Yeah, the car's going really well and the tyres hung in, so just got my head down and got some air and just kept the pace, so avoided these two scrapping behind me.
You had a great year last year, two victories. Do you reckon you can make it a double this weekend?
Won't be for lack of trying, put it that way.
It's a lovely car as well you got there, very nicely presented.
Yeah, it's a great little machine. It was built by Martin Schultz guys at Roll Centre Racing probably 12 years ago now, and we keep developing it, and it's getting better and better, so it's now becoming fun to drive.
Good stuff. Bill, quick word with you. You've done many laps around Brands Hatch.
Are you guys good to do a little bit of fun if they come to us before we can get to them, or
Whatever you want.
yeah, because they're going to come to us?
Right, a little.
Getting the car where it should be, take advantage of the back markers, and manage to do it.
Have a rest. We'll see you back out later on.
Okay, we'll do.
Thanks very much, Bill. And Richard finishing in 3rd place. Cracking scrap there with Bill. You must have enjoyed that, just like last year.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a great race. Unfortunately, I've lost the alternator belt a couple of laps before. Yeah, it's a great race.
Do you reckon you can get that sorted for race 2?
Yeah, we've got a spare.
With that problem sorted, are you going to challenge this man?
We'll see what we can do.
A good weekend, though. Lovely weather as well.
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely awesome weekend.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, guys. Nice to see you up here. As we said, a replica of race 1 from last year, but the top 3 happy, and I'll be back later on for another race for the fastest Mini in the world, Mark.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yeah, so onto their formation lap go the Mini 7 S-Class competitors. We'll see.
Well, Pete, that was a very exciting fastest Mini in the world race. Literally from flag to lights. What we thought we'd get, lots of power, lots of overtaking, fun to watch, lots of noise, and again, as you would expect, 3 space frame cars at the front.
Yeah.
You know, Harvey with the V8 radical engine, beautiful car that he's got there. Then Bill with the old Maguire, started years and years ago with his Duratec in the front, and then Richie Billingham with his home-built special with his Vauxhall VXR engine coming in 3rd. So yeah. He seems to be dropping off, so it looks like he probably had a bit of a problem, but yeah, it was good racing. Good racing. Well, let's find out. Let's interview these amazing drivers. Thank you very much, mate. We'll start with our winner. Well done, sir. Well done. How did that go for you? Was that to plan, everything you wanted it to be?
Yeah, it's pretty faultless, Paul, to be honest with you. Yeah, the car was good and I just had to drive it basically, and I was in my mirrors for the first few laps, and I thought the yellow peril might come and have a nibble, and then I was expecting Bill in his Traveller, and fortunately I pedalled hard enough for a few laps, and I was watching them coming down the hill and trying to keep the lead, but hopefully nothing went wrong, which it didn't, and I managed to win. So,
well done, mate. And the conditions out there looking very good, Bill. I'll come to you if I may. I'll just come across here. Well done, sir. Great podium. Looking quick. Are you going to change anything for race 2?
Yeah, just my underwear, that sort of thing. No, actually, we just need to tighten up nuts and bolts, which naturally fly off on that car, including the gear lever, and everything's fine. Other than that, you know, we're good.
That's super leggera, isn't it? When the car lightens itself throughout the race, that's a competitive advantage.
Yeah, but that's the car behind, and it was push, 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 and I thought, give me a break for 2 minutes. You know, and I worked really hard to get past him. I used superior racecraft,
obviously.
You know, from for the last 50 years I've been racing. So yeah, it was okay.
Fantastic podium. I'll let you go and have a nice cup of tea, and we'll see you back for race 2. Richie, how was it for you, mate?
Druids for the first time. Everybody is safely through Paddock Hill Bend, which is good to see. They are all pretty much together as they head round through Druids, but Fraser Hack leading the way as they turn their way through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Running out wide in second place is Matthew Ayres, the championship leader in second place. Michael Winkworth, the reigning champion, sits there in third, and then a bit of a gap back already to the car that's there in fourth place, car number 711. Damien Harrington in fourth place, Matt. Looks as though he's a bit of a cork in the bottle in the early stages.
Yeah, certainly is, and now trying to get pushed through the corner at Clearways as well there. So Damien Harrington, as you said, losing places, under attack as well from behind here as they run side by side just behind him. What's going to be fifth place now, and the job is going to be done here as they come up towards the line. So Harrington might just be able to scrape away ahead of this, but as they come through, it's the 742 machine with Ben Butler, which has scraped himself just ahead of the number 714 machine, which is now down a position, unfortunately there for Pryor.
I think it was Jonathan Page, actually, was it, that he managed to wiggle his way through and pass. We'll have to wait and see as they come through and up to. We got big lot of dust, and off and into the gravel went Stuart Gilby briefly. He has managed to recover the car back onto the tarmac, but it's Fraser Hack that leads the way. Matthew Ayres in second place, under attack still from the reigning champion, Michael Winkworth, who has had a bit of a yo-yo season, really. He won the first 6 races of the championship with double wins at Silverstone, double wins at Snetterton, double wins at Cadwell Park. He had to withdraw from the next 2 races at Castle Combe and rightly retired from the next 2 races at Donington Park, so he already knows that now with 4 poor scores and you can only drop your 3 worst, that Michael Winkworth in third place, the reigning champion, is highly unlikely to retain his title, but it's not going to stop him pushing for more race wins as he picks up the toe and he's looking to try and get himself into second.
Certainly is. Matt Ayres now having to defend down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and a late lunge for Michael Winkworth to try and get the place away, which he does. So as you rightly said, Mark, he's going to try and go for every single win now between here and the end of the season, and that's on his way towards the top spot. He's got one more place to try and get away. That is of course Fraser Hack, who leads the way at the minute, but lovely move there from Michael Winkworth to go through at Paddock, get now ahead of Matt Ayres, but Matt Ayres straight away tries to fight back down towards Graham Hill Bend. He's on the outside line, tries to get the quicker line through the corner to have the acceleration down the Cooper Straight, but nothing quite happening at the minute for him. Damien Harrington still there in 4th position, and now the 706 car is starting to close the gap as well, so keep an eye and see what the car of Page can do as he tries to get onto the top 5 places.
Yeah, Jonathan Page, then it is Chris Pryor, followed by Ben Butler, Ben Siegfried and Arnold Duncan wrap up the top 10 places almost. Dust there, Matt, somebody ran wide.
Fraser Hack had, I think, 2 wheels in the grass, and it was almost sideways. He did well to hold that. He has lost 2 positions, but he's lucky that he's still in this race. That was an immense control there from Fraser, and to be fair, he's not lost 2, he's only lost the 1, because Michael Winkworth goes through. He then gets back up into 2nd place, but Fraser Hack, that was the save of the race so far.
It just goes to show, you know, he only lost a little bit of momentum, but anything that's low powered, like minis and other forms of racing, it's all about keeping momentum, and once you just lose a tiny bit of it, you get picked off. So Fraser Hack doing a good job just to lose the 1 place there. Through has gone the reigning champion Michael Winkworth. Fraser Hack looking to try and re-attack to get himself back into the lead of the race all of the time, whilst Matthew Ayres sits there in 3rd place. Remember, he is the championship leader just by 2 championship points at this stage, and the car that's 4th at the moment and trying to close in is Damien Harrington. he's the driver that's second in the championship and only just 2 points off the overall championship lead. So here come the trio for the lead. I think Damien Harrington is closing in, isn't he, to try and make it 4.
Certainly is, yeah. Just like the previous race, top 3 were squabbling, which meant that the cars behind caught up, and that's exactly what's happening here in this one, as Fraser Hack now tries to go, I think it's a defensive line, in towards paddock, because Matt Ayres tries to get to the inside, which he's just about achieved there, but I think the door might just shut on the run towards Druids. It's still just briefly left open, so Matt Ayres locks up and makes contact with the back of Fraser Hack, and again, great control there to keep that car on the track.
Just a light touch between the pair of them, and Damien Harrington now in the green car is definitely closing. He set the fastest lap of the race last time through, so he picks up the extra championship point for the fastest lap of 59.705. That matches the existing lap record here, which of a 59.7 that Michael Winkworth posted last year. I don't know what it was to the nearest thousandth, but it's 59.705 from Damien Harrington, so that is pretty much, if it's not already, knocking on the door of a new lap record for the Mini 7 S-Class. So 4 for the lead. Can we encourage and see whether we can bring Jonathan Page into the mix as well to try and make it 5 for the lead, because he sits just a little bit adrift of the lead 4.
He's not far back, is he? So Jonathan Page, I think, could have a chance very shortly as the leaders head down again in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Just under 15 minutes to go. Winkworth still your leader. Fraser Hack now trying to recover after a couple of moments so far within this race. He gets a great run through Paddock Hill Bend, try and go to the outside line in towards Druid, which is a long way round here at Brands, but if you can make it work, you have the inside for the next corner, which he hadn't quite done on this occasion, but he's now hassling the back of Michael Winkworth as they turn away in towards Graham Hill Bend. The man who leads this race, 6-time winner so far this year. Those 6 races were won in the first 6 races of this year.
Yeah, he was pretty much dominant, wasn't he, at the start of the season, and then had mechanical woes at Castle Combe. Those woes continued. They didn't sort them at Donington Park, but he is back at the moment to the top step of the podium provisionally at the moment. 14 minutes of pressure still to soak up for Michael Winkworth, because it looks as though Fraser Hack and Matthew Ayres aren't going away. Damien Harrington is not quite with the lead trio at the moment. We will pick up the tow as they come over the start-finish line this time through, and Fraser Hack is almost bump drafting Michael Winkworth. Fraser Hack takes a big wide sweep, and is he going to try around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend? He's trying it. They bounce off each other almost. Fraser Hack needs to ensure that he stays within the confines of the circuit. It compromised his exit coming out of the corner, but from full attack mode, by the time he gets to Druids, he's got to go into defence mode, because he's got the championship leader Matthew Ayres right behind him.
He needed to make sure he got back into second place as well, rather than leave the door open for not just 1 but 2 cars to scrape their way through, which he's managed to do. So as you were with Winkworth, Hack, a lot of curb being taken there at Graham Hill Bend as well. That puts Matt Ayres right onto his tail, and Damien Harrington now right with them also. Jonathan Page just a few car lengths back as it stands, but he's almost caught now the train ahead of him, so this is going to be a 5-way scrap for the lead. We have got yellow flags at McLaren on towards Clearways just briefly there, because I think that's Stuart Gilby's car,
yeah,
which has gone straight on, hasn't it?
Yeah, it does look like Stuart Gilby's car, so hopefully that will just get covered by localised yellow flags rather than needing a safety car for the first time. It is saying, yeah, live snatch at Clearways, slow down, so I think they are going to snatch that car, as it looks as though Matthew Ayres has now carved the door open. Has he on Fraser Hack to try and squeeze his way through? No, bumper to bumper they all go, with Fraser Hack trying to unlock the door to sneak up the inside of Michael Winkworth. Michael's having none of that, so Fraser Hack needs to now close the door on Matthew Ayres. Matthew Ayres under attack from the green car of Damien Harrington, and we have now got him up there. Jonathan Page is now wanting in on the fun as well, as he sits there in what is 5th position. Side by side downhill in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. Fraser Hack has the inside line, so Damien Harrington can't work his way up into the potential podium places. Fraser Hack slides wide coming out of the corner. Damien Harrington loses a little bit of pace, which drops him ever more into the clutches of Jonathan Page. Fantastic value, as ever is the case, from the Mini 7s.
Certainly is. So yeah, light snatch ongoing up there towards Clearway, so everyone now back in line. Just wondering if we can gain a few more cars on this one, because there's another one starting to join, that being the car of number 714, so almost with them, Chris Pryor from 12th on the grid. He's made up half the position so far, and not too far back from Jonathan Page. As for the race lead, Matthew Ayres tries to go to the outside line on Michael Winkworth. Again, it's the wider line into the corner, which almost might give you the speed through the corner to get the place away, which it does. To the inside it goes, and Matt Ayres goes for the lead on Michael Winkworth. So job done there up towards Druids, and again Winkworth needs to make sure that door is shut, because Fraser Hack is the next man to try and go through, although round the outside has gone Damien Harrington, so he now goes onto the podium, and Fraser Hack has lost another position from 3rd down to 4th as Michael Winkworth loses the lead.
Absolutely, that was a textbook move, wasn't it, from Matthew Ayres? There was almost a bit of side drafting going on between the pair of them as they went up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but yeah, the switchback on the exit is what allowed Matthew Ayres, the championship leader, to pick up the race win. And I think Damien Harrington knows he's got to get on with this as well, now that he's gained 3rd place over Fraser Hack, because his main championship rival is now leading the race, Matthew Ayres, and Damien Harrington, who's 2nd in the championship, just 2 points adrift, sits there in 3rd place, but has the extra point for the fastest lap of the race. So actually that would negate some of the outscoring that Matthew Ayres is going to do if, and it is a big if, he can hang on to the lead of the race, because Michael Winkworth is in full attack mode again as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he replicate the overtake from the lap before? It looks as though he's trying to, and he has, absolutely wide line into Paddock Hill Bend, cuts back on the exit. Michael Winkworth goes back to the lead.
Yeah, but he does exactly what Matt Ayres did to him a lap ago. It's a nice move there from Winkworth. There should have been expecting that as he runs slightly wide on the exit of Druridge Corner. And Damien Harrington now, his nearest championship rival, is to the outside to make it 3 wide in towards Graham Hill Bend. They're up on the curb and they squeeze their way through. Minis are small, but they've made 3 wide in towards Graham Hill Bend, which you rarely see. And out of all of that, Michael Winkworth comes through in the lead. At 2nd place, Fraser Hack is back just about ahead of Damien Harrington, and erstwhile race leader Matt Ayres is now down to 4th place.
He is down to 4th place, and it is Damien Harrington who is up ahead of him. So Damien Harrington would outscore him by 1 point and pick up the extra point for the fastest lap, so they would be tied on points in the championship lead if they stay where they are at the moment in 3rd and 4th places respectively. Over the start-finish sign now come. Still 10 minutes of this to enjoy as Michael Winkworth leads the way, but he's under attack from Fraser Hack. Damien Harrington loses a rear light cluster as a result of how tight the racing has been between them all. Then it is going to be Matthew Ayres, followed by Jonathan Page, and then we have managed to get joining in on the fun now as well. The car that's come from 12th on the grid, Chris Pryor.
He's done well, hasn't he, to get there. I think he's been helped by all of those ahead of him, but he'll take that nonetheless. So he sits there now just on the tail. It might be a wise choice just to sit there for a little bit longer and see what unfolds ahead of him, because this is a tantalising battle for these 6 cars. Still the live snatch, by the way, through Surtees, McLaren and up towards Clearway, so no overtaking should be happening for these 6 cars and of course the rest of the field. So everyone just sits there and tries to close the gap rather than make any moves. They all do that very nicely indeed, and look at that 6-car train now for the race lead, which is still being led just about by Michael Winkworth. Fraser Hack in the yellow car is 2nd, Damien Harrington in the green car is 3rd, 4th place is the championship leader Matt Ayres, 5th place is the 706 machine next to Jonathan Page, and Chris Pryor to the back of it.
Fantastic stuff from all of those. Into the outer paddock though, I'm afraid to say we've lost Ben Butler, so he is out of the race. I'm afraid to say Ben Butler, who'd been going really well, had qualified 6th at the wheel of car number 742, but he's done for in this race. Now Damien Harrington here has left the door open a little bit, and it might just allow Jonathan Page to try and wiggle his way through, but from defence back to attack goes Damien Harrington, because he tries to draw himself alongside Matthew Ayres as they head in towards Graham Hill Bend. So it's just allowed the leading 2 to escape, not by much, by an extra couple of mini lengths really. Michael Winkworth leads the way, Fraser Hack in 2nd place. Remember, Michael's taken 6 wins so far this year. Fraser Hack in 2nd place, claimed his first pole position yesterday and has finished 2nd on a few occasions, but hasn't had a win as yet, so he'll be desperate to try and get that monkey off his back.
Yeah, and that gap we had between 2nd and 3rd is just starting to close back up there, so that didn't last too long, thankfully, because we love seeing this 6-car train towards the head of the order. So through they go once again. We've got now 12 laps completed, still 7.5 minutes to go within this race, so plenty of time to enjoy this mini race here at Brands Hatch for race number 1. Here comes the move for 2nd place now. Fraser Hack has potentially just left the door open for Matthew Ayres to go through, which he does. A little bit late on the brakes, he runs wide, pushes Fraser Hack very wide indeed, and he drops to the tail almost of this little 6-car train, which he does. So Fraser Hack, after starting on pole position, now down to 6th place with work to do once again, and with all of that happening, Michael Winkworth an even bigger lead.
Yeah, and if he's broken the toe on the cars behind, then they are going to have to work even more harder and work together to try and close back up again. I'm not sure he's fully broken the toe as yet, Michael Winkworth. We'll have to wait and see as they come over the start-finish line. There'll be about 7 minutes remaining at this stage of the race. Now, Michael Winkworth was leading just by a quarter of a second from Fraser Hack last time through. Fraser Hack is now trying to draw himself in the yellow car alongside Jonathan Page to reassert himself back into 4th place. Michael Winkworth leads the way. Matthew Ayres in 2nd. Damien Harrington in 3rd place. Fraser Hack door handle to door handle with Jonathan Page as he goes back into 4th place. Page is there in 5th place. 6th at the moment is going to be Chris Pryor, and it looks as though they're sort of breaking up into trios at the moment, doesn't it? Sort of 3 for the lead, then a gap, then the next 3.
Yeah, it certainly is. So let's see if the two cars now in 2nd and 3rd can start to work together to bring this gap down between them and Michael Winkworth. 3/4 of a second at the end of that previous lap. So let's see if they can charge hard. Thankfully now for everyone, the light snatch has ended. So we are back to green flag around the whole circuit. So anyone who'd like to make a move at Surtees can now realise to do that and hopefully get some lovely moves done through there and up towards McLaren Corner. But top 6 not quite close enough to achieve that. So as you were for the front 6 as they work their way now towards the completion of this lap, and I think to the eye Michael Winkworth's gap for the lead is just starting to come down. So Matthew Ayres and Damien Harrington, the top 2 in the championship, are thankfully working together to close it down.
Yeah, I did say on the previous lap, I don't think he's quite broken the toe as yet, and absolutely case in point, and he hadn't broken the toe on the cars behind, which means that they slowly edge up back towards you again. And of course, now that we've got 3 fighting for the lead again, they're all likely to squabble, which is going to bring both Fraser Hack, Jonathan Page, and also the car of Chris Pryor all back into the mix as well, I would say, over the course of the remaining 5 minutes and a little bit of change of this race. So out of Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight. This is lap number 15 that they're on at the moment. Michael Winkworth, 6 times a race winner so far this year, is leading the way. Matthew Ayres, the championship leader, who's also taken 2 wins so far this year, is sitting there in 2nd place. Damien Harrington, who's 2nd in the championship, is there in 3rd. He's not had a win so far this season, and neither has the yellow car of Fraser Hack, who sits there in 4th.
No, exactly. The only one who has had wins is Jonathan Page, who is there in 5th position with 2 wins as well. So we could have a first-time winner. We could have Michael Winkworth with 7. Depends what Matthew Ayres does about that as he heads towards the outside run of Paddock Hill Bend once again. Does he then try and get the cut back through the corner? Well, he thinks about it, but it's just too hard to do there at the minute. So those 3 head uphill. Fraser Hack a little bit wide at Paddock as well. That might just leave the door open for Jonathan Page to squeeze his way through, which he does. So Fraser Hack now not really keeping the pace he had in the early stages, which is quite frustrating for him. And now those 3 behind the top 3 are starting to drop away. So the gap gets bigger and bigger between 3rd and 4th. I think now, by the looks of it, with the time we have left in this race, it could just be a 3-way scrap for the lead.
But we've also got possibly a little bit of backmarker lappery maybe to consider over the course of the remaining 4 minutes, because John Cockburn Evans at the wheel of the light green number 7 and 63 car is not massively up the road from the race leaders. I'm just wondering the relative times of them. Are they going to catch him? They're lapping about 3 seconds probably quicker than the number 763 car, and with about 10 seconds between the pair of them. They might just catch that back marker before the end of the race. That's not what Michael Winkworth wants, and he's having to defend still for the lead of the race as Matthew Ayres jinks from one side to the other. Is he going to try and sneak through as they exit Paddock Hill Bend? Well, he thought about it, but the opportunity didn't really open up. However, Damien Harrington gets a fantastic run in 3rd place and was thinking about it all the way around the outside. Therefore tries Matthew Ayres at Druids to try and draw himself alongside Michael Winkworth, and he has got himself alongside. He's getting squeezed towards the grass, but he's going to dive at the inside as they're heading towards Graham Hill Bend. Michael Winkworth is going to cut back on the exit of it. Keeping his foot in is Damien Harrington, who runs wide, and he's going to go from 3rd to 1st, and that little bit of squabbling has now allowed the next of the pack to catch up. So no longer is it 3 for the lead, Matt. We're back to it being 5, if not 6 for the lead.
Yeah, sorry, I lied to you. They did manage to catch up, so I was completely wrong. More yellows though at clearways, which is not good. So again, everyone needs to stay in line and no overtaking up there. So another car has deposited itself into the gravel trap, unfortunately. But new race leader Damien Harrington, so he comes through now as your leader, ahead of his rival in the championship, Matthew Ayres, and the man who was leading for a good chunk of this race, Michael Winkworth, to 3rd, make that 2nd. He dives to the inside line. He might even get the lead here as well. Not quite, but that was a lovely move to the inside. Just caught Damien Harrington off guard. Matthew Ayres took the opportunity to go for the lead of the race, and now Jonathan Page in 4th place is also getting himself into the mix there with Fraser Hack and also Chris Pryor all back with them. 6 for the lead once more.
Brilliant stuff, isn't it? Damien Harrington Harrington side by side with Michael Winkworth, but on the outside line is heading towards Graham Hill Bend. That might just allow the door to be opened for Jonathan Page to sneak his way through, but he doesn't quite have enough momentum as he heads onto the Cooper Straight this time through. We've still got those localised yellow flags up there because of the car that has gone missing, which is car number 746, Ollie Handley's car, I'm afraid. Ollie having had problems in qualifying yesterday. Disappointing race for him as well. 2 minutes of the race to go, so they're going to be going on to their penultimate lap of the race this time through. I don't quite think they're going to catch the traffic, so it is just these 6 cars now. They're going to have to roll their sleeves up and, like some heavyweight boxers, try and work out and slug it out. As for who wants the race win, well, the answer is that. It's quite simple, isn't it? All 6 of them want the race win. Who's going to get it is a moot point.
Yeah, it could be any of these, couldn't it? We just don't know at the minute, but as it stands, Matthew Ayres does lead Michael Winkworth by just under 0.2 of a second. Big lunge there for Fraser Hack to go back up into 4th place, so he gets the better of Jonathan Page. It's side by side for the lead now, so it's going to be Matthew Ayres under attack with Michael Winkworth trying to go to the outside. He might just leave the door open here for Damien Harrington to claw his way back through, which he does. So Damien goes now into 2nd place, which is handy for him to be once again with the championship leader on the run down towards the yellow flag zone at 30. He's almost losing it there towards the back was Chris Pryde. Didn't really know where to place that car. He makes a move, I think, there where he shouldn't be doing it, but he carries on. Fraser Hack is there or thereabouts on the outside, just off the podium places at the minute, but Matthew Ayres back to the lead, and we're about to start the last lap of the race.
Yeah, that was under the yellow flag zone there where Chris Pryde drew himself alongside Fraser Hack, and we've now, I'm afraid, got the recovery units out on the circuit, so medical vehicles out on track, so all of the cars having to slow down, the white flags being waved and drivers holding their hands aloft. Now, are they going to overtake those? In theory you can overtake them, but I think the drivers are just trying to sort themselves out and perhaps almost considering that this could be a finish under safety car in reality almost conditions. But yeah, you can. My understanding of the white flag is it indicates that there's a recovery or a course vehicle there, but it doesn't prevent you from overtaking it.
No yellow flags is there, so you can get a move on and you can, as you said, overtake, but they're not really too sure what they're doing here, the drivers, so they're just kind of backing off, which is a good thing to do because there is an incident on circuit, as we know, and the recovery team and the ambulances need to get there pretty quickly. So that's all taking place. We will see the checker flag, I think, at the end of this lap, but as it stands, Matthew Ayres is the car that leads them round through. It's going to be interesting once they get past this incident what they all do, because they can, in theory, all speed up and try and make a move, can't they?
Yeah, in theory they can do, yeah, because once they've passed the yellow flag zone they can crack on with it, but I would imagine that the drivers within the Mini 7 Racing Club and the Mini 7 S-Class will have sorted out what order they were in before they got to those rescue vehicles, and hopefully it won't impact on what is going to be the official result of this race. And in fact they are all coming into the pit lane by the look of things, so I think they're all well aware that the race was about to end, and when they came through on the previous lap it was car number 758 Matthew Ayres that was leading the way. Second was car number 711, which was Damien Harrington. Third was 728, which was Michael Winkworth. Fourth was 706 Jonathan Page. Fifth was Fraser Hack, who was the pole sitter, finished in 5th position, and 6th place was going to be the car of 714, which was Chris Pryor. That was the order that they were in at the time that they came over the start-finish line on the previous lap. So I'm going to go and do a podium, Matt, and it might just take a little bit of unravelling.
I think we both missed it. The checker flag might have just come out, and that's why they slowed. So we missed that while we were looking elsewhere. But I think that possibly is what's happened. So yeah, they brought it a lap early there for the checker flag. So the order as we had, as Mark said, across the line, Matthew Ayres takes a win, and that's going to be his 3rd win of the year now. So we don't get a first-time new winner this year, but Matthew Ayres takes it by 2nd place man Damien Harrington, and hopefully Michael Winkworth will be there for the podium as well. So he keeps not really his championship alive, but keeps himself in good podium places, which is good for Michael. So he comes through there on the podium. The ones that lose out are the likes of Jonathan Page. Fraser Hack will be a little bit disappointed with that, I think, after starting from pole position. So he dropped down to 5th place. But of course we have another race to look forward.
We can't get much closer than that. I think we had 6 cars there going for the lead at one point, and it was eventually championship leader Matt Ayres. So I'll quickly grab a word with Matt, who's looking rather hot.
Very hot, mate.
I mean, that could have been anyone's there, but you finally got it at the line.
Yeah, I thought, there's another lap to go, and the checker flag came out. I was like, thank God, I'm knackered. It was a good race, though. It was a really, really good race. But I thought these guys had it for a bit. I was down in like 5th or something. It was crazy. So
obviously, that puts you into a good position championship-wise now.
Yeah, I'll just try and take each race as it goes, to be honest. But yeah, I guess it does. I'm not really aiming for that.
Awesome. Well done. You're going to cool down for your second race later on today. And come and have a quick word with Damien. He's taking off his hydration pack there. It's very hot out there today. Oh, you got ice cubes in there? Now fully melted. How was that?
Really good race, really good fun. A lot of action, a lot of close, swapping the lead, swapping second, third place. Really good fun, really good drive with Matt and Mike and Fraser as well, all in the mix, and Jonathan coming back into it as well. It was really, really good race, really good fun. Pretty hectic, but pretty exhausting. I was waiting for the checkered flag to come out for a long, long time.
I bet, yeah. And it's, what, 25, 30 degrees out there today?
At least. In the car, it's a lot hotter. It's unbearable.
No damage on the car, though, so it looks good for...
something popping up. I'm not sure what caused that. But, yeah, nothing major. Just, we get close. We end up getting close because they're minis, and you can. So it's good fun.
Good. Well, not too much work to do for the next race later on this afternoon.
Hopefully not. No.
Look forward to try and do it again.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, and P3, who's our two-time champion, with a part of his car coming back. So this is a wheel arch, Michael. It's just come back.
Yeah, I don't know that fell off.
Well, it came off just there, I think.
Must have not screwed it on, I think.
How was that for you?
Tiring, hard, mega race. Done all we could, but it weren't enough. So it was a very good race. So yeah, well tough really.
So I mean, previously you have been kind of fair to say dominating the series. It's nice now for us as spectators, at least, that there's 4 or 5 cars that are all up there.
Yeah, there's nothing between us all now. So it should be another good close race later on today. So looking forward to that.
A little bit of prep, cool down, go again.
Definitely a cool down, and yeah, definitely a bit of prep, and we'll see what we can do in race 2.
Awesome. Okay, thanks very much. And you're heading up to the podium, and we'll be heading to the next race.
Miglia's a little bit later on. So 87, 88 make up row 1. Row 2 then sees number 49, which is Ross Billison, and number 80, which is Joe Thompson. So 49 and 80. The third row, number 20, Darren Thomas, and 39, Glenn Woodbridge, 20 and 39. Then on to the fourth row, where we'll have number 76, Joe Polly, and 94, Lee Roberts, 76 and 94. Then we have row number 5, which is 22, Graham Davis, and 27, Leon Window. 22 and 27. The sixth row, number 21, Jordan Sims, and 18, Tina Cooper, 21 and 18. The seventh row, number 10, Julian Proctor, and 38, Stephen Hopper, 10 and 38. The eighth row, number 93, is Paul Woodbridge, and 57, Phil Gillibrand, 93 and 57. And the final row of the grid should be number 72, Graham Penn, and 16, Andrew King, 72 and 16.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so now that we've got the grid ready for the next of the races, a little bit of clearing up just to be done following that fantastic Dunlop Mini Challenge supported by Mini Spares Mini 7 S-Class race. And then now that we have stopped the conversations and the socialising from the drivers down below the podium, they're making their way up towards the fantastic looking and Mini Festival liveried podium here at Brands Hatch. We're going to get the drivers out in reverse order onto the podium. Once we've got all 3 drivers out onto their respective steps of the podium, then Nick Cook, who is the chairman of the Mini 7 Racing Club, will present the trophies. And again, we'll be doing that in reverse order with the third place driver first, the second place driver, and then the race winner will pick up the spoils for what was an absolutely brilliant Mini 7 S-Class race. Unfortunate that the checker flag was shown a little bit earlier. Apologies that we missed that because there was still a lap time left when they came over the start-finish line, but sensible thing done. Somebody needed some medical attention just to ensure that we deal with that appropriately. And here we go. We've got 3 very smiley, rather sweaty-looking drivers joining us, ready for the podium presentations. So we'll crack on then with the podium presentations for this first race of the Mini 7 S Club, round 11 of the championship. We'll bring the drivers out in reverse order. order. So onto the podium, if you will, please. The driver that finished in third position, Michael Winkworth, heads onto the podium. Back to a solid performance for him after a disappointing couple of races. Second place goes the way of Damien Harrington, onto the podium to Damien. And then top step of the podium, win number 3 of the season goes the way of Matthew Ayres, who continues to lead the championship. And Nick Cook, representing the Mini 7 Racing Club as their chairman, is on hand to distribute the trophies. First of all to the third place driver, Michael Winkworth, then to second place, Damien Harrington, his 6th podium of the season, and he picked up the extra point for fastest lap as well. And Matthew Ayres picks up his 3rd win of the championship season, and if I've got the maths right, extends his championship lead by just a single point after what was an epic race in the Mini 7 S-Class Championship. They all congratulate each other, hold the trophies aloft, guys. Look forward as well. There's a few photographs just being taken down there on the podium, and then we'll grab a quick word with our top 3 drivers. Jump on down, guys, if we can. We'll grab a quick word with Matthew Ayres if we can to start with. Matthew, 3rd win of the season, but crumbs, that was a tough one.
Very tough one, yeah. It was great fun. There was like 5 of us for the lead, 3 abreast. I didn't know what was going on, to be honest. Just check a flag out, and I was like, oh look, I'm in the lead. So yeah.
It's just a case of driving flat out. Are there any tactics? Do you think, OK, I'm happy to sit in 3rd at the moment because I know I'm in the tail? Or is it just a case of, if a gap opens up, you go for it?
You just have to go for it with these guys. They're so competitive and so close. You just try and take every move you can. So it was clean, it was good, so it was good fun.
You were leading the championship by 2 points coming into that race. You outscored Damien, but only by 1 point because he got the fastest lap.
Yeah, well, the quick boys, you know, trying to get fastest lap and a win is not impossible with these lot following you, so it's good.
Well done. Can you make it 2 out of 2?
Hopefully. Never know.
There's plenty of people that are going to try and make that sure that doesn't happen. Let's grab a quick word with Damien Harrington if we can. Damien, congratulations. A busy old race, fastest lap as well.
Oh, nice. I didn't know. Yeah, that's good. It was a very busy race, so it could have been anyone's. 5, 6 of us up there. So, yeah, I kept looking in my rearview mirror, waiting for whoever's going to come up and overtake me. But we were swapping the lead. It was good, clean racing. It was really good fun. Hectic, a long 20 minutes though. I'll tell you that.
If we wind the clock back 24 hours to the start of qualifying, the weekend didn't quite get off the way you planned it.
No, well, you know, as I've been told, Matt told me there was a lot of oil down, and my rear brakes were dodgy. So, you know, no, I just didn't have hot tyres, and I went a bit too keen and swapped ends. But you know, all came good in the end.
Into the gravel in qualifying and got dragged out, was able to set a lap, which put you in a good position for the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, mini racing doesn't really matter as long as you're sort of top 6 people on the grid. It doesn't really make any difference. It's all into the first corner, so.
Good fun race.
Really, really good fun race.
You know a driver's enjoyed it when he's finished 2nd and he's smiling. And let's grab a quick word with Michael Winkworth if we can. Michael, after the woes of Donington Park and Castle Combe, it's nice to have a car that works again.
Yeah, I had my little one just before Castle Combe, which was the reason we didn't make that one. And then the Saturday at Donington, I had a wedding to go to with one of my best mates. And then Sunday couldn't have gone any worse, really. So yeah, it's nice to actually be back on the podium and actually have a real nice but very hard race. So yeah.
When you look at the championship and you know you've got to drop your worst 3 scores and you've got 4 not good scores to drop, but you know that's going to make it difficult to become the defending champion. How do you keep the motivation going?
Before this weekend I weren't motivated, if I'm totally honest, because it was all a bit of a last minute rush, but we've got here and we've got another podium, and I think now it's just all about scoring points and finishing and seeing what we can do for the end of the year.
You can only do what you can do and worry about the rest. Don't worry about the rest.
As long as I do my own race and keep it clean, keep it on the track, and just try and keep getting podiums and good scores, I think we might still have a chance to win it, but we'll see.
Well done for keeping us entertained. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic race from the Mini 7 S-Class. And from the Mini 7 S-Class, we've got the main Mini 7 class on the grid already. So I'll hand you back upstairs to Matt Suckling.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, not too long before this race gets underway. We've got formation lap to come very shortly. Just to let you know, we've still got things going on off the circuit. So if you want to take your youngster, if they're here with you today, then Young Drive is available for anyone aged between 11 and 17. They can get behind the wheel of a dual control Mini for a taster driving lesson, and that's taking place in the Grand Prix loop. So sessions available all day. All you need to do is head down to the Halewood Bar and Restaurant, sign on down there, and they'll point you and direct you in the right direction. But Young Drive, great chance for your youngsters to get behind the wheel of a Mini on the Grand Prix circuit. And also we have karting taking place today. If you want to try your hand at the Mini Brands Hatch Indy Kart circuit, a 280-metre replica of this main circuit, you can arrive and drive over there at the kart track anytime today. It's located behind the Kentagon Bar and Restaurant, just towards the end of Colin Chapman Way. So head over there. You want to have a go on a kart today on a very similar circuit to this one at Brands Hatch, then that is for you to do as well. That's just a few things that are happening here today at Brands Hatch. We'll keep you abreast of everything else we've got. Lots coming up, of course, on circuit, with plenty of minis still to come. But we've got the Dunlop Mini Challenge supported by Mini Spares at 7 category now. Cars working their way around on this formation lap. We gave you the grid. Conor O'Brien, the man who comes here this weekend as the championship leader after the 10 races we've had so far. 2 at Silverstone, 2 at Snetterton, 2 at Cadwell Park, 2 at Castle Combe, and 2 last time out at Donington Park. So he is on 180 points. That puts him just 14 ahead of Joe Polly, who's done a grand job so far this year. Joe has yet to be a race winner, but it's that word we used yesterday and we'll use again today, the consistency word. You get consistent results, you find yourself well up in the championship. So Joe's done well. Starts a little bit lower down on the grid for today in what's going to be 7th position, but she's going to try and make progress from row 4 alongside Lee Roberts. She's 14 adrift of Conor O'Brien in the championship, and then the man on the front row alongside Conor O'Brien, Jordan, is 3rd in the championship. 5-time winner so far this year, 157 points to his name, although he did miss the 2 rounds at Cadwell Park due to other work commitments. So Mike Jordan has got work to do to try and catch up, but the good thing is in this championship you only count your best 13 scores, so you drop 3, so we've still got 6 rounds to go, 2 here at Brands Hatch, and of course we've got 2 more to come later on in the season at Anglesey and also Silverstone, 2 double headers there to look forward to as well. So lots of racing still to go for the Mini 7s. This is going to be a cracking race. Normally they're paired with the Mini 7 S-Class, which we've already seen so far today in that previous race, but today they get their own race and we're looking forward to this with 18 on the grid. Last few now come into place towards the rear. The 5-second board is now held aloft and the red lights very shortly to come on here at Brands Hatch for their first of 2 races today. Red lights come on now. Who can make the best start from the front of the grid? Well, it's a bit of a sluggish start there for Conor O'Brien, but a good start from the outside in the orange car for Mike Jordan, who's going to leap into the lead of the race briefly, but can he hold that down towards Paddock Hill Bend on this first corner? I think he can. He's going to go round the outside of Conor O'Brien, and job is done for Mike Jordan, so a cracking start for him. Conor O'Brien down to 2nd place now, and Ross Billison and Joe Thompson go side by side up the hill in towards Druids. It's Joe Thompson on the outside run into the corner. Oh, and there's a bit of a sideways moment there for our pole sitter. Conor O'Brien maybe caught the curb a little bit too much, or maybe some fluid on the track there, but he was sideways. He's just going to go the way by the looks.
And Woodbridge is trying to open up the door to see whether he can move his way of Joe Thompson's white car with its red roof, but then the advantage goes back in the way of Joe Thompson, so the man from Leicestershire, who's only just graduated from university, hangs on to 4th position. Top 2 have got away already on this first lap. Mike Jordan is going to chalk lap number 1 into the book. He's got the 2020 Mini 7 S-Class champion Conor O'Brien sitting behind him though, then the gap before we see Ross Billison in 3rd place, Joe Thompson in 4th, Glenn Woodbridge there in 5th place, and the green car of Darren Thomas completes the top 6 at the moment. But amazingly, those front 2, Matt, have got a reasonable amount of daylight, haven't they? Almost 1.2 seconds between themselves and the 3rd place car of Ross Billison.
Yeah, and that's only at the end of lap number 1 here, so this is a good start for both of them. And bear in mind, Conor O'Brien had a sideways moment at Druid on that first lap, so he's done well to recover and catch back up with Mike Jordan now as they work their way down towards Graham Hill Bend. Still 3rd place at the minute for Ross Billison, 4th place for Joe Thompson, 5th place now on the charge is Glenn Woodbridge, who started in 6th, so 1 place gain for him so far, and Darren Thomas is the one who's lost out at 1 position. And we now see the slippery surface flag being shown at Surtees corner, so possibly something has been deposited onto the circuit.
Good gains on that lap for the number 38 car of Stephen Hopper, who had problems in qualifying, could only qualify in 14th position having set 2 laps. He was up 3 places on the first lap, so all is clearly well for the moment with the 38 car, so watch out for that one as it tries to carve its way further up through the order. Nose to tail for the lead of the race. Conor O'Brien having closed the gap a little bit on Mike Jordan that time through, and therefore sets the fastest lap on the first of the flying laps, a 59.1 second lap from him. The lap record round here is a 58.7 for the main Mini 7 class, so we're not quite to lap record territory as yet. So we did get there, didn't we, in the Mini 7 S-Class race that we've just seen, and if this one's half as good as that race, it's still going to be a belter, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be indeed. Mike Jordan still leads though, and the gap between second and third continues to grow at the minute. So O'Brien back to Ross Billison. It was 1.6 seconds, so let's see if that's grown over this next lap. And Conor O'Brien's got a problem. He pulls off down towards 30's corner, so the man who sat on pole position, the man who sat second within this race, the man who leads the championship, is out of this race.
What a shame for Conor O'Brien. That's his second retirement, I think, of the season so far as well, so that is not at all what he wanted. Remember, you can drop your 3 worst scores, but that is not at all the way he wanted the day to get off. And what it now means is that Mike Jordan is on his own in the lead of the race, as Joe Thompson dives at the inside of Ross Billison, heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and takes second place away on the way into the corner. Ross Billison fights back on the exit of the corner and therefore draws himself alongside on the inside line, heading up in towards Druids. And because the door is open, it looks as though the car that's there in 4th place is going to try and sneak through as well, but it didn't quite work there for Glenn Woodbridge. He remains in 4th position despite his very best efforts.
Yeah, now all of these realise this could be for a place on the podium, so they're all trying to scrap a little bit harder. The gap, of course, to Mike Jordan continues to grow now with the vacant Conor O'Brien, who was there in 2nd place, but Ross Billison still just about holding on to 2nd place. Joe Thompson sitting there in 3rd. 4th place now under attack is going to be that of Glenn Woodbridge, and the one he's under attack from is that green machine, which is in the hands of Darren Thomas. So 4 for 2nd place, 1 out front on his own of Mike Jordan, but again it's this scenario we have to see if those 4 behind can work together to close down that gap. That's what they need to do so much, because this is only it was on the screen as 15 minutes, but it was, I think, in the programme scheduled as 20, so it is the 20 we get. Just under 16 minutes now to go, but Mike Jordan, the end of that lap, led by over 3 seconds.
Yeah, he really is disappearing up the road, isn't he? Joe Thompson is under pressure from Glenn Woodbridge this time as they headed towards the braking area for Druids. Can he hang on to 3rd position? Well, he's braving it out around the outside to try and get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, but is Glenn Woodbridge, I think, just about got past him. Yeah, so Glenn Woodbridge moves up into 3rd position, Joe Thompson down into 4th. Nice to see Darren Thomas having a good run as well in 5th position at the wheel of the number 20 car, because for Darren, wow, this season has been a rotten season for him.
Certainly has, yeah, not one that he would have wanted to go his way. It hasn't gone, unfortunately, his way so far, but see if he can recover well. He's in a good position at the minute as they work their way again towards the completion of another lap, and Ross Billison there has just slightly broke away, not by a huge amount, but there's a couple of car lengths between him now and the 3rd place car as they come up towards the line once more. So Billison is now there. 3rd place for number 39 is Glenn Woodbridge. Joe Thompson thinks about trying to sit there for the time being, but in doing so, the man behind Darren Thomas gets a little bit closer, so it's ebb and flow with these places, but Glenn Woodbridge doing well to get up into that 3rd place. But how much longer for? Because Joe Thompson sends one to the inside at Druids corner, and that should be enough to go through, although Glenn Woodbridge has different ideas, forces him out wide down towards Graham Hill Bend. I think Glenn would just about hang on here by his fingernails in that 3rd place.
Yeah, so Joe Thompson can't turn in towards the corner, which allows Darren Thomas to try and squeeze his way through at the wheel of the green car, the number 20 car. So side by side those two head along the Cooper Straight and up towards Surtees and McLaren. They're still side by side through Surtees, but Joe Thompson will have the inside line and should hang on to 4th place as they flick their way towards Clearways corner. All of this whilst Mike Jordan just disappears up the road. He's now 3.4 seconds to the good over everybody. That's after 5 laps. He's about to complete lap number 6 now. Ross Billison in 2nd place, Glenn Woodbridge in 3rd, Joe Thompson hanging on to 4th from Darren Thomas, who's there in 5th place, and in 6th place that is going to be the car of Lee Roberts.
Joe Thompson there again, just like Fraser Hack in the previous race, was sideways through Paddock Hill Bend at the top of it, so he loses momentum down the hill and then back up it, but that also loses him a place, Darren Thomas. And
I'm afraid retiring in exactly the same place as he did in qualifying yesterday is Leon Window. He pulls the car off as he got towards pit lane exit and parks it near the recovery crew there. Exactly the same position as he retired yesterday when there was a load of oil came out the back of the car, but I can't see that there's any oil on the track from this retirement.
No, it looks okay, so he's going to get the gate open and get back into the paddock, but that's day done for him in car number 27. The front runners now have spread themselves out. What's happened here? We've got a car pulling off, haven't we?
Joe Thompson.
Yeah.
Joe Thompson, who's had trouble with this car. He was down on power at Donington. He wasn't entirely sure they'd sorted it when I was chatting to him when he was in testing on Friday, and I'm afraid that's another front-running car and race-winning car from earlier on this season that we have now lost. So Joe Thompson, very sadly, out of the race. So Mike Jordan leads, and now we're down to 2 fighting away for second and third position. Ross Billison under pressure from Glenn Woodbridge. Now, Ross Billison, we haven't seen a great deal of either in the championship so far this season. He had a couple of top sixes at Donington Park, a fifth and a fourth, but because of his lack of racing this year in the championship, but we've certainly not seen him on the podium. He's up for second at the moment.
Certainly is. That's just now spread the top 3 or 4 out from what we had a little bit earlier on, and also Darren Thomas has dropped off the tail as well, down to 4th place. I just wonder if he was caught out with Joe Thompson slowing on the run down towards 30's corner, but he's a long way back now from the top 3, and to be fair, he's now starting to be caught by the next car in the line, which is number 94 here. So Lee Roberts, in that kind of orange-yellow car, working his way through Clearways and Clark Curve, is not too far back from Darren, so if he can pick up a toe, he might be able to get there. And then behind him is also recovering well Joe Polly, who started 7th on the grid. She was down to 9th at the end of the first lap, but now back up into 6th place.
Yeah, and Joe is lying second in the championship standings. She's had, 3 third places, 3 fourths, and something like 3 sixths so far in the championship, but consistent scoring is what keeps her towards the sharp end of it at the moment, whereas we say others have had inconsistencies and retirements, and she's just been there or thereabouts all of the time, Joe. So downhill in towards the braking area comes this squabble for second and third place at Graham Hill Bend, still with Ross Billison leading the way and on for a season's best, but under pressure still from Glenn Woodbridge, who had a brilliant outing last time out at Donington Park, where he scooped up a second place in the first race of the weekend. He was third in the second race of the weekend, and at the moment that's exactly the position that he's in now. They have dispensed very much so with the 4th place car, number 20 of Darren Thomas, who is still slowly getting reeled in by Lee Roberts, or was over the course of the last few laps, but I think on this lap Darren Thomas in the number 20 car has responded and has put in a quicker time, I think.
Yeah, it might just stabilise there, mightn't it, between those two cars. Thomas goes through 59.8 and it's 60.6 for the car behind, so yeah, the gap has in fact opened up between Darren Thomas and Lee Roberts. Meantime, for second place, it's back together here, which is good to see. So Ross Billison and Glenn Woodbridge run together through Druids Corner. The gap between them and Mike Jordan out front is 3.9 seconds, and again that grew on the previous lap. So Mike Jordan continues to eke out his gap out front, although he's got no one to play with. He's doing all of this on his own ability at the minute as he works his way down towards 30's corner on what is now this 10th lap of the race. So things looking good here for Mike Jordan so far this year. As we said, 5 times a race winner, so if he gets this win, he will still be the man who's won the most races so far this year.
And just having a look at what's going on further down through the order as well, because we've got a good fight going on for 8th and 9th place. Stephen Hopper, I said watch out for him, has gained another place now at the wheel of the number 38 car. He's up into 8th position, and down to 9th has gone the green car with the white flashes down the side, but car number 21 in the hands of Jordan Sims. And in fact, is this Stephen Hopper? Yep, commentator's curse I've put on it. As soon as I say it and he gains the place, into the pit lane comes Stephen Hopper and into retirement. We've lost another one.
Yeah, so he's down and out the race, unfortunately. Joins the likes of Conor O'Brien and also Joe Thompson. Also, number 27 is out the race as well. Leon Window, as we know, through the exit of the pit lane he came in. So we're a few down in this one, but still have some good racing going on, especially for this second place at the minute, with Ross Billison still just about hanging on ahead of Glenn Woodbridge to the tune of 1.5 tenths of a second at the minute. So those two are fighting hard. Just wondering as well if Darren Thomas is coming back towards them, because last time through he did pretty much an identical lap time to the two ahead. So yeah, he's back on pace now, but he needs to close down around about a 2.3 second gap here. But as we know, if those two ahead keep squabbling, that will of course slow them down, and Darren should be back right there.
Yeah, Billison, Woodbridge and Thomas, second, third and fourth, all did 59.9 second laps last time through, so pretty much equaling each other for pace. But that time through, Darren Thomas remains in the 59s, whereas Ross Billison and Glenn Woodbridge, now they're squabbling, 60.1, so the gap is coming down between the pair of them. You're absolutely right, Matt. And also we need to keep an eye what's going on also for Lee Roberts and Joe Polly, who are fighting over 5th and 6th. The orange car of Lee Roberts, the blue car with the pink flashes to it in hands of number 76 Joe Polly, because those two are still pretty much together, aren't they, as they head out of Druids?
Yeah, I think they were even closer before, because Joe just had a slightly slower lap there. So again, she's quicker on certain parts of the lap, and you're right there, she's right there with Lee Rogers at the minute, so Lee Roberts at the minute. So those two on their way down towards 30. We've got two fascinating battles inside the top 6. one for second and this one for 5th place as well. And this could be a great race for Jo, because she could capitalise very much on the demise of Conor O'Brien, being just 14 points adrift prior to this weekend. This could be another good point scoring round for Jo in 6th place.
Yeah, so if she remains there in 6th position, that would net her 15 championship points, whereas for Conor O'Brien, as a non-finisher, he would just pick up 1 single point. So 14 points adrift, Jo would get 15, Conor would get 1. That would tie them on championship points.
Couldn't be much closer, could it?
Yes, that's the way it looks. But of course, later on in the season, you need to take the drop scores into account. We're almost getting towards that stage of the season where you need to look at where they're going to be dropping their worst scores, because that changes the dynamic, doesn't it, for championship season potentially?
Yeah, of course, with Jo with a better result, she's going to drop more points compared to Conor. It's a commentator's nightmare towards the end of the season when you have to start dropping points from a championship, but we all have to do it, and we get there eventually. I think.
Maths was never my strong point. Conor O'Brien actually will get the extra point for fastest lap as well, which we need to factor in as well, so he'd pick up the extra point for that as well. So he would just keep his head above water in terms of the overall championship. Through goes Mike Jordan, 7 minutes to go, 13 laps completed. Ross Billison under attack again from Glenn Woodbridge, who was really closed up and was almost looking to draw himself alongside as they went up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but it's still the number 49 car of Ross Billison that hangs on to 2nd place despite the best efforts of Glenn Woodbridge, who, remember, has come from 6th on the grid. Yes, there's been a few retirements, but he was up there on merit anyway, Matt, wasn't he?
Yeah, certainly was. So he's doing very well as it stands. Mike Jordan now working his way through a little bit of traffic, but that doesn't deter him too much. Still leads by now over 5 seconds with 6.5 minutes left in this race. Ross Billison still holding on just about ahead of Glenn Woodbridge as they turn their way up again towards 30's corner, and behind on that previous lap Darren Thomas was just fractionally slower, so he had been gaining on the 2 ahead of him, but now he is a little bit slower. The gap just under 2 seconds, but I think in time Darren should just get there before the end. But is that going to be a question of too little too late, as Jo Polly now sits in that 5th place?
Yeah, so she has managed to work her way through and ahead of Lee Roberts. She's been very patient at trying to pick off the car, but that's another place gain there for Jo Polly, which aids her cause in terms of the championship. And again, now she's got it through and ahead. That's an extra championship points, which means that we're back to potentially it being tied on championship points again between Jo Polly at the end of this race and Conor O'Brien, the retiree.
Yeah, it should be level, shouldn't it? So let's see if she can make any more places up. Well, to be fair, she probably won't. She's 5.5 seconds adrift of Darren Thomas. What she would need is someone to drop off ahead of her to continue those point scoring factors on Conor O'Brien. But for now, she's happy. She's up there into 5th position, and let's see what she can do on closing the gap down to Darren Thomas up the road. There's a bit of traffic for them now to deal with in 2nd, 3rd and 4th places, so the blue flags from the marshal's post are starting to be waved. I think Darren Thomas is going to get hampered there through McLaren, isn't he? So he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, so Darren has to go wide through the corner, and that gap, which I think was just briefly coming down, is now going to go up once again between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that was Phil Gillibrand, who he just met in the wrong place at the wrong time, did Darren Thomas, so looking to try and gain an advantage over the cars ahead. He's actually lost out as we go side by side almost again up towards Paddock Hill Bend for 2nd and 3rd position, but Ross Billison just makes sure he's got the car positioned where he needs to, which makes it almost impossible for Glenn Woodbridge to try and unlock the door to 2nd place. They're nose to tail up towards the braking area for Druids corner, and as they then head round through Druids, is Glenn Woodbridge going to try anything on the run down in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend? So here they come now, the white car Ross Billison, the largely blue car of Glenn Woodbridge, and no, they still remain nose to tail through the left-hander, whilst in 4th place it's still number 20 Darren Thomas. 5th place Jo Polly, completing the top 6 is Lee Roberts.
Yeah, Jo Polly's still got her work cut out here. She's still got Lee Roberts for company, so she's not just shaking him off just yet. So she's still working hard to defend the line and try and keep this place before the end of the race. And there's going to be some traffic for them to deal with now as they work their way through the same part where the man up the road, Darren Thomas, was caught out a lap ago, and they go to the inside. So no real drama there for Jo and Lee, and almost side by side for 2nd place now, because Ross Billison is still defending. Glenn Woodbridge is on most occasions trying to get through, but the more he challenges, the more time runs out, the less chance he has of getting through. But he'll try again up towards Druids, has the outside line into the corner, but of course round there you're doing more mileage, you've got more track to try and get past, and it just doesn't really work, does it?
No, I'm wondering whether Glenn Woodbridge is either pushing as hard as he can, or if he's just trying different things to try and understand when he gets the toe where's the best place to try and get the run. Retiring at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend by the look of things, that looks like it was Phil Gillibrand's car that pulled off the circuit. Only just caught it out the corner of my eye, but it looked like the black car with the with the orange stripe down the centre of it, the number 57 car, in which case that is another one, unfortunately, we have lost. So we've got 3 minutes to go. Over the start-finish line comes Mike Jordan, who has led every single lap so far and is now the best part of 6 seconds up the road from this titanic battle for second and third place. But they've got a little bit of traffic, which is going to be Graham Penn's number 72 car that they are going to meet. Where are they going to meet it? I think it's going to be, thankfully as far as Ross Billison is concerned, out of Paddock Hill Bend and on the straight that brings them up towards Druids. And good driving by Graham Penn. He saw them coming, moved well and truly out of harm's way.
Yeah, slows the pace right down. He's actually going to slow down for Darren Thomas as well. So lovely driving there from the slightly slower car, which now gets back up to speed, back in line and tries to get some good laps in once again. But top 4 pass there. Down towards Graham Hill Bend, then comes that scrap for second place. Still Ross Billison doing a grand job of defending here from the man behind him, which is still that of Glenn Woodbridge. So those two pushing on as nicely as they possibly can, but both of them finding themselves a little bit further down in the championship than they'd have hoped for this season. Ross only doing the last few races, whereas the man who sits behind him, Glenn Woodbridge, has done most of them by Cadwell Park, but hasn't had the best results so far this year.
No, he had a couple of non-finishes in the opening 2 races at Silverstone and then was just off the podium, 4th in both of the races at Snetterton. Last time out, Donington Park was his best weekend of racing, a 2nd and a 3rd. Well, he's in 3rd at the moment, but he's going to try for 2nd. Is he all the way round the outside of Ross Billison, braving it out as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend? He's still on the outside, which means he's on the outside line as they head up towards Druids. So good driving by Ross Billison, didn't push out Glenn Woodbridge towards the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, just gave him enough room, knowing full well he'd have the inside line for Druids, and somehow, Matt, he's hung on to 2nd.
He has, and he's done it with just a couple of laps to go, I think, because we've now got 90 seconds left on the clock, so Ross Billison holds on just for another lap. But with that move, again, it might have just brought Darren Thomas back into the equation, just by a few tenths of a second, not by a huge amount. But if they do it again over the next lap, and then maybe the next one, he might just have a chance of getting back on the podium here.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see if he's got anything else that he could throw at it. Darren Thomas would be well advised to do it now to see whether he can close in onto the coattails of those ahead. Onto the penultimate lap of the race goes Mike Jordan. There's about 2 seconds plus a lap time left, so it's going to be quite tight when they get towards the check drive. Mike Jordan could afford to ease off because he's 7 seconds in the lead. If he backs off by 2 seconds on this lap, it's his last lap, but I don't think he will. I think there'll be this lap and one more thereafter.
Yeah, racing driver just carries on, don't they? Pushing every single lap here. So Mike Jordan might have a slower lap, but he might just squeeze through for that last lap as well. So he heads down the hill. Darren Thomas is almost there. The gap now between him and cars ahead was at the line 1.5 seconds. Well, to me that looks less than 1.5 seconds. So Darren Thomas continuing to push a little bit wide there into Graham Hill Bend. Still no change for 2nd and 3rd at the minute. So Ross Billison and Glenn Woodbridge, although Glenn thinks about a slight move in towards 30's corner, but then backs out of that one as they turn away through McLaren and on towards Clearways. The checker flag is being held, but I don't think it's going to be unleashed this time through.
Let's just have a quick look over the start-finish line. 2, 1, 0 seconds, literally bang on as he comes over the start-finish line. Mike Jordan completes lap number 20, but he's got 21 to do. And now Ross Billison is going to really feel the pinch from Glenn Woodbridge as they went side by side a few laps ago in towards Paddock Hill Bend. They are nose to tail this time through, but opportunities are running out for Ross Billison to try and hang on to 2nd place. Opportunities are lessening ever more for Glenn Woodbridge if he wants to move a step higher up on the podium.
Certainly is, and Joe Polly's under attack here from Lee Roberts on this last lap as well. She's just about hung on to 5th position, but she's got another 4 or 5 corners to try and do that. And again, Lee Roberts goes to the outside line through Druids corner. Joe Polly will just about hang him out to dry, although the door is left open for Lee Roberts here to try and get that place away on the last lap. Joe Polly's late on the brakes, but not late enough because Lee Roberts gets through. They both run out wide. Joe Polly a little bit wider than the other, but they're on the way down towards 30s as Mike Jordan heads up towards the line.
Yeah, here he comes up towards the line now. It looks as though it's going to be another win for Mike Jordan. Win number 6 of the season goes the way of Mike Jordan, who claims a lights to flag victory here at Brands Hatch at the Mini Festival. 2nd place is Ross Billison, but on the run to the line, Glenn Woodbridge can't quite jink out from behind the slipstream to do enough. So by a matter of a tenth of a second, it's Ross Billison in 2nd position at the wheel of the number 49 car, and for Ross that is his best result of the season so far. Glenn Woodbridge picks up another podium, finishes in 3rd place. Darren Thomas in 4th, with Lee Roberts picking the pocket of Joe Polly to come through to 5th place at the end of that final lap of the race. 6 goes the way of 76 Joe Polly. Graham Davis, we didn't really mention a great deal about. The number 22 car comes through to finish in 7th place. Jordan Sims takes a checker flag now to finish in 8th place. The only former champion that we've got on the grid, the 1993 Mini 7 champion, Tina Cooper, finishes in what is 9th position, and then conveniently enough car number 10 finishes in 10th position, which is Julian Proctor, a former Mini 7 S-Class champion from a few seasons ago, finishes in 10th place. 11th place goes the way of number 93, which is Paul Woodbridge, and then the last of the cars to take the checkered flag is going to be car number 72, which is Graham Penn, who finished in 12th position. We lost Philip Gillibrand, we lost Stephen Hopper, we lost Joe Thompson, we lost Leon Window, and we lost the championship leader, Conor O'Brien, but he does pick up the point as a non-finisher and the extra point for fastest lap of the race, so he will get 2 championship points. Joe Polly was running in 6th place at the end of that race, so she will pick up 15 championship points. So I think that means that Conor O'Brien, by virtue of the fact we had that place change with Joe Polly losing position on the last lap, I think Conor O'Brien still leading the championship by a single point. If we do the maths, maybe over the course of the lunch break, that will confirm that. So Matt Suckling is going to wander down to conduct the podium presentations for our Mini 7 championship race. We'll see those back out later on today. And for Minis, well, we head towards Minis once more. I'll give you the grid for this one because it is the Super Mighty Minis and the Mighty Minis that are next up. What we have is the Super Mighty Minis starting on the front 3 rows of the grid. Then there'll be a couple of rows gap, and then we'll have the Mighty Minis thereafter. So it's 2 separate grids because in theory it's 2 separate races that we've got going on. So let me guide you through the grid for this one. You need to turn to the correct page of the programme if you want to scribble it in, and that is page number 35. Page number 35. A couple of cars you need to add though. You need to add car number 19, which is Mark Ditchburn. Mark Ditchburn, D-I-T-C-H-B-U-R-M. Mark Ditchburn at the wheel of his Rover Mini Cooper. That runs in Class B because it's a Super Mighty Mini. And you can also add in car number 98. Car number 98 is Sam Slater. Sam Slater at the wheel of the Rover Mini 1275. That runs in Class A because it is a Mighty Mini.
There we go then. That's round 11 for the Mini 7s, and it was a clear win for Mike Jordan. Well done. It was a bit of a lonely race for you, that one.
Yeah, not the most exciting race, but that's what happens when you've got a Swift Tune engine under there. It's absolute rocket ship he's given me this weekend and made my life really easy. So sorry it wasn't too exciting at the front, but it was great for me.
You couldn't quite see what's happening behind it. It was a bit of a race of attrition. Quite a few people pulled off.
Yeah, I saw Connor had a problem early on, and then I thought it was Connor that was still racing with Ross, but I couldn't quite pick it up in my mirror. So, but no, great result for us. Big thanks to Liam and Ben that work on my car all the time. Andrew does all my data and keeps me going fast, and Nick gave us a mega engine.
Well done, Mike. You've got to do it again later on today. So if we go and see our second place man, Ross Billison, which was probably the race of the race because Mike just kind of drove off there into the distance.
It was too fast.
How was that for you?
Difficult. I had Glenn all over me. I was trying to convince him to calm it down, but he wasn't having any of it. But no, it's really good fun. But I was relieved to see that checkered flag. So yeah.
You've got most of your wheel arches still attached, so that's the main thing.
Yeah. No, it'd be good. Be fine for race 2. So yeah, we'll go again.
Awesome, well done. And a quick word, Glenn, before you got up to the podium. So good to see you back on the podium again. You're kind of really up the front end of the field now.
Yeah, it's brilliant to be up here. The first part of the season we weren't anywhere there, but now it's all coming together. It's really good.
And you're used to a bit of oval racing, so wheel-to-wheel contact, no problem.
Contact's brilliant. Yeah, I'm used to being side by side around corners. It's great. Yeah, and when you do that for a few years and come here, and it's just comes naturally.
So a little bit of prep and then back again later on this afternoon.
Yeah, we're trying to do one better or 2 better. We don't know. So yeah, a little bit of prep and we'll go again.
Awesome. Well done.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Right, we are ready for a podium. We've got our 3 drivers. They've done their TV interviews and they're now with us here on the podium. So let's get them up in reverse order. 3rd place, Glenn Woodbridge. Well done, Glenn. 3rd step of the podium for you. Many congratulations. Great scrap out there. Got some lovely trophies to be awarded as well. That ends, Glenn, sorry. You can be 2nd maybe next time. 3rd place there for Glenn. 2nd place in the race, Ross Billison. Well done, Ross. Great scrap as well with Glenn. You take 2nd step on the podium and a lovely trophy which goes with it as well. And the top step of the podium for the 6th time this year, Mike Jordan. Well done, Mike. To the top step he goes. Handshakes all round, which is good. He got a little bit lost on the way up here to the podium. I said, you should know where you're going, Mike. You've done it many a times, but we got there in the end, and they'll hold our trophies aloft and celebrate with no champagne, I'm afraid. We can't afford that today. Come down, guys, have a quick chat with us if you wouldn't mind. We'll start with Mike. Well done, Mike. It looked an easy race. It probably never is, but a great race for you.
No, it was super. Normally these races are so exciting. Like at Donington recently, there were sort of 10 of us going for the lead, and I just got a lucky break there. And big thanks to Ben and Liam that have done a lovely job with my car again. And Swifty's done me a mega engine. That's an absolute rocket ship under the bonnet, so it makes my life a bit easier.
It's been a great season for you so far. You haven't done all the rounds, but the ones you've taken part in, you've now taken the most wins of anyone with 6. So it's going well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you know, we had a couple of customer race weekends, which I have to miss that and go and do that. But yeah, you try not to think of championships. I'm a bit old to be worrying about championships. I'll just come and have some fun. But if you got something at the end of the year, it'd be great.
Mini's always fun. Hopefully, I know you won't want it, but hopefully we get a closer race in race 2 for all the fans.
I should imagine you will, because obviously we get a semi-reverse grid, and the racing's epic. I absolutely love driving. I have so much fun driving that car with these guys. Really good fun.
We love watching you, Mike. Well done today.
Hello, we're down in the main paddock here for the Mini 7 Racing Club, and this is where half of the action happens. Most of it's on track, obviously, but in between races, especially like a day like today that's hot, you're going to have quite a few breakdowns with these classic minis. So if I just come on in to the Page team and see the guys there frantically, well, not too frantically, but just working away on the car just to do a few checks. What's happening here, Jonathan?
So yeah, had a great race 1. So these guys are just checking everything over, making sure it's all right. Ready for race 2. I think we've got a clean bill of health, and yeah, should be all good. Need these guys because 0.008 of a second across the line was pretty much just down to them. So yeah.
So what would they be checking for on the engine then? They just do tappet clearances or?
That's a very complicated question for a driver. Yeah, no. I think the guys from SwiftTune just have a quick look at the tappets and check that I can get full throttle and stuff like that. So.
And you'll see that there is actually lock wire applied around some of the bolts here because it's quite a heavily regulated sport, isn't it? So any kind of a little advantage you have to kind of keep on top of. So the engines are all perfectly sealed up. You can check the valve clearances, but other than that, there's not a great deal you can do at the race weekend, is there?
No.
There you go. Sorry, that was a bit of a leading question. Are you looking forward to your next race later on today?
Yeah, so I think I finished P4, which means I'm P5 on the grid, reverse grid for the second race. Hoping just to replicate what we did there and maybe pick up a couple of extra positions, try and get on the podium this time, see what happens.
And it was super close in that one. The battle at the front, it could have been one of about 6 cars there.
Yeah, it was great to watch. For the first half of the race, I think I'd lost the toe a bit, so I was just kind of watching them from a distance, seeing them battle and hoping that they were going to take each other off and bring me back in, which is exactly what happened. So,
what do you think it is about this mini racing that keeps so many people coming back?
It's close racing. I think the fact that they're quite low power, reasonably high grip with these tyres, and then yeah, I mean they're shaped like a house brick, so the toe is worth so much. It just brings
a small one,
a small house brick. Yeah, not a breeze block, but a house brick. Yeah, so the toe is worth so much around here. It's probably worth half a second. And
yeah, which on a track where it's only a minute lap time, that's quite fierce.
Exactly. It's yeah, it's good fun. You get in the toe and you can pick up some positions or something like that, and then all it takes is one little mistake, which tends to happen quite often. And yeah, it seems like people don't mind a bit of rubbing in this series as well, which is yeah.
Well, luckily we are supported by mini spares, and some of the bits like bumpers and arches, they're not too expensive, are they? They're kind of disposable parts on these cars.
Certainly seems to be. I mean, my other gig is racing historic minis, which yeah, you don't want any contact whatsoever in those, whereas these, it's a little bit more spicy, should we say, on the grid. Yeah, front bumpers. This was new beginning of this race. I certainly had a sill on that side at the beginning of the race, and yeah, it's good fun.
It keeps your team manager over there, Lee, busy anyway. So
yeah, couldn't do this without the guys at Mondo Sport. They're incredible at what they do. Keep putting this back together whenever we go out racing, and I come back with new bits falling off.
All right, good to speak to you as always.
Yep, you too, mate.
You're looking cool as a cucumber. You've kind of cooled down after that one.
I'm still pretty warm, but I'm going to probably hide in the van and try and cool down for a bit.
Going to have an ice cream.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a paddling pool.
There is a paddling pool. That's for the children, not me, although I'm threatening to jump into it at any moment.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. Thank you. I might be going in that paddling pool in a bit. So, our second TV presenter, who will be joining us in a bit for the grid walk, Leon Ollie Window.
Hello.
A crowd favourite.
Yeah, not today, I'm not sure about that. Didn't go amazingly, did it? Went, I had a DNF in exactly the same place as yesterday, so which was a shame. But yeah, diff exploded. Yeah, and that's on the second engine now, which is now full of bits of metal probably. So that's called my racing to a halt this weekend, unfortunately. No, I'm not kidding. But it's lovely to be back. The club is in fine form, isn't it? What we got over 70 people racing this weekend.
Yeah, massive grid.
Great barbecue last night. Might have had 2 portions, and but yeah, no, really good. Yeah, it's nice to see the club flying.
And there's a full party as well last night. I heard that was going till 4 o'clock.
Yeah, well, for me, I'm a changed character, so I was in bed at 10 o'clock in a hotel, away from it all, and came out fresh today to race with a clear head and kick some ass, and didn't exactly go to plan.
So obviously we know you're racing minis, but obviously you've got this new cafe in Wales.
We have, yeah.
Motoring cafe.
Do you want to have a look at it? That's the name of it on the top, Baffle House. And so we've got a petrol head cafe in South Wales for motorbikes and cars. MCN, I think, have put us in the top 3 motoring destinations in the UK now, which is we're very proud of. We've got excellent coffee and bikes, clothing, cars for sale, the works, all in sunny Wales.
So if you've got a classic car and you're in South Wales, pop over and see.
Yeah. Free coffee for minis.
You've said it now on camera, so that's it.
Only one.
Are you going to come and join me on the grid walk later on?
I am, yeah. What time do you need me?
It's going to be about 1:30. So all the mini Miglia, so quarter of our club.
Fine. Well, I know most of them, so we can have a bit of a laugh with them and interview them and see what's going on, okay?
Yeah, you can be Martin Brundle.
Oh, good. All right, yeah. Martin Window.
Yeah, that'll do.
That'll do. All right.
All right, I'll leave you alone because you've got your engine in pieces. And we'll see in a bit. Okay. It's Lewis Selby's car there. It's immaculate. I don't know if Lewis is around anywhere. Not at the moment. Ashley Davis, also not around. Everyone's run away now. We come down with a live camera feed, which is about normal. You see me coming with the microphone, they run away. So, have we got Nick Padmore anywhere? So this is Nick Padmore's car. Nick Padmore, lap record holder at Goodwood. Overall lap record. And his dad used to race Mini 7s, Mini Miglias in the 80s with the same colour scheme. It's a stunning looking car, one of the fastest on the grid. It was previously owned by Bill Solis. But, I can't see Nick anywhere around at the moment. He's must be chilling. So if we head on back over the way, should run through what they're doing on the car there. So basically just checks in between races. It's so competitive that any small edge will make a difference. So they'll have the cars up in the air, they'll take the wheels off, adjust the brakes, make sure nothing's rubbing. Resistance is against you at all times, being in a car shaped like a brick. So they'll just be basically checking every small tolerance to make sure it's the best it can be. I know Nick's normally right at the front of the grid, and he's qualified about 7th or 8th. Where is Nick? Is he around? Is he not around at the moment? I'll try and find him on my travels. I'm just wandering around chatting on Facebook, so I will find him. Okay, come follow me over to this side. We've got Julian Proctor's car, Mini 7, and standing in front is one of our front runners, Aaron Smith. Hello, I found you. Said I'd find you.
I've been trying to hide.
You had a good weekend so far?
Oh yeah, really good. Driving the Miglia and the CAD Historic. So yeah, really good driving the both cars. They're so different to drive, and it makes it great fun.
So tell me through the Historic Mini. I mean, to us we know what they are, but to the people at home maybe they're not quite sure on the difference between Historic Mini you might see at Goodwood and a Mini Miglia like you raced here today.
Yeah, the CAD Historic is a full Appendix K FIA race mini. So races in the pre-1966 touring car class, and it's got similar tyres, same width tyres as a Mini 7. Drives very similar to a Mini 7, but it's got the same horsepower as a Mini Miglia, so it makes them very entertaining to drive.
So you're sideways for quite a lot of the lap.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And this is your pink machine right here. It's one of the most outstanding cars on the grid. You see it a mile off.
Yes, definitely. You're not missing it, are you?
You're quite local to Brands Hatch, so it's you know your way around here.
Indeed, yeah. I only live about 15 minutes down the road, so local circuit, and everyone's come to see us, so it's really good.
What are you thinking for the race?
Drive really fast. Really fast. It's going to be hot out there, but there's some tough competition. I mean, the qualifying times, there's nothing in it, so yeah, no, really.
So we had top 11 separated by under a second, so it's quite incredible, really, the level of competition that we've got here at Brands Hatch. Quite a short circuit as well, so it really closes down the lap times.
Yes, definitely. That adds to it as well. So yeah, it means that I don't reckon any cars are going to get away unless there's a bit of a kerfuffle. But no, it'll be a good race, hard race, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. Well, of anyone in the paddock, you're the guy that just turns up and races. You don't seem to need any practice whatsoever.
Wow, I'd wear myself out, wouldn't I, if I practice? So it's just like, go out there, drive as fast as you can go, and see how we get on.
Can you pop the bonnet? Have a quick look under the bonnet while we're here. Show you kind of the heart of one of the fastest minis on the grid. Now these guys are doing. What's your fastest lap around here, Aaron?
I think it was a 54 or something that we did in qualifying.
It's about 54-second lap, which is not
full CAD.
Come around with a mic.
They do a great job of the engines as always, and can't thank them enough. And that's what's been able to power me to 3 championships so far. So there's still a long way to go this year, and it's looking tight at the top. So
the lap times seem to be tumbling. Why? What do you think is making the lap records round after round are going? So what do you think the secret is? Why is everyone going so much faster this year?
Everyone's just putting more and more effort into it, and it's showing, like there's no one turning up and they haven't looked at the car. Like the cars have been meticulously looked after. Everything that can be as fast as it can go is as fast as it can go. So there's a lot of effort going into these cars at the moment.
Really kind of pushing the boundaries of what's possible with an A-Series engine in a steel-bodied car.
Yes, yeah, for sure. So, it makes for a good race.
Obviously, we'll show you around some of the fastest Mini in the world cars a bit later on, but they're fiberglass bodies, space frames. It's a world away from this. This is still running rubber cone suspension.
Yes, yeah. All of that's the same. Still got to run the steel body, obviously. It's got carbon front on it, but it has to retain its Mini features, even down to running the indicator lenses, So,
well, they don't work.
No, they don't work, but I haven't got time to be indicating out there, crikey.
Like a BMW driver, eh?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot going on out there.
Awesome. Well, best of luck.
Yeah.
I know you're kind of up there for the championship, isn't it? It's you and Rupert Deef, so you've got a good chance of staying on top this weekend.
Indeed, yeah. Like it's going to be close. Like I'm starting P6, so I've got some work to do. Rupert's in second, so yeah. But I tell you, there'll be a few when it comes to the end of the year. It'll be far closer than you think. So yeah. Yeah, no, good.
All right. Thanks very much for your time.
Cheers.
Have fun. We'll look out for your bright pink car on the grid. I say it really stands out. And for now, we'll cut to some of the guys looking at the fastest Mini in the world race. So we'll come back in a bit. You can look at me if you like. Okay, we're back. Got a new battery, and we found Nick Padmore in the paddock. So Nick, one of the fastest guys on the grid for sure.
Yeah, trying.
Yeah, haven't done full season this year, but you're back for Brands.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just clashes with the historic racing I'm doing. So yeah, that comes first, and then whenever Dad and I can get this out, we'll use it. So I've missed it. It's so cool. Like I had to go in it on Tuesday because I've not used it for 18 months. So we got it out on Tuesday. The first 4 laps, I was thinking, I wonder if I still like it. I was hooked. It's just brilliant. Love it.
So you've driven some really fast machinery, classic Formula 1 cars, and do you still have the lap record at Goodwood?
Yeah. Yeah.
How does this feel? I mean, does it still feel quick?
They're very fast. Yeah, it's just the braking and the cornering are just phenomenal. Obviously, straight line, you're sitting there, waiting. But I think a lot of people underestimate these cars with the grip and the performance they give. They're, for me, I just love it. I think they're brilliant.
Yeah. It's all about cornering speed and keeping that average speed going. I think you're averaging about 80 miles an hour on this circuit.
It's mad, isn't it? It's brilliant.
For a classic Mini.
Yeah, and then for what 130 brake, and it's but the rubber just sticks you to the floor, which is brilliant.
How many tyres do you go through in a weekend?
We just use 15 sets. No, we just use one set on the pair on the front, and that's it. But they last for quite a decent amount of time, really, which is good. Okay. Different to other cars.
Yeah, but you're still enjoying this. You got the choice to race all sorts of historic machinery, and you keep coming back to the Minis.
Yeah, I do. It's something that Dad and I do, and with my mates and my wife comes, and it's just a good weekend, And I really enjoy the racing. It really is close, and sometimes a little bit too close. But I really enjoy it, and like the last night, the party was fantastic, and it's just good to see everyone again. It's for me, it's the best club in the UK. It's incredible what they do.
Yeah.
The grid walk and then the photo shoot last night. There's a lot of effort.
Well, I'll come and find you for that later on as well.
Yeah,
we're going
sure.
to walk along with Leon Ollie Window. If you've ever witnessed his interviewing technique, it's going to be interesting.
Yes.
So we will come and find you again later on. But
cool.
I hope it goes well. And
Thanks.
all your
Fingers
prep.
crossed.
And thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
That's right. No worries.
All right. Cheers, Nick.
Thank you.
Right. So if we've got a bit more time, we'll head on rounds. Try and speak to as many people as possible. We've got a chap who never speaks on camera, but determined to pin him down. This is Mark Sims. Hello. Is that a frown? It's like so you've got one of the most immaculate Mini Miglias on the grid, this bright green machine.
Thank you.
And how long have you been racing?
Oh, too long is the answer to that. Quite a long time. Yes, probably 25 years.
All with the Mini 7 Racing Club?
Always. It's addictive, isn't it? As you can see from the amount of cars here this weekend. Yeah, been good.
Obviously, you've stayed with the Miglias now for a few years. It's you're here to stay. I mean, would you try one of the other formulas?
No. I love the Migs. They're great cars, aren't they? And they are just on the up at the moment. They're getting better and better and better. So, yeah, this car was new last year, and it's getting there now. It's getting to where it should be. So it's good. No, fantastic.
What do you love so much about driving this?
They're just mad to drive. They're very fast. They're very grippy. They're just such beautiful cars, aren't they?
Yeah, awesome. All right, well, I hope you have fun.
Thank
and
you.
your car immaculately turned out
Thank you.
as always by Darren Thomas, who is racing the matching car to your right. And Jordan, your son, racing now, just on the left there in the 7.
Yes, no, he's doing that. So we're 3 of us out here now in identical cars, which look lovely. All well turned out. All credit to Darren, as he's done it for years, as you know. But yeah, no, it's just great. It's a really good weekend. Fantastic. Mad the amount of people that are here.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
And you've got the grid walk as well in an hour or so. So we will come and find you for that as well.
Thank you.
Nice to speak to you. I don't normally get you on camera.
No, I normally stay out of the way.
Yeah, you run away.
Low
Yeah.
profile.
You normally put your crash helmet on
Yes,
and run away.
Yes,
so.
I do. Lovely.
All right.
See you soon. Thank you.
Cheers, Mark.
Bye.
There you go. So, head on down. We've got Graham Penn, who's just behind us here with his Mini 7, is sponsored by Totally Tina, who's apparently one of the best Tina Turner tribute acts in the UK. So it's a bit eclectic for you, but Graham does a lot of the electrical work and the lighting and sound and everything for that. So one of his sponsors is Totally Tina, which is it's cool. He's invited me to go and watch her live in concert. So it's something a bit different for you. We've got Andrew Jordan and Mike Jordan, who we just spoke to, who won the Mini 7 race. They're not around at the moment, but you can see the level of prep on these cars. They're quite incredible, really. There's someone we can speak to live on Facebook. Have you got a chance to speak, or are you a bit? Yeah, cool. Yeah, how's it going?
Good, yeah.
Yeah, not bad. Quite hot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, should be good.
Where did you qualify?
5th.
Okay, unusually far down for you.
Yeah, unusually slow.
I wasn't going to say that. I think top 11 were separated by seconds.
Yeah, I think some of it was a toe and some we weren't quite there on. Testing was really good, the car was really good, but not quite there yesterday. So, yeah, made some changes and it'll be a busy race, it'll be full on. So, yeah, elbows out and we'll get stuck in with it.
I've seen your guys behind working at Donington until 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. I think this is the secret to success, really, isn't it?
Yeah, setup's a big thing, and I always like trying stuff and trying to make it quicker or make it nicer to drive, which we did on Friday testing. So we'll see what it's like, but it'll be a full-on race. I think you look at the top 8 and you go, that's going to be a busy race. So and I haven't got a championship to think of or anything, so I'll be trying to win it from there.
The pressure's off, really.
Yeah, it's literally just from there we'll try and win the race, and if that means taking a few risks and a few risky moves, then we'll do it and just have some fun with it.
Do you prefer racing when there's a packed grid or fewer cars on the grid?
No, I like it like this, where you look and you go, well, any one of the top 8 could actually win that race. So that makes it quite cool, because you have to think about attacking in front and obviously defending from behind. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So your car's going to be turned into a Scalextric car later in the year, which is pretty cool. Can you give us a quick look around?
Yes, Scalextric are doing it for their range. It should be out towards the end of this year, so I've worked with Scalextric for a few years, which is great. So I've seen sample models of the very first one, and it looks really cool. So it'll be in last year's livery, but it's pretty much identical to this one. So yeah, no, it's always we've got a few of our historic cars in the Scalextric range, so it's always cool to see a car that you drive as a Scalextric car available to buy.
Have you got a big track at home, or is it just for the kids?
I've got a couple, yeah. Scalextric have sent me a couple, so when this one comes out, we'll get it fired up in the living room and have some fun with it.
Can we have a quick look inside the car?
Yeah, you help yourself.
If you want to, shoot on. Oh, sorry, yeah. So the Miglia guys are now getting ready to put their race suits on and go over for the grid walk, which would be. Yeah, we're coming in, and you can just see the level of prep that some of these front-running cars go to. I mean, it's obviously Andy there is former touring car champion. Builds a lot of historic cars to a similar spec, and they are absolutely immaculate. It's, by anyone's standards, that is an incredible interior. You see he's got this safety net across here. It's just an added piece. Not all the cars run this, but it just contains your arms in case you have a bit of a roll. And obviously full cage. You've got the centre spline that goes down the middle of the car and then joins where the front subframe is at the front. All connects into the pedal box, so it's a strong little car. You think some of the tracks are averaging 90 miles an hour, say Thruxton, so safety really is key. But yeah, it's all part of the prep. There we go. So, thank you. Moving on. So, I think that's all we've got time for on that battery pack. So join us for the grid walk a bit later on. Hello, we're back again, and I found Simon Jackson from Mini Spurs, who's very, thankfully sponsoring our feed for today, and also the club for the season.
Se7en Club, yeah.
So you've been down to the Mini Festival before?
Yeah, been several times. Obviously, great today. The weather's been kind as well, so no rain forecast. So looking forward to the Migs going out in the next hour or so.
You're going to come and join me on the grid walk?
I'll come and join you on the grid, yeah. Come and have a look round.
So obviously, Mini Spurs, one of the biggest suppliers around of mini parts. What's your thoughts on the Mini Festival? It seems to be booming.
Yeah, the turnout seems brilliant for a post-COVID show. Seems really buoyant. I haven't been up to the main grandstand area, but the paddock and the grids are massive. So yeah, looking good.
Are you sending mini parts all around the world, or is it just the UK?
No, it's all the way around the world. I think we dispatched 140 countries. I think there's a maximum over a given year. So yeah, all the way around the world.
I remember seeing an interview many years ago with Keith Dodds, the founder of Mini Spares, saying, "I don't know where all these parts are going. There must be a hole in the ground somewhere."
That was quite an old interview. I think that was it goes back to Mini Spares London back in the 90s. But yeah, I agree. There's the market is so buoyant still, and classic minis do seem to get everywhere around the world now.
Is there one particular part that you find, because you sell most bits for the car, is there one that really surprised you how many you sell?
Not really. I mean, I think our number one seller, amazingly, for every year for the last 20 years has been boot seal clips, believe it or not. But yeah, 50,000 or something a year, ridiculous.
I suppose if you design a car with lots of flaws built into it, so the boot leaks, then it's a good thing for spares.
I didn't design it, so I can't hold my hand up for that one.
Okay, cheers, Simon. It's nice to speak to you. And any mini parts, literally from screws to
nuts, bolts, clips, body shells, you name it. We try and keep it.
Mini Spares. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
So we're back now with the fastest Mini in the world drivers, and we've got Francesca here in a steel-bodied standard type Mini with a nice little A series with a 45 Weber on there, Francesca. 45 Weber on your car?
Yes.
Yeah. So what size is the engine on this one?
1380.
1380, okay. And who's built this engine for you?
Nick Swift.
Okay, so we've got a Swifty engine in here. So as you can see, you're going really well out there today. Seems to be having a little dice with the space frame cars.
Yeah, well, I was actually coming up to lap that car, but yeah, kind of got in my way a bit. Yeah, no, it's good.
And that was the space frame car driven by Mary as well, yeah?
Yes. She was very quick last year, but she didn't seem to be quite on the pace this year.
Right, okay, but you've been doing another lot of other racing with Dad as well in the car. You've had some good results, are you?
Yeah, no, finished the race. It was a miracle to finish at Castle King because it was so hot.
Yeah.
So yeah, started with 42 cars and about 25 finished, so good result to finish.
Yeah, yeah, especially in the heat. So how are you planning for the second race?
Just get out there and see what I can do, really. Yeah, keep wary of the first corner because I know last year there was a few incidents at the first corner, so yeah, no. See what I can do, see if I can get ahead of that car there because I was doing quicker lap time than him, but let's see.
Well, you've got to go out there and beat the men, haven't you? You've got to beat the men. Well, good luck and hope you enjoy the next race.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a look around the paddock at some of the other cars and meet some of the other drivers, and we'll carry on there.
Just a couple of weeks ago, but yeah, both Paddock and the car he drove in the 1964 Monte Carlo Rally 33 EJB with his co-driver at that time, and will be absolutely cemented into Mini history. Again, he's very sad that he lost Pat Hopkirk just a couple of weeks ago, so it'll be a minute score at around about 1:25. We haven't had official confirmation of how that's going to work, but usually it's by the sounding of the main buzzer at the start of the
Hi guys, right, we're back again now. So we're with race winner Harvey Deeth in his beautiful car behind us, which runs a Radical V8 derived engine. So we'll have a quick word with Harvey. How was that, mate?
Yeah, it's good fun. I managed to pull away a little bit and just sort of held station, looking out to see if Bill was going to get close, and Jim and Richard next door, but no, they didn't. So we just managed to sort of drive our own race, really. So, and hopefully save a bit of tyres for the race a bit later this afternoon.
You did make it look easy though, pal. You really did. It looked great and sounded great out there. And Clive, your race, how was that?
Rather close at the start. Not a lot of error for margin, but I think we all behaved well and respected each other. Although it was pushing limits at times in regard to how close we got. But yeah, it sort of settled down. I managed to sort of get in front of them. Then I started to pull away a little bit and give myself a little bit of space. And then I ended up having a bit of a tussle with Billingham, which was good fun. Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. Close racing in a minute. It doesn't get better, does it?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
So we know about your car, Harvey. Well, the other car's yours as well. That you've all shared with Clive in the past. So what's the spec on your car, Clive?
It's a Swift Tune 1460. Is it 9 port, is it?
7 port.
7 port.
7 port. Okay.
I told you he's the boss, he's the engineer.
So we still have steel-bodied, obviously, standard type Mini, really, with just a few nice little tricky bits in there.
Yeah, but rather tight for me inside there. Not a lot of space for me again.
Welcome to my world, son. Nigel's the organiser of fastest Mini in the world, so come over, Nigel, have a word. So thank you for putting on another fantastic meeting, mate. Well done. You're welcome. Yes, well, lovely turnout. So how did your race go, mate? On four wheels, I see this time.
Yeah, exactly. So it was good this year, and looking forward to the second race, basically. It was interesting out there, trying to overtake and then being overtaken several times by the faster cars, so you got to have eyes in the back of your head, literally.
Well, it's good to watch though. It's lovely out there when we're watching it from a spectator's point of view. Everybody's having their own little race in their own little class, and then the quicker ones in the class below are attacking the cars above, which is the way you want it, really, isn't it?
It's great you say that, Pete, because it's all about a race that's inclusive to all kind of entrants, whatever mini they've got. We've got a class for every kind of item. Oops. And so it's just making sure we put on a good show for the kind of the people that come and visit. So yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, and we're talking to visitors. We've got visitors from all around the world coming to us at this special meeting, haven't we? Yeah. So, would you like to elaborate on that a bit more?
Yes, we've got Joe Anastasia come over from Malta. We've got Roald Rakers come over from Holland. So, yeah, some really, really kind of enthusiasts. But literally so good for the mini sport. So, brilliant. Really good.
Yeah, again, it all comes down to that little car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that little car's a special little car to me anyway, because I remember racing against that. And... we had loads of fun, didn't we, mate?
We did. Good fun memory park.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
A few years ago.
It certainly was, but you know what? Those memories will stay with us forever.
Yeah.
When we're sat in our care home, son, we'll be chatting about them races.
The good old days.
Yeah. Apparently these are the good old days for the new ones. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to move along and have a word with a few of the others. Yeah. Nigel, thank you again. Yeah. And Harvey for putting on such a fantastic event, and it's nice to see so many competitors out there. We can get some more foreign drivers in, that'll be even better, wouldn't it?
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely superb.
Thanks for your time, Pete.
You're welcome.
Thanks to all the sponsors.
Yeah, we forget that, don't we?
To Mini Spares and to Castrol Oils, who specifically sponsor the race and keep the entries at a sensible level, and Mini Spares for producing all the live streaming today. Without their support, it'd be really hard work.
And I think that's another thing with the sponsors that you've got on board. They've kept the cost down, haven't they?
Yeah, the costs are £250 for the weekend for qualifying and 2 race entries. It's very, very competitive and good value. And as I say, thanks to the sponsors.
Yeah, well, thank you, for the sponsors. And we're going to carry on and walk around and see a few more.
Thank you.
See you later, guys. Well done. So we're going to Enville Motorsport and have a word with the lads there. So the yellow car came in third on this last race. That's Richie Billingham, but apparently he's had a few problems with the car. Hopefully he's sorted that. We'll go and have a look and have a chat with him now. Rich, can we have a few words with you, mate? Right then, how are you, mate?
I'm alright, I think I've recovered.
So what was the problem with the car, pal?
Okay, so we've lost the alternator belt, which just loses a bit of power. So we couldn't have full boost then towards the end. But it's all back together now, fixed, so we'll go again then.
So we're going to go for a win this time, son?
Well, fingers crossed.
Well, before the want to try, I should think. So, can you just give us a little bit more information about your car, mate? The history and what motor you run, etc., where it's all come from?
Okay, so this car is obviously originally part of what was CAD. We've copied it. I put Astra VXR engine in now, turbo, from the red top engine. 300 horsepower. All works well. So yeah, it's all home built. It's all my own doing. Everything I do there is me. Yeah.
Well, it's a testament to you. So you've built this one, that one, and the red one at the end, I believe.
Yeah, all 3 cars.
So you build the chassis, you build the engines, you do the paintwork.
Paint the bodies, yeah.
Have you got time for a job, mate?
Yeah, do plumbing and heating in between that, yeah.
So for a plumber, you're not a bad race car builder then?
Not bad, is it?
Well, good luck in the next one. Have we got any more drivers? Have we got Jay? Jay, can we have a quick word? Where's Moz? Is Moz around? Moz, can we have a quick word for it, please, mate, old son? Right, so we've got Richard Morris now, who drives the normally aspirated Red Space Train Mini. So let's have a few words with you, mate. Can you give us some spec on your car, please?
Yeah, built by Richard Billingham, Enville Motorsport in about 2006, 2007. I think I first raced it 2013 with BARC Northwest Championship. So, like you say, it's 2 litre 16 valve throttle bodies. It's about 225, 230 horsepower.
Usable car there, and well balanced.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you're having fun out there?
Oh yeah, absolutely, lots of fun.
Wonderful. Well, all ready for the second race?
Hope so. Just got to put the front on, get myself ready, and see what we can do.
Great. Well, look forward to seeing you out there.
Thanks,
You have some fun, nice to see you. And you see all the Enville family here, loads of support, great to see. So we're going to have a walk round now, we're going to have a word with Jim Lyons, see what his problem was in that race. Right then, we're back with another fastest man in the world contender, and it's Jim Lyons. How are you, Jim?
I'm very good, mate. Very good.
Lovely to see you out there. This is another home-built special. Yeah. Would you like to give us some spec on your car, please, sir?
Yeah, so it's still a steel shell Mini. It's my first ever road car, so there's a lot of hours and a lot of swear words thrown at it over the years. Yeah, it's basically a steel shell car, mini block crank and gearbox, standard mini gearbox, with 16-valve BMW bike head, and it's turbocharged as well.
Right. Okay. So what sort of power do we run out of this, Jim?
It's running about 250 at the minute on like a medium-ish boost, but it can go a bit, close to 300. But I'm trying to finish this year, Pete.
Oh, well, to finish first, you've got to first finish, as we all know. But not only has it got a stonking great motor in the front, it looks like it runs quite a lot of aero. So how's that been developed over the years?
It was basically no aero at all. And then I just got some MDF out and just hacked some bits around, and I sent it to Ian Curley, and he made it for me out of carbon. So it's going to be a bit like a first guess. It seems to work really well. So
good.
There's more to come from it. I've had the car 3D scanned. I'm going to try and do some proper modelling on it, but at the minute it seems to be working all right.
Good. Well, it looks good especially quick in a straight line, quick around the corners, which is what you want. It's lovely, into second place off the line in the first race. Yeah. And I can see you got air jacks. So you got touring car air jacks all around the car, then.
So I can't get a jack under it. It's just too low to put no jack under it. That's the problem. So we have managed to get a jack under it now because it's on the air jacks. But usually, you got 40mm ground clearance. You can't get a jack under it. But it looks cool, doesn't it?
Oh, it looks mega. Low and squat, mate. You can't beat it, can you? So what's the expectations for the next race?
I'm going to try and get the podium. I think it's going to be hard, but I'll have a go. It's going to be back together now. So I've got a new mechanic this year, Spencer. He's
Hi, Spence.
Yeah, I met him in church, but he's a really nice guy, to be fair. And I haven't finished the race in years, and now he's come along and finishing. So look, he's mint, isn't he?
He just seems to be the gift that keeps on giving.
He is. He does give. He does. If it's not on his spanner hands, it's on his comedian abilities.
Well, again, it's part of the NDF Owens crew. You can see all the livery over there. Again, big family affair and support, and it's involved.
It is all about the family and the friends, and that's why we love you, Pete.
Yeah, it's just the best place to be, isn't it, mate? But good luck in the next one.
Thank you very much.
We'll all be cheering you on, as per usual. Lovely to see you out there, and not seeing another yellow car at the front.
Love you, mate.
You can't beat a yellow Mini, can you? Right then. We'll have a walk around a little bit further. We'll go and have a word, if we can, with Matt Skidmore, who's running the only bike engine car out here today. So, We'll go and find him, shall we?
Hello, you joined us on the grid, and this is something we did at Castle Combe. We're back, see Brands Hatch now, and we're doing the same thing. So the public, here they come, are welcome onto the grid for the mini Miglia race. The Castle Combe, we did it for the mini sevens, so we've swapped round, and now it's a chance for the public to come and mix in with the drivers and the teams and grab a free poster. So, well, hopefully, we'll go along and just have a chat to people, see if they're enjoying their day, which I'm sure they are here in the sunshine at Brands Hatch. It's a really nice place to be. For spectators especially, you can see most of the circuit here, so it is a really good one to come and watch. If you've not joined us mini racing before, then Brands Hatch is probably a good one to start out with. Here's somebody I know straight away. So got Paul Jeffries. Hello, Paul.
Hello. So
you come down your mini today?
I have, yep.
You got quite a highly modified mini I've seen before on Facebook.
Yes, 1380 straight cut gearbox, well over 100 brake horsepower. So.
Nice.
Good enough for the road.
Yeah, I bet it's similar power to a race car.
Ish.
It sounds like a race car.
Yeah.
You're enjoying coming down onto the grid. You're going to come and meet some of the drivers.
Yeah. I had a chat with Rip at Death earlier on in the paddock, and got an NDAF as well.
Awesome. Okay.
So.
Good to see you, Paul.
And you. Cheers.
So I've been joined in good time by Leon Ollie Window.
Hello.
Our famous Welsh racing driver.
Look at this, Stephen. We don't see this very often.
This is cool. Do you want the mic?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, should we go and have a chat with some people? Okay, hi everyone. So, so we've got a mini Miglia grid walk.
Let's go. You missed out on Castle Combe. What were you doing? You were riding Dakar or something like that?
I was riding a motorbike in Morocco.
Morocco. Okay.
Yeah, and crashed that too.
Let's head on over and speak to NFO.
Should we have a look? Okay, and I think it's his birthday. Endaf. Can we have a word?
What the hell is that?
This is Ollie Windows, Mike.
Oh, not one of them.
So it's Endaf's birthday today. He's 21 again. How are you feeling?
Soon, yeah, good.
Good. Okay. So what's going to happen in this race?
In my little world, I'm going to win, but
good.
Realistically, I'm not.
Okay.
No, just enjoy it, see what it goes like.
There's some quality drivers on the grid, isn't there?
Yeah.
And
good.
you.
Mega. No,
yeah.
No. Yeah.
No, good.
No,
all right.
Should be good.
I think so. Yeah. What about the temperatures?
Yeah, that's a killer.
Yeah.
There's a lot of heated cars.
27 degrees now.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
No, it's going to be good.
All right. Well, we wish you well. Say hello to everyone in Mini 7 Club.
Hello,
and
everyone.
we'll be cheering you on.
We've had a little bit of a wager going. It's your birthday today.
Yeah.
How old are you?
What do you reckon?
I said 42.
Take that.
I'll take that.
that.
Yeah.
Take that.
47. 45.
40. Oh, it wasn't far off.
No, not far off. No.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Good. Cheers,
Let's have a win for your birthday. Good. Right, and we've got Aaron.
Go and see Aaron Smith.
Aaron Smith. Aaron's down here under the umbrella, keeping cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah. got
All right, Aaron.
And Adrian.
Can we have a little chat?
Well, of course we can.
All right.
What, with me or him?
No, with Aaron. So, how's it going?
Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
It's pretty warm, I'm going to say, but
It's
but yeah.
pretty warm. What's
Like,
your car doing back there?
That's a question I
That
ask
is a good-
myself. And I'm looking up there being like, I am far away from the front. So,
You're not a bit tired after the historic racing?
Ah, nah.
You're
nah.
all right, you love it.
They're really nice to drive. They're super smooth.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, really easy to drive. Much easier than one of these.
Yeah, I know.
This is trying to wrestle you all the time.
What do you think about the heat then? Is this quite warm for the mini Miglias as well for you? 27, 28?
The thing is, it's the same for everyone. So you've just got to drive it to the conditions.
Yeah,
So
okay.
Look
Don't
after
go-
the
don't go
car.
being an idiot.
No, look after it, and hopefully it will look after you at the end of the race. So.
Okay, good. How are you doing in the championship at the moment, Aaron?
Oh yeah, it's very close. It's very close.
Where are you at the moment?
Currently second.
Okay.
Rupert's just ahead.
Okay.
So it's very tight.
Your arch
so-
nemesis.
Well, rival. We're good rival.
Good rivals.
But yeah, I need to.
Yeah. All right.
I need to up my game there.
All right, fine. Okay, well, we're gonna go and have a chat with some of the others.
Yeah.
Have a good race.
See you later.
Hello, Bill.
We've got Bill Solis, there you go.
All right, so we've got Bill Solis. A little bit of mini history.
Aye.
What do you think about that?
Oh, I love this
And
place.
you're not finished yet?
No, I'm not finished yet. No.
No. So, Miglias.
Yeah.
Can we see you out in one again soon?
Well, I'm not saying soon, but you will see me again.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
never
that'd
said
be
it.
nice.
I never said it was over.
How long have you been with the club, Bill?
So I first raced with the Mini 7 Club. I joined in '84 and raced towards the end of '84. My first race.
Wow.
Mega.
So to get an idea for how long ago that is, I was 2. Okay? And I'm 39 now. So there we are. So, so there we are. But Bill is one of the nicest people in the club. So, nice to see you here, Bill.
Well, thank you.
you very much. And turns out a very nice car. So, what are you running then? What have you got this weekend? What are you looking after?
I've got Colin Precock's Mini Miglia, which is 11th on the grid. Colin's going really well.
Good.
That's a beautiful car.
It is a beautiful
so I'm
car.
enjoying that, yeah. Obviously, we're trying to get further up the grid, but the the number of cars on the grid is quite remarkable.
The club's in fine fettle.
It certainly is. The standard of car and driver.
Yeah.
As I say, the front 11 cars are fantastic. That
Well,
combination.
like you said, I think in chats before, the club is in a golden era again.
I think that's absolutely true. Yeah. And we've been through lots of golden eras, but it's great to sort of herald a new one.
Yeah.
There's some real superstar drivers that
There are.
have proven themselves on the world level.
Yeah, massively.
And they're finding Mini Miglia really exciting to take part in. It's
Isn't
a
that
brilliant.
something, that's a nice
spectacle
thing to be said, isn't it?
That's amazing. Yeah. I mean, there's
It just goes to show how close the racing is and what quality it is.
Yeah, and it is real close combat, but the front few are able to race incredibly hard, but keeping that millimetre between them, which is...
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Which the fans love.
Yeah, and I think everyone loves it. You just look at it, and it draws you in, hence my sort of feeling that I've got to have another bit of this.
All right, well, look, thank you very much for chatting to us.
You're welcome.
See you soon.
Good luck.
Right, and Stephen, what would you like to do next? Let's go. Hello, can we have a chat?
No.
This is Mr. Hollywood, aka Kane Aston. It's Kane, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, yourself.
Good, yeah, very well. So you're up towards the sharp end?
Yeah.
Good. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it's probably, I've raced these now since 2010,
Wow.
so this is the best.
7 champion, Miglia champion?
Yeah, but this is the best grid I've ever seen.
Yeah.
without a doubt.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree, yeah. The club is, we were just saying, the club's in fine form, and the quality of driving, the quality of the cars.
Yeah.
Everything is up there, isn't it?
Yeah, big step up, and it's it's a great grid. I think it's going to be a great race, and it'll be great for the crowd. This is very good as well. I mean, it's mad to see how many people are on
exactly.
here.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the crowds here is the biggest crowds I've seen for a mini festival for ages.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, good. All right, well, look, we wish you the best.
Thank you very
Go
much,
well,
Ollie.
okay?
Yeah, cheers.
All right, good. Right then.
You're a natural at this, Ollie.
We're having a go,
I
aren't
left
we?
you the mic. I'll go and find people.
All
as
right,
we walk.
thank you.
Does that work?
Well, I like to talk, Stephen.
That works for you, doesn't it?
Yeah. It works for
Right,
me.
so we're going to see your teammates now. So
Should we-
we've got
I think so, yeah.
Ashley Davis and Lewis Selby down there under the umbrella.
At the other end of the grid. So should we go and grab them? Ashley, Lewis, can we have a chat, please? Come on, you knew it was coming. All right, so these are my fellow teammates at Team SMG, and we're not at the sharpest end of the grid, but we're up there a little bit, Selby, aren't we, today?
Yeah, a bit closer than we have been.
Yeah, good.
Just hoping that it works okay and we get a good race and complete the race, to be honest.
Good, okay.
Happy with that.
And tell us about your livery. So you've got this very striking napper, which people might see in the BTCC and the touring car races.
Yeah, so I work for the company involved in Napa.
Okay.
And yeah, we've obviously sponsored the touring cars. We've got a Porsche Carrera Cup as well.
Oh, yep.
And I thought I might as well join the foray and wrap it up the same.
With the coolest car.
Yeah,
the coolest Napa car.
I'm pretty pleased with it. It looks pretty good. It's quite
Good.
striking. Definitely stands
Yeah.
out. I think it's doing the trick, really.
Good. All right, lovely. Ashley, tell me all about it.
I don't think I got enough time all, to be honest.
No, I know. Okay, so me and Ashley, we both suffered a little bit with mechanicals this weekend, but all right, I think we're coming to the end of it. But yeah, your car's back together.
Yeah, we're hoping for a good result now. We've got a bit of work to do in the race, but yeah, we'll get it
Ready
there.
to go. All right, I think that round of applause is for you for getting it on the grid.
Yeah.
Right, keep a cool head and go and race. Well done, Ashley.
Ben as well.
All right. Oh, there you are, Ben. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
How are you feeling?
Feeling good. We've done a little bit of work on the car from last night from qualifying, so hopefully it pays off. It's good to be up the sharp and it's so close.
Handling all right?
Yeah, the handling's all good. Yeah. I think of obviously a good old Swift engine, so
yeah, of course.
Pulling us through. So hopefully we can carry it on for today and get up the grid.
Good. All right, and well, look, I know you're going to have to get your kit on and everything soon, so I wish you all the best. Have a good race.
Lovely,
I think you're going to put on a good show.
Yes, thank you.
All right, cheers, guys. Okay.
And we've got Kieran McDonald here as
Kieran.
well. Just wandered into shop.
Retired Miglia racer. How are you, Kieran?
Very retired.
So, Kieran's got a car for sale at the moment. Might as well get that plug in at the moment. If someone wants to join the grid, if someone wants to join this exciting
Well
grid.
sorted Mini Miglia.
And so you've come as a spectator today.
I have.
Good.
It's quite chilled.
Yeah.
Need an ice cream.
What do you think of all this?
It's spectacular. Look how many people there are.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Love it.
It's the biggest grids and biggest crowds we've had in years, isn't it?
Gutted not to be with them.
It's a sign of the racing, isn't it, at the moment, and the quality of the cars.
I mean, look at the kind of drivers that are out.
Yeah,
Absolutely mental.
I know. 3-4 pros. Yeah, exactly. Good. Right then, I think everyone's going to be getting ready, aren't they?
No, that's a round of applause just there. Sorry, Kieran. Just
Oh,
walk
sorry.
in front of you there. The round of applause was for Paddy Hopkirk. who,
Oh.
unfortunately.
Rest in peace to the mini legend.
Yes, a bit of a legend and world famous rally driver. from
Okay,
the
I didn't
60s.
realise that.
And,
Okay.
that was a bit of a respect. And one driver this weekend is going to get a trophy in memory of Paddy Hopkirk.
Oh wow, okay.
So one of the organisers is going to pick out.
Who chooses that?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Marshals, maybe?
I'm not sure.
Okay, maybe.
I'm not sure on that one.
Sometimes the marshals do it.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Good.
So one of the cars from all of the weekends.
Hello. All right, Nick.
My wife's ringing me saying you were on telly. I moved up for a real
Okay.
famous person.
Well, we got Mr. Nick Swift here. Another piece of mini history has just
we're on
walked
the
onto the
telly.
grid, and so he's going to say hello to his wife. Hello, darling.
Now, so I'll speak to you later.
Nick, the Mini 7 Club is flying.
Oh, it's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just fantastic to see all these cars here.
Yeah,
It's
massively.
incredible. You
Yeah.
know? What is it, 75?
I think 77 cars,
77?
I think, were entered, and and to have big grids like this, big crowds.
Yeah,
and
it's awesome.
Yeah, the club's looking good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And what do you think that's down to?
I think just excellent racing, isn't it? I think
It's
it has
gotta
to
be.
be. You know, the
Door handle
racing,
to door handle.
it just can't get any closer, can it? And everybody comes to watch a fantastic race, and you're guaranteed that with the whole grids. You know, the
Yeah, I know.
S-Class, the Migs, the Sevens. You know, so
Yeah.
it's excellent. As
Good.
long as there's Swift Tune ones at the front, obviously. You know.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you're doing all right.
Yeah,
good.
we're doing all right.
Ah, good. All right. Well, look, thank you very much.
All right,
And,
well done,
when,
mate.
when will we see you on track next, Nick?
Maybe one day.
When in one of these?
I'd
be nice, wouldn't
I'd
it?
like to one day.
Yeah.
you
Okay.
know,
Good.
so- but we'll
All
carry
right.
on.
Well, I hope I'm on the track with you. All right. See you soon.
See you, mate.
Cool, there we go. Nice work, Ollie.
Okay.
So we're going to speak to Scott Kendall just here in the
Ah,
blue
yeah.
and pink car.
I've got you, yeah.
Just there.
Hello, Scott. Oh, he wants 2 interviews. Okay. Hello, Scott. How are you, Scott?
Yeah, warm.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm very
It is
warm.
warm, isn't it?
Yes.
What do you think of all this then?
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
For
Good. For the families.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
For all our mini fans.
Yep.
And for a small club, it's a big grid.
It is a big grid. So tell me, how did qualification go for you? How's the car going?
Well, surprisingly well, really.
Yeah.
Okay, it's only 10th, but it's
Yeah.
not a bad place to be. If you look around who's around me, it's
You've got
all
some
right.
quality drivers back
Yes.
and forth. You're a quality driver though, so come
well,
on.
yeah, on the day, maybe.
Yeah. I know what you can do.
Yeah.
I've raced against you myself
Yeah.
for a number of years, so yeah, all good. Good. So what's happened to that front panel, Scott? Do you want to talk us through that?
Well,
is that the latest design?
Yeah. So this is the destruction from last time we raced.
Oh, you're joking?
No, from the year ago.
Oh, right,
when
okay.
I had my first corner incident.
Right,
into
okay.
paddock.
And you've been that busy?
Yes, with everybody
with everyone else's
Yeah,
cars.
that's it. So
If you don't know, Scott runs a team, and they run cars, championship winning cars, and so you've got Joe Polly, you've got Conor O'Brien, you've got Harrington, and you've got Mr. Jeff Smith. So
yeah, they keep me busy.
Scott knows how to run a car and run a team, don't you, Scott?
Yeah, they seem to be doing all right.
They seem to do.
Jeff's up there on pole.
The results say they speak for themselves, don't they? Yeah. Good. Well, look, we'll let you get your race head together, and have a good race. Okay.
Thanks, mate.
Okay,
Right,
so
yeah,
we're going
Colin.
to see Colin Peacock, who's one of the
Yeah.
lead figures.
That would be nice. Here we are. Hello, Colin. Can we have a chat? Good. So, Colin, we've been having a chat with everyone else, but look at this.
Amazing.
Is the Mini 7 Club doing well or what?
It's doing very well, yeah. We've had over 70 cars this weekend.
That's right.
I think it's a record ever.
Yeah.
Took us ages to do a photograph down there to get everyone in.
Oh, yeah. We did a club photograph yesterday, which obviously will go up on the Mini 7 page soon. So it was one of each car class. And then all the teams, families, and all the drivers.
Yeah.
That was quite something, wasn't it?
It's really funny. And we had a streaker. Not sure who that was, but we had a streaker.
Obviously, it was from Endas team.
Yeah, Honda.
Had to be.
But no, I mean, we had
made in Wales.
our first S-Class race this weekend. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Sevens are great. Fantastic. We've got another race coming up. We've got this race coming up, which hopefully I'll win.
Yeah. Good.
I mean, what's getting in the way, you know?
Yeah.
Just drive through there neatly.
We were just talking about the quality of the cars at the moment, and the actual, the development and the quality of the driving is up there, isn't it, in the Miglias at the moment?
Yeah, I think the actual gap between the front and the back is so small now, and that's what makes it really difficult for everyone to sort of go forward.
But for racing fans and for drivers in other classes, we all get to watch the MIGs, and it's amazing.
Yeah, well,
it's got you on the edge of your seat kind of racing, isn't it?
And this will, we've got someone at the front here who drives the car quite, wildly, which will be quite interesting to see where those tyres are.
And we've got others like Padmore who will be Mr. Smooth.
Yep.
And
all different styles.
Yeah, exactly. So let's look forward to it.
Yeah, we'll look forward to it. Yeah, and hopefully everything goes all right. No first quarter pile-ups.
No, we don't want that.
We don't want that.
No.
So yeah.
All right. Well, look, go well.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you getting up the sharp end.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I'll be
Colin.
there.
So I'm Sean.
Okay.
Sean,
Hello.
Miglia driver.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So, how's your car running then for this weekend? You going all right?
Yeah, it's okay. I'd like to be a bit further up there.
That would be nice. Same for me.
But it's a very tight grid, isn't it?
It is a tight grid, yeah, but with quality drivers.
Yeah, a lot of talent.
A lot of talent, yeah. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, I've new to MIGs last year, and I had a break for 12 years.
This is your car here, isn't it?
Yeah, 89.
Yeah, so you'll notice his car is one of the coolest looking cars with the bare carbon fibre front end.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Bit of special, isn't it?
It's very.
You don't want to bash that.
It's a lovely car.
It
Well,
is a
everybody's
lovely car.
counting on me not wanting to bash it.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's good. I don't want to bash it.
Good.
But,
Well, you're getting up towards your sharp end, so I wish you well, and go and kick some asses.
Thank you.
This race. See you later.
Thank you.
Okay, that's quite a good timing actually, because I've got Phil Bullen Brown here on the bonnet of his car, signing
Yes,
these 3 posters.
I know, and so Phil, probably coming up for like driver of the year or most improved, massively. As a newcomer to the grid.
Been out previously. And
absolutely.
Ball wins maybe.
Yes, that's
now
right.
he's got his
And he
own
showed
one
promise straight away, didn't he?
here. And he's become a real celebrity here with his poster.
Well, he
signing.
always has been famous. Phil, can we have a chat?
That's it. Should we come back when he's not signing posters?
Yeah, Phil.
He seems to be like.
That's all right, Phil. Come on, I reckon we squeeze in there with him. Come on, we'll go around and have a little chat. Come on. Phil, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
Very well.
So,
Thank
Phil,
you
we
very
were just saying you're, a relative newcomer.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to
Are
play
you a
the
novice
rookie
still
card.
in this with these or not? Or
Technically it is.
Technically, because your first season.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to play the rookie card as long as I can.
Yeah, well, you're playing it very well. Yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah. I wouldn't bet against you. Yeah,
Thanks.
but there we are. So yeah, Phil is doing extremely well this year. If anyone's noticed, he's been doing reliable races, haven't you, and consistent laps.
I'm trying to
Would
be
you say?
consistent,
Yeah,
yeah.
you have, which has been shown in his results, which have been creeping up and up, and also not just that in the historics as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think Donington got a monkey off my back from Donington last year.
Yeah,
my
yeah,
first
yeah.
ever round.
Good.
That was horrendous, and
Yeah.
it went wrong in every way it could have gone wrong. And then
that happens.
this year in Donington, going out in this was a breath of fresh air, and I felt so much more comfortable. So yeah, really pleased.
Good.
Really
Okay.
pleased.
So talk us about the car. Who's running you, and where did you get this car?
So Edgy Racing. So,
Edgy Racing, yeah.
Dave
Good
Edgecombe
team.
is
They've
the
been
boss.
involved in minis for a long time.
Yes, yeah, and the nice thing about Dave gives me a lot of guidance in driving and his technical side. So it's a real full package for me, which being a newcomer and no mechanical ability at all is a great thing to have. So,
Yeah, good. All right. Well, it's a pleasure to see, and we wish you well for the race. Okay.
Take care.
Go well.
Cheers.
Now, somebody behind the scenes who you probably won't end up seeing normally
Hello.
is Matthew Barrington. who's
Matthew
responsible
Barrington, as we
for
call
some
him,
incredible-
Matthew. Hello, Matthew.
How you doing? All right.
How are you? So this is the long-standing. This is a Mini 7 club. A little bit of history here.
Yeah, history.
You've been our photo guy for a long time.
Yeah, 10 years this year. Yeah.
Wow, since you were 10.
Since I was 10. No, since I was 20 actually.
Wow,
yeah,
fair play.
10 years. So.
Okay.
No,
So,
I'm still enjoying it.
Good. All right. And
still good.
some of the quality photos that you'll see on Instagram and on Facebook are from Matthew. And he's a friend with all the drivers because we all want a nice photo from him, don't
That's
we?
right, yeah. We do bribes and no, we're all friends, we're all good round here, we all know each other.
What would you say if you had to pick a top 3 photos that you've done over the years, or incidents that you've recorded or seen? What would you say? Can you think of an outstanding one?
There was one, well, I don't like pictures of incidents as such because of what they are.
Yeah, fair enough.
But there was one at Alton Park between
Yeah.
a couple of the drivers.
Yeah.
But it's more about you get a new favourite every time.
Yeah.
You're kind of looking
No,
through
you
and think,
don't.
"That's a new-"
I've
You
been
do
your
get a
favourite.
new favourite.
Get out
yeah.
of here.
You do get a new favourite every
Yeah.
time, but it's just I suppose it's luck and being in the right place at the right time, sort of thing, you know.
So if someone was going to have photos on 2 wheels,
Yes.
who's going to do it the most?
Probably you.
I wasn't saying it for that.
You're normally the 2-wheel man. You or
Yeah.
Spencer are normally good at what
Oh
you do.
dear.
so,
Okay. Yeah.
all right.
Good. All right. Well, look. Hey,
Brilliant.
nice. Thank you
Yes,
for all your
thank you.
efforts in the club.
More than welcome.
All right.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
mate.
Hey, Ollie, so
All right. Hello.
Darren. Oh my God, sorry.
How are you?
Very good, yeah.
Mr. Cox is here. So this is your second season.
First season in Miggs.
First season in Miggs, and second season with the club.
Yeah, S-Class last year, which was
Brilliant.
great to see that race earlier, which was fantastic.
Wasn't it?
Justified
Yeah.
having their own grid.
Yeah,
Brilliant
exactly.
race at the front
Superb.
6 cars. Brilliant.
Superb, big grids.
Yeah, absolutely. Big grid here, right? 34 cars, 33, whatever it is.
Incredible.
I'm almost exactly halfway. So
Yeah, good, all
I
right.
did that on purpose so
You're
I
on-
could see the front and the back.
Nice. Brilliant. So tell us about your car. It's a very striking car and it's quite a well-known car.
Shall I tell you why I bought this car?
Go on then.
This time last year we were at the Mini Festival exactly a year ago.
Yeah.
And Endaf and Aaron Smith and Jordan had the best race I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a good
And
one.
it was in this car.
Yeah,
and
it was edgier seats racing.
Endaf won. And I said if that car ever comes up for sale, I'll have to have it. So and
God.
luckily Endaf has already built his new car.
Yeah.
So I bought this car. Now,
Superb.
this time last year that car won, right? And
Yeah,
now
yeah.
it's 15th. So I
Well,
don't know what's changed.
What is that? He must have taken the engine out.
I reckon he did.
Yeah, 'cause
Well,
you're
it's
a
funny,
good driver. Come on.
Exactly. It's also a little bit hevier now, the car, which is a
it?
bit strange. Yeah.
Oh, right,
I mean, he's a
okay.
little bit shorter than me, isn't he? So.
Just a little bit, yeah. He uses a booster seat.
Exactly. I mean, I look at who's in front of me here, and I don't deserve to be too far further up the grid. You know, you've got guys that have
Don't
been
say
doing
that. I mean, you'll get there and work your way up.
but
But, I mean, look at the quality.
Look
I
at
know.
the guys
I know.
in front. Have been doing
I
it for years and years, and it's brilliant to see.
Yeah.
To be on the grid with people
World quality
like,
racers.
Exactly, to be
Yeah.
on the grid with people like Endaf and to be people like Nick Padmore as well. The fact that Nick can only qualify 9th shows the quality of the 8 in front of him. Really.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Because he's a great driver.
He's one of the best. Yeah.
Exactly. So great to be here,
Good.
basically.
Oh, good. Well, look, thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
we wish you well for the race.
Excellent.
Okay. Right then, Stephen. What have we got? Should we have a chat with Mr. Rob Howard? I think so. He's gone to the toilet. Okay, Rob Howard's nerves have kicked in, everyone.
Can I speak to Craig as well, who I incorrectly called Darren.
Ah, yes. It would be, yeah. Yeah, we've got... there we are. Good.
Can I speak to Craig?
Okay. Hello. Can you have a chat?
Of course.
Good, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good, mate. So, what do you think of all this?
It's pretty mega, isn't it? Absolutely
Yeah.
fantastic turnout for everyone.
Yeah.
And the cars look fantastic on the grid.
They do. Yeah, it's like a heyday for the club, isn't it? What have you got? How many Miglias have you got on the grid?
There was 8, and one's unfortunately had a little engine blow up yesterday, but yeah, brilliant turnout. Absolutely fantastic for the Libres.
Okay, good. And how are you feeling about it all?
Yeah, good. I've lost my way a bit on the setup
Okay.
yesterday, but apart from that, engine feels brilliant and strong.
Good.
I'm really looking forward to a great race today.
Good. All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there. You go well, okay?
Thanks, and you.
You're welcome.
Now, the next person I'd like to speak to is an absolute master of bodywork and paint.
Oh,
Rick Jessup.
they can only be the Jessups.
Yeah, come back. Go. Come back to speak to people.
I think so. Jessups, let's have a chat. Come on in. The premium bodywork coach builders of the North. Can we say that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. All right. And how are you feeling?
Warm.
Warm. Yeah,
Yes.
it's a little bit warm. Yeah. And we have sun down here.
Yes. Yeah. We do it up north.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. But your car's looking amazing as ever.
Car looks good.
Yeah.
Driver's a bit rusty. But
Okay,
yeah,
fine.
Well, it's only second time out this year.
Who's in charge of keep cleaning that paint? Because you can't see a swirl on it or a mark or anything like that. Who's
I
the
try my
upkeep?
best.
That's you, is it?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So, how long have you been with the club now?
Probably 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. And what do you think of all this?
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, superb. You've got your families here with you?
Yeah, all the families here. You can see them all in
Yeah.
this.
Look at this. Have you
Just-
seen crowds
yeah.
like this
No,
for a
never.
few years? No,
It's
no,
been
right.
brilliant.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Especially
So,
to do this.
you're at this end. What are we going to do?
Forwards, hopefully.
Forwards, yeah.
We had some
Mega
issues.
start.
Well, I hope so. We had some issues in qualifying.
Yeah.
We hope we fixed it, so we're hoping to move forward.
Okay, good.
So
All
that's
right.
the plan.
Good. All right. Well, we wish you the best. Go well. Okay.
Nice one. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Right then, should we go and have a little chat with Mr. Baldwin?
Absolutely, yes. We've got.
So we talked earlier
Gareth.
about Mini history.
Yes.
Well, this car and these drivers, you couldn't get more historic in the Mini world, could you?
This is probably one of the most successful mini racing cars of all time.
Yeah, I think it is the most successful mini racing car of all time, yeah? What, the most championships, the most
Yeah,
wins,
yeah,
the most
sure.
poles?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's go and have a chat. See if we can find him. Hello, Mr. Baldwin.
And Nick as well.
And Nick.
Oh my goodness.
Hello. Do you mind if we have a chat for the club?
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Two oldies.
Two oldies, with 2 bits of mini history. Gents, look at this. What do you think?
Star of radio and screen.
We're having a go, yes.
Well, isn't this fantastic?
It is. Big, massive grids.
I'm, as you know, I'm the chairman. I occasionally turn up, some will say.
You do,
but
yeah.
I am so proud of these guys. You guys.
Yeah.
This is, well, it's just wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, and we were saying about the quality of the driving and the quality of the cars at the moment. Things have progressed even a little bit more now, haven't
Yes.
they? You look at if you look at Padmore, he's sat in 9th, and just goes to show. I mean, he's an absolute world-class quality driver, and just goes to say something about the 8 in front of him, doesn't it? You know,
Certainly does.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Hard and fought at the front now.
It is,
They're
and the quality
so
of the
close.
cars, Peter. The quality of the builds on the cars and the technology.
They are much better, and
They are, aren't they?
Everybody's putting so much into the build and making them
Yep.
good and reliable and safe is the main thing.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
cars are built so much safer.
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
Well, I think we're in for a treat here today, guys, aren't you? I think we're going to have.
You're definitely going to be in for a one today.
I think so. Yeah. And so, tell us, who's in your car? I see the Baldwin name. Hello, come on in.
This is my son.
Hello.
Hi, nice to
Molly,
meet you.
pleasure to meet you.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Only
So,
second race, so...
No pressure whatsoever. So we are.
It was like back to school at Donington.
Yeah.
And we had a few challenges with
Yeah.
the car and the driver.
Okay.
So
That'll be you.
this weekend testing's gone really well. We're making progress.
Good.
We were on the back at Donington. We're not on the back here. So
Okay, good.
just small steps forward, and I
Okay.
hope to keep improving.
Well, we know the car can do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We were saying it's probably one of the most successful mini race cars out there, if not the most successful.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, so it's lovely to see it in fine form on the grid again.
Thank
and,
you.
And another Baldwin driving it.
Yeah, we're having a go.
All right. Well, look, we wish you go well. All right. Wish you best.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Cheers, gents. Okay.
So I think we're gradually
I
getting
think we
moved
are.
off the grid.
I think we are. Yeah.
If you pan in that direction, you'll
Yeah.
see that there's the Mini Libre grid at
Yeah.
the back. So they've got the blue
Yeah.
head stickers, and they're the 16 valve cars, the unlimited tuning cars.
They are.
And there's been a few questions about why aren't they faster than the Miglias?
I can't get my head around that. Why is that?
I don't know. I think the truth of it is
they're heavier.
No, it's not that. I think it's more the guys at the front of the Miglia grid
Yeah.
are at the front of the game, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I understand.
And if you want to go out and race and join the grid, then you do the Libras, and I think that's probably what it comes down to. So they probably don't have the budget.
Are they a bit more reliable?
And supposedly, yeah, they've got more power.
They've got more power,
but they
but
probably
they're
don't
stressed.
have the tyres.
No.
I think that's what it comes down. You know as well from your racing,
totally.
Ollie, that it's,
Yeah.
if you don't have new tyres for every
Every
round,
race, yeah.
you are going backwards from the front.
A little
Midfield,
bit.
yeah, you can have a great time,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
really,
exactly.
that's probably to answer the questions on Facebook.
It would be lovely to go
difference.
and have a chat with the Libras, but we'll try and get that on the next walk.
Yeah, we can head on down.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, we've
And,
got a media bib. We can
all right.
we can go anywhere.
Good.
we want
Okay.
to. Within reason.
You know what it's like when the drivers are starting to get ready. Right then.
You're not hot wearing that, Ollie?
I am a little bit, yeah, but I just hot-footed it after my race up here. So yeah, I am a little bit
No,
hot.
I appreciate you joining me on this.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Your presenting skills. We can have a quick word with Julian. Julian Affleck here.
Hello, Julian.
Race.
How are you? Can we have a little chat for the club, please?
Yeah, certainly.
So we've got them all today, haven't we? We talked a little bit about mini history. And how long have you been with the club?
I think it's 44 years.
Blimey heck.
Yes.
How old were you when you started then? 16?
Thank you for that, yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, 1976 was my first Mini 7 race at Silverstone. Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, fair play.
Yeah, head gasket went, but it was...
Yes,
I was there, I was on the grid.
That hasn't changed. And so now you're wearing the Motorsport UK uniform and you've got the Scrutineer title.
Correct, yeah.
Yep. So who better than someone who's been in the club for that long to be checking our cars?
That's right, yeah. I mean, obviously it gives me an insight into... obviously the regulations and,
of course.
and what's around and fairly rapidly I can look at a car and say that's okay or it's not okay. Yeah.
What do you think now? We've been having a long chat with a lot of people about the quality of the cars now. I mean, the actual fit and finish of the cars is up there, isn't it?
I mean, the standard of the preparation now is outstanding. I mean, if you look at some of the cars, they are.
You could eat your dinner off them.
Yeah, you could. Exactly. Yeah.
I know exactly.
Yeah, very good.
And some now I know Owens. They're doing you can buy now a brand new motorsport shell with all new panels.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
and all the rest of it.
can.
Yeah, and off you go. So and there's a few cars running those this weekend. But the sharp end of the grid has got some talent in it, wouldn't you say?
It has most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Jeff and
you've got Nick Padmore down in ninth.
Nick Padmore as well. Yeah.
Where's Endaf? Is he third or fourth? I can't see from here. But it's going to be a good race.
He's up there, isn't he? I think it will be.
Yeah,
most
good.
definitely.
All right. Well, look, thank you for your efforts to the club and thanks for chatting to us.
No problem.
See you later, Julian.
Now, there's a brand new car on the Libre grid this weekend. I really want to show it to you.
There is a brand new car on the Libre grid this weekend.
The driver is here as well. So
and
that's the advantage of being on the grid, Ollie, is that all the drivers come to us.
And the driver of this car is what we would call a Mini 7 encyclopedia.
Here he is.
Yes. Ian Fraser, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
So Ian Fraser, he's a fellow West Country boy.
You are?
He's not quite far over the water in Wales like us, but good enough. So Ian, this is your new baby.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you want to tell us about it? What have we got here?
It took me 3 years to build it.
Wow.
From scratch.
Yep.
So done it all myself in my little single garage at home, just to prove that it can be done.
Massive respect.
Yeah. So
there's not a huge amount of mini racers doing that anymore.
No. So I'm pretty pleased with it, but it looks nice and it sounds nice, but we need it to go nice, which is going to be the development side.
Yeah, you should be very proud. So tell me, what are we running here? What have we got? So you'll notice, everyone, that obviously we've got the air intake is coming out, the filter is on the outside of the bonnet. So why is this?
So it's those are the throttle bodies sticking out the front because it's a 16 valve twin cam head from a BMW bike engine.
Yeah.
So
K100 is it?
Yeah, K100, 1200. Sorry.
K1200. Okay.
So they're Suzuki GSXR 1000 throttle bodies with a,
wow.
with a special inlet manifold and exhaust manifold.
Who comes up with these ideas?
I think of them usually when I'm in the middle of the night, about 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll write it down on a pad that I've got at home.
Brilliant. Okay, good. So this car when it's up there and when you've this is its testing, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a glorified test session because lots of things have gone wrong, and I'm fixing them and writing lists to fix them at home.
Okay, fine.
So this is going to be another test. We'll see how we go.
But once you've got there with it, this should be an absolute monster of a mini, shouldn't it?
Well, hopefully a couple of
think
places
so.
up the grid.
I would say more than that. A Libre Championship winning car, possibly.
I don't know.
Come on, let's be confident. I think so. Well, look, and if you have a look at it, the actual fit and finish of this car is absolutely superb. The quality is right up there, so it's a credit to you. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good race.
Cheers, Ollie.
Now, the thing is, you were very nice in talking there, Ollie. I would notice the guys in the background, they don't have one leg longer than the other. The camber here on the start-finish straight.
Oh yeah, look at that.
You can see that on the camera.
Do you know, I've never noticed that before.
It's quite severe. Yeah, it really does bank over at this part of the grid. So it's you don't see that in the stands for sure.
No.
If you go around, run the course or cycle it, if you can, you'll really see the difference in camber changes.
I haven't done that for a while, but it's highly recommended for a driver.
Yeah. And especially in a mini when you don't have very much power.
No.
Actually, pedalling your way around is a good way to learn how to keep the momentum going.
Oh, massively.
So there's a tip from someone that's never won a race.
No, that's right. Good. Right then.
It's fantastic. If we guys, we'll probably have to end it off there. If we
I think we're going to have to, because I think they're going to get ready, and the drivers are going to be getting all their kit on now. So we'll see you all later.
Thanks very much, Ollie, for doing my job for me there. That's fantastic.
Thank you for inviting me, and we'll see everyone soon. Okay.
Yeah. We'll be on for the Mini Miglia round 12 and featuring the Mini Libres
very shortly. Good.
And his wife has asked that we give him a shout out over the P8 for this weekend, for all of the years that he's sat here in the wind and the rain and the sun and the cold and enjoyed watching his racing here at Brands Hatch. So from all of us here at Brands Hatch and the commentary team as well, Dennis, sorry to see you move on. Enjoy the rest of everything down in Brixham in towards the rear. So the way that they line up is as follows. If you look at that special of course, the lunch break. Number 46, Jeff Smith, starts on pole position and alongside 23, so that is 1, that's 46, and 23 on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is number 5, and number 11, which is Ken Aston's 5 and 11 on row number 2. Row 3, number 1, Andrew Jordan, and 21 out, this one, 21. Row 4, 66 Darren Cox and 72 Rob Howard, 66 and 72, with row 9 being 71 Larry Waugh and 87 Ash Davies and 71 and 87. The 10th row of the grid is 22 Gareth Baldwin and number 17 17, which is Richard Jessup, 22 and 17. Row 11 of the grid is 28 Robert Humphreys and 47 Darren Mason, 28 and 47. And the final row of the grid for the Miglias at least is row number 12, which sees number 92 Richard Bartlett line up alongside 37, which I think is an addition to the programme, which is James Cuthbertson. So 92 and 37. Row 13 will be a gap, and row 14 is the first of the Libre class cars. So it's car number 219 Richard Colburn that lines up on pole position for the Libres alongside 232, which is Craig Cox, 219 232. 15th row overall, row 2 for the Libres is 126, which is Peter Hills, and 179, which is Andrew Dickinson, 126 179. Row 3 for the Libres, row 16 overall is 133, Les Stanton, and 127, which is Ian Fraser, 133 127. Row 4 for the Libres, row 17 overall is 117, Peter Harries, and 113, long time mini racer, Phil Harvey, 117 and 113 on that row of the grid. And the final row of the grid, if he's there, albeit I'm not sure I did see him there in the end. Car number 500, which is Rob Davies. Yes, he is missing from the tail end of the field, so car number 500 with issues and not able to make it out. Coming into this weekend, Rupert Death, who starts on the outside of the front row of the grid, leads the championship on 184 points from the car that starts 6th on the grid, which is the pink car in the hands of local man and former champion, multiple former champion, which is Aaron Smith. So we'll have to wait and see. So Jeff Smith, the former Mini 7 champion, 3 times a 7 champion, starts from pole. Rupert Death, the 2 times Miglia champion, starting alongside. And Owens always a front runner in Miglias, but he's never been a champion, largely because I don't think he's ever done a full season. Sits there on row number 2. Alongside him is another former champion, which is Kane Aston, who was the champion in 2015. The reigning champion Andrew Jordan, right alongside 3 times back-to-back champion Aaron Smith. So all of the regular names that we've seen over the years, Max Sutton, are all at the sharp end of the grid.
Spoke to some of the drivers, as you said, on the grid. They were kind of buoyant about what they could do and weren't really giving too much away about what they were going to do. So we'll have to see, which I don't blame them for, to be fair, because you don't want to let everyone know your secrets, especially when they're all listening. So yeah, we're looking forward to this very much.
And we'll wait and see whether we get a new lap record, because Jeff Smith did a 53.7 in qualifying. Race lap record set last year by Endaf Owens is a 54.2 around this circuit, and we have had a few race meetings this year where we have broken the lap records. So colours then, largely red for Jeff Smith on pole position, silver for Rupert Death alongside, all day glow for Endaf Owens on row number 2. But where is Kane Aston gone? He is in the pit lane in the grey and day glow car on the outside of the second row of the grid, so there's a gap there. And row 3 of the grid, it's white and red and grey for Andrew Jordan alongside the largely pink car of Aaron Smith. Watch out for the squabble that's going on in the Libre category as well. Leading the Libre championship coming into this one is car number 219, which is Richard Colburn, who has qualified as the fastest of the Libre cars. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether he can keep his, well, I'd say stranglehold, his advantage of 6 points in terms of the Mini Libre category. So Kane Aston is going to be a pit lane starter by the look of things. Whatever the problem was for the man from Cambridge, we'll have to wait and see. He is positioned below our commentary box and he's going to have to wait until everybody has gone by when the lights have gone out before he can get starting in the race. So a bit of frustration there for Kane, but we'll see as to how high he can work his way through in this particular race. Kane Aston, who has had already a couple of retirements so far this season, so he can't afford, or can ill afford, another poor result. So we are going to see the lights illuminated on the gantry very shortly indeed. The 5-second board goes up, and as the revs begin to rise, our Mini Miglia Championship race, round 11 of the 2022 Championship season, supported by Mini Spares, gets underway, and Rupert Death instantly tries to cover off Jeff Smith, but Jeff Smith gets a good start from pole position. Rupert Death in second place, but to driver's right is Endaf Owens, who might just sneak through into second place here in the Dayglow car as they head round through Paddock Hill Bend. So Jeff Smith leads. It is Endaf Owens in second place. Rupert Death is there in third. Andrew Jordan going wheel to wheel with Lewis Selby, who got a really good start at the wheel of the Napa-backed car and is looking to see whether he can hang on to a position as they come downhill in towards a braking area for Paddock Hill Bend. And Endaf Owens brakes so late to sneak up the inside of Jeff Smith to take up the lead of the race. The Welshman was very decisive as to what he wanted to do there.
Certainly was. So he goes into the lead of the race on this first lap. So Endaf Owens on an absolute charge as he works his way towards Surtees and McLaren. Jeff Smith thinks about coming back onto his tail through McLaren, but no way through as of yet. And Andrew Jordan hasn't quite got the job done on Lewis Selby, so he's tried a few times already on this opening lap, but he sits there in 5th position as they come up towards the line to complete lap number 1. Look out as well for Nick Padmore, now making a move on the number 21 machine of Aaron Smith.
It'd be good to see Lewis Selby have a good run because he's had a pretty torrid season. He's there in 4th place at the moment. He's got the former British Touring Car champion weaving around behind him as Rupert Death looks to try and get the overlap on Jeff Smith as they head up towards the braking area for Druids. The gap was covered off, so Rupert Death tries around the outside. Jeff Smith gets a little bit squirrely and loses one position, might lose another to Lewis Selby if he's not careful. So Endaf Owens leads the way, Rupert Death second, Jeff Smith third. Andrew Jordan sneaks through up into 4th place at the expense of Lewis Selby, who drops to 5th, and for 6th place Nick Padmore is going wheel to wheel with Aaron Smith, and I think Padmore's got the inside line, yet the historic Formula 1 champion makes it through.
Certainly does. So the local man drops down behind Nick Padmore now, so Aaron Smith into what's going to be 7th position. Slightly wide there for 2nd was Rupert Death, so the door is left open for Jeff Smith to try and squeeze his way through, which he does. So it's side by side for 2nd. Endaf Owens still leads the way across the line, but Jeff Smith has got the job done. So nicely done, not just for 2nd, but maybe for the lead as well. He thinks about a move on Endaf Owens in towards the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend, but that wasn't quite good enough for him to get through, although he carries the speed through Paddock up towards Druids Corner. He'll now go to the outside line, but in doing so leaves the door open almost for Rupert Death to come back.
What of the progress of Cayman Aston, who started from the pit lane? Well, he is now up into 22nd position and is almost on the coattails of the next of the Miglia class cars. Leading the Libre category in the early stages is the car of Craig Cox, and there was one car that came into the pit lane at the end of that lap. I'm afraid that was car number 127, Ian Fraser.
Yeah, so job done and race possibly done for him as well. Leaders turn their way then through the right-hander of Clearways. No real challenges on this lap at the minute. So as you were with Endaf Owens your leader, 2nd place for Jeff Smith, but he gets another good run through the final corner, so he picks up the toe. But did he go for the lead of the race, or did he just sit there for a little bit longer? Let's have a look as they drop down back into Paddock Hill Bend. As further back, Nick Padmore almost made a move there on Lewis Selby, who has now been passed by Andrew Jordan, and Jeff Smith does go through, so a little bit of a tardy exit from Paddock Hill Bend for Endaf, so he drops down to 2nd, and Jeff Smith takes over the lead of the race.
Yeah, he just lost a tiny bit of momentum on the exit of the corner, and that was all it took for Jeff Smith to breeze past and retake the lead of the race. So Endaf Owens, the Welshman, sits there now in 2nd position. Then it's Rupert Death, former champion, there in 3rd, still just ahead of the reigning champion, which is the number 1 car in the hands of Andrew Jordan. Then it's Lewis Selby from Nick Padmore, Aaron Smith, Scott Kendall, Colin Peacock, and Ben Colburn wraps up the top 10, or at least did at the end of the previous lap. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid, comes number 113, which is Phil Harvey, but over the start-finish line they come. Any one of 7 you want for the lead at the moment. At the head of the queue is Jeff Smith.
Certainly, as I think Scott Kendall just pulled in through the back door, so he is now outside of the top 10 and again out of the race by the look of things, so not good news for Scott in the number 78 machine. Meantime, Jeff Smith still leads the race just about by just over a 1/10 of a second from Endaf Owens, so not much to choose as we expected between the top 7 cars at the minute. As they head downhill once more, it's Jeff Smith, Endaf Owens. You've got 3rd place still for Rupert Death, who started 2nd on the grid. Andrew Jordan sits there in 4th place in the number 1 car. Lewis Selby next up in number 18, Nick Padmore, and now Aaron Smith towards the tail. So the local lad not doing what he suggested on the grid, but there's plenty of time still to go, and he's in the right place really.
He is, and Aaron Smith knows how to win mini Miglia races because he's done plenty of winning over the course of his 2018, 2019 and 2020 championship seasons, when he was crowned the champion at the end of those years. But Nick Padmore is the man who's on the attack now, though. He sits there in what is 5th position, pulls out from behind the number 18 car of Lewis Selby, but that's on the outside line as Endaf Owens sneaks up the inside of Jeff Smith to retake the lead of the race, only to run wide on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. Jeff Smith returns the favour. The door is now open, and Rupert Death thinks he might have the opportunity to try and wiggle his way through, but Endaf Owens braves it out round the outside at Druids, which will give him the inside line and then when they get towards Graham Hill Bend, he might have lost the lead, but he does not want to lose second.
Certainly doesn't, so he holds on for now ahead of Rupert Death, who then almost comes under attack there from Andrew Jordan. So one time you're looking in the front of your screen, the other time you're looking in the rear, because you never know who's going to pop up next. And at the minute, it is the pressure coming from behind from Andrew Jordan as Nick Padmore goes for a move, or tries to, on Lewis Selby. He kicks up a little bit of the dust on the inside of the corner. That then delays him through Clearways and Clark Curve and brings a little bit closer now Aaron Smith. So he's onto the tail as Nick Padmore just loses a little bit of ground to Lewis Selby, but I'm sure he'll claw that back as quick as possible. As a little bit wiggly in towards Paddock Hill Bend, there goes Jeff Smith, but Endar Owens wasn't quite close enough to retaliate.
I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on in the pack behind, with Colin Peacock, Ashley Davies, Mark Sims and Ben Colburn all together. Those next 4 cars after the lead 7. And actually Ben Colburn has just posted the fastest lap of the race at 54.460 from him. 54.460 for Ben Colburn. So that's about 2/10 shy of the race lap record that we've got here for the Mini Miglia category. So Jeff Smith leading the way at the wheel of the number 46 car, the Dayglow machine in the hands of the Welshman. Endaf Owens sitting there in second position. He's going to get the tow as they come onto the start-finish straight. He might be 4 or 5 mini lengths behind when they pass the MSV building. By the time they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, that is going to be a very different story, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. So here they come once more. Endaf Owens under attack now from Rupert Death, who goes to the outside line, but again not really alongside to make the move there. So as you were for the top 7, keep an eye on what's happening with Colin Peacock, because they still can't really bring that gap down to the 7 ahead of them, so they're having their own little squabble within this race at the minute, but all of that is just delaying them from catching up with the top 7, where we almost saw another change there, because Endaf Owens was wide through Druid's corner, so Rupert Death almost had a chance to go through, but not on that occasion, and doing so Rupert Death now is slow on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and Andrew Jordan gets a little bit closer as well, but they all frighten us, don't they? But they're sitting there waiting and maybe going to lunge at some point on this lap, but yeah, they're just kind of sitting there as they were.
So we've still got, what, 12 and a half minutes just over of the race still to go, so we're not even at 40% of the race so far. So over the start-finish line comes Jeff Smith, 3 times a Mini 7 champion, stepping up to the Miglias for this year, and has been doing a good job since he arrived on the Miglia grid at the beginning of the season. Endaf Owens, Rupert Death, Andrew Jordan, it's sort of 4 for the lead really now, with Lewis Selby just having been dropped a little bit, and also falling away over the course of that lap was the car of Nick Padmore, number 56, the car that's largely white but has got those blue and lighter green flashes down the side of it, and the pink machine in the hands of 3 times champion Aaron Smith. So that little train of cars heading onto the Cooper Straight. Endaf Owens looking as though he is rather keen to either try and take up the lead of the race, or is just trying to push with Jeff Smith to try and break the tail of the cars behind. Not quite sure which one of the two it is.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? If he ducks out and goes for a move on the race leader, then it's for a lead change, but I think you're right, he might be trying to push away Jeff Smith, so they've got a little bit of a break, then they can have a squabble amongst themselves towards the end of this race, but in doing so it's actually delayed them once again, and Rupert Death now has picked up the tow, so 3rd place man back into the attack. Endaf Owens goes to the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, and this will be for the change of the race lead once more. So Endaf Owens didn't want to push Jeff Smith anymore, he goes back to the lead of the race. Jeff Smith tries to get to the inside up towards Druid, which he almost does. He feinted to the outside then back to the inside, but didn't quite work there. So 1st and 2nd swap around. Rupert Death is still 3rd, 4th place Andrew Jordan, Selby, Nick Padmore, and then Aaron Smith towards the tail in 7th place. So they continue on their way, and just a quick progress on Kane Astin, I think he's up into the top 15 now.
Yeah, good result from Kane Astin. They've got Peter Harries' car to deal with as well, have these front runners. Peter moves neatly out of the way and allows Endaf Owens to go through. That very quickly answered my question, didn't it? Is he working with Jeff Smith, or does he want to go by? Yeah, absolutely. There was no way he was going to work with him. Endaf Owens is very much in the self-preservation society, isn't he? He wants to try and claim the win if he can on one of his few outings that he's having over the course of the 2022 championship season. So it is the Dayglow car in the hands of the Welshman that leads the way. Former British touring car star Jeff Smith in 2nd place, 2 times former champion Rupert Death there in 3rd place, former British touring car champion, and of course the reigning champion in Miglias, Andrew Jordan, sitting there in 4th position. 3 times back-to-back champion Aaron Smith has managed to work his way through into 5th position now. Nick Padmore is 6th, And Lewis Selby's dropping away, isn't he? So I don't think all is quite well with Lewis Selby's number 18 car. It's been a pretty torrid season for him as he's moved up from the 7s to the Miglia class.
Yeah, it seems to be an alien mini now, doesn't it? So he's dropped right back into the clutches of the next car, which I believe is still Colin Peacock. So Colin's there in 8th position. I think Colin's just about to get his way through as Lewis Selby heads for the pit lanes for another retirement from one of our front runners, which is a real shame for the Napa back car, as Rupert Deep now tries for the outside line on Jeff Smith down towards the first corner of Paddock Hill Bend, and that might, I thought it was going to work there, but not quite. So Jeff Smith keeps himself on the inside line, keeps Rupert Deep at bay, and now tries to catch up with the man ahead of him, Endalf Owens, who has only done 2 previous races so far this year, and in those races he's won one of them already, so he's got some good pedigree as Endalf.
Yeah, he's been knocking around mini racing for a very good number of years, all the way back to his grass tracking days, and of course now through his company Owens Fabrications, the Welsh Wizard as he's known, is building brand new cars in reality, whether it be to Miglia spec, 7 spec, FIA historic spec as well. He's a very busy man indeed. Another retirement, I'm afraid. 179, Andrew Dickinson, the back entrance to the Grand Prix paddock. He has withdrawn his blue and orange machine as Endalf Owens heads over the start-finish line. This is to complete lap number 12. We're past the halfway point of this race now, so we've got 9 minutes to go as Jeff Smith jinks one way, jinks the other. Oh, that's going to get ties up towards Paddock Hill Bend. They were absolutely on the ragged edge there, the pair of them, and they all come out in exactly the same order.
If that would have worked, that would have been very impressive, wouldn't it, for Jeff Smith to keep that car under control. And now Andrew Jordan goes for a move around the outside in towards Druid as a almost spinner at paddock.
Kane asked him.
Ooh. He recovered it and he continues. I think he lost 2 places, didn't he, in the process, but he's still in the race after pushing so hard in that car at the minute. Further forward, we should say, back to the front runners. Nick Padmore now trying to get back past Aaron Smith, which he does. So Nick Padmore to 5th, and then just up the road, Andrew Jordan has now confirmed himself in that new 3rd place.
Birthday boy Endalf Owens leading the way at this stage. He didn't mention to you, did he, when he was down there on the pits? But yeah, I reckon it's Endalf's birthday today, and a good birthday present would be a win. But Jeff Smith has got other ideas about that. He doesn't want to join in on the Endalf Owens party. He wants to spoil it and see if he can sneak through to grab a win. It's Andrew Jordan that is now in 3rd position. Rupert Deeth down to 4th. Up to 5th comes Nick Padmore. Down to 6th is Aaron Smith, so it's sort of 6 for the lead of the race. We did have 7, but of course Lewis Selby we know has retired, but they've all got themselves back together again for the squabble. What's going on in Libre? Because I'm well aware we've not mentioned it much because it's been so tight at the front. Car number 219, the championship leader Richard Colburn leads the Libre category down in 18th position overall.
Claxon goes again, this time for Kane Astin, so he has pushed a little bit too much I think and has decided to end the race with not too much further progress to be made in this race. So Kane Astin is done. Also watch out for the battle for 7th place as well, because that is fantastic. Ashley Davies, who was up from what was 18th on the grid, has just got past Colin Peacock for 7th place, although they're now going to be side by side across the line, so watch out for that one. Being joined by Ben Colburn as well as side by side for the lead. They almost went there for Jeff Smith trying to get back past Endalf Owens.
Yeah, they're almost 3 wide, aren't they, for that position in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Something's got to give, and I think it was Ben Colburn decided that probably not quite worth it. The gap was starting to close up, so the red car of Colin Peacock ahead of the Welshman of Ashley Davis, who was a little bit out of position, wasn't he, on the grid, because he didn't do that many qualifying laps, I'm afraid to say, before the problems ensued and dropped him into retirement really in qualifying yesterday. So Endalf Owens still leading the way. How much time has he got to try and hang on to this position? Well, it's 6.5 minutes. There's a stationary car on the Cooper Straight that's going to remain there for the rest of the race. Now that's the area of the circuit, Matt, that neither of us can see, so no idea who that is or whereabouts they are on the Cooper Straight.
No, we imagine it's somewhere on the edge of the circuit, possibly. We had the yellow flags there briefly on the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, so they'll now all be aware of that as they head very shortly, the leaders, down to that part of the circuit with Endalf Owens still trying to defend from the likes of Jeff Smith. Andrew Jordan just giving himself a little bit of buffer now, just to keep a bit of distance between him and the top 2, so that very quickly comes down into the braking zone in towards Druid's corner, but Endalf Owens, this is probably going to be the longest 6 minutes of his life.
Absolutely. All the drivers you were chatting to did say they thought this was going to be a brilliant race. Well, yeah, it's lived up to the billing, hasn't it? Because there has been a continual squabble, and even now there's a good fight. We go side by side almost for what would be 5th and 6th position, because Aaron Smith was looking to try and sneak past Nick Padmore, which he had been able to do. So we've got 5 and a bit minutes of the race still to go. Jeff Smith looking to try and get the overlap on Endaf Owens this time as they head onto the Brabham Straight. The door is open. He draws himself alongside the Welshman, and now he's getting the bump draft and the push from Andrew Jordan. So Jeff Smith picks up the lead of the race. Andrew Jordan's there in 2nd place. Endaf Owens, who was leading, is down into 3rd ahead of Rupert Death, Aaron Smith and Nick Padmore. You could throw a blanket over all of them, and we've still got, what, another 5, maybe 6 laps of this to come.
Yeah, certainly. This is some skill that these drivers are showing. Absolutely inch perfect, as running wide there Andrew Jordan, who just got up into 2nd place on the exit of Druids Corner. He now gets passed by none other than Aaron Smith, who was quite a way down towards the beginning of the race, and Rupert Death, unfortunately, is a little bit slow towards the tail of that group.
Yeah, he ran very, very wide coming out of Druids, and that was what dropped him down towards the tail end of the field. He's now got to try and clean up those Control Dunlop slick tyres that all of these Miglia cars run on, and that has just dropped him away and made it 5 for the lead of the race. So Jeff Smith is leading. There's traffic just up the road, which I think is number 92 Richard Bartlett's car, that they're going to have to want to try and squeeze their way through and past, and he could come into play during this lap as Andrew Jordan dives for a move up the inside of Aaron Smith. The door is closed, he's not going to go through. Endaf Owens runs wide coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. The door is open. Jeff Smith retakes the lead of the race. Aaron Smith up into 2nd place, Andrew Jordan up into 3rd, and Endaf Owens, with that slight mistake at Paddock Hill Bend, all of a sudden from the lead is down into 4th and possibly 5th, because he's now running wheel to wheel with Nick Padmore.
And there's a bit of traffic to deal with as well, which hopefully will stay out of the way, which it just about does for the top 3. Oh, and Endaf Owens makes contact with the back of it and spins round at Graham Hill Bend, so they kind of fanned out behind the back of the traffic there, and Endaf Owens unfortunately just clipped the right rear of that car.
Yeah, he just was in the wrong place at the wrong time, wasn't he? Richard Bartlett couldn't disappear, but he maybe should have blended out the throttle before he got to Graham Hill Bend and let them go through. So it all just got tightened up on the exit of the corner. So Endaf Owens, I think, yeah, out of the car and instantly into retirement. So over the start-finish line now go Jeff Smith leading the way from Aaron Smith in 2nd place, and then it is the car of Andrew Jordan in 3rd. Nick Padmore, who we don't see huge amounts of in this series, but he's always a front runner, is there in 4th place, and Rupert Death, who'd lost ground to them all, having run round on the grass on the outside of Druids a few laps ago, is back there again, squabbling away.
Certainly is. Nick Padmore just made a bit of a mistake there, got right to the back of Andrew Jordan, so he was delayed on the exit of the corner, so back into the clutches of Rupert Death. But this battle we have out front, now down to 5 cars after the demise, unfortunately, of Endaf Owens, but Jeff Smith still leads for the time being as they turn their way through clearways and on towards Clark Curve. 2nd place at the minute then for the car of Aaron Smith. So we did say watch out for him, who was just on the tail of that group in the early stages, but bit by bit he's made his way towards the head of the field. So he's there in 2nd, and Andrew Jordan for now just about sits on the podium.
Yeah, so not going to be a really happy birthday, is it, for Endaf Owens with that retirement? 45 years of age today. Happy birthday, Andy. Endaf, surprised he's 45, Matt. Looks a lot older. Up towards the braking area for Druids goes Jeff Smith, still in the lead of the race. It is Aaron Smith sitting right on his coattails there in 2nd place. Andrew Jordan, Nick Padmore, Rupert Death all together as they head downhill. They're going to put a further lap on Peter Harries before too much longer at the wheel of car number 117, his car running in the Libre class. Now, how long have we got to go? We've got 2 laps to go, so when they come over the start-finish line this time through, they will be onto their penultimate lap.
Yeah, quite a bit of traffic to deal with before there, so probably 4 or 5 cars which will go a lap down, so hopefully all of the front runners will find them in the best place possible as Jeff Smith now starts to come under pressure from behind with Aaron Smith, so the tow is starting to be given to him. Andrew Jordan is right there with them as well. Nick Padmore and Rupert Death just about closing that gap down now as they all go through the traffic in towards Paddock Hill Bend. And who is going to make the next of our moves? Well, as it stands, it's just less than 0.3 of a second that cover the top 3 places.
And look at the fight that's going on behind as well, because you've still got Ashley Davies fighting away with Ben Colburn and trying to join in on the fun as well. It's the green car with its white flashes down the side of Mark Sims, which sort of begs the question as to what happened to Colin Peacock, and the answer is that he went missing a few laps ago as well at the wheel of the number 14 car, so he's had a problem as well. So we are into the last 60 seconds of this race. It's taking about 55 seconds to do a lap, so they will be going on to their last lap of the race this time through. All bets are off now, Matt, aren't they?
Yes, they are indeed. Jeff Smith out front is the man that leads so far. Has pretty much led most of this race as well. So he's going to try and look for his second win of the year. The man behind him at the minute, Aaron Smith, who sits just up the road in the championship, also now looking for his second win of the year as well. But which one can it be as they tuck the way down towards Paddock Hill Bend for what's going to be now the last lap of the race? 30 seconds left on the clock, and they are just about going to catch the traffic on this last lap.
Yeah, they are. This could make it very, very interesting. Could be the catalyst for change, catching that little bit of traffic towards the tail end of this race. However, well and truly aware of what was going on was the back marker, moving totally out of harm's way so as to not compromise the race leaders as they head onto the Cooper Straight for the final time. Jeff Smith is still leading the way. The charge to the line and the slipstream might decide who is going to come out on top in round 11 of the 2022 Dunlop Mini Miglia Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. And as they head past the MSV building, Jeff Smith is getting the push from Aaron Smith. Andrew Jordan is going to try and get the double toe. They fan out, do they, on the way to the checkered flag? No, they don't. They sit behind each other on the way to the checkered flag. So Jeff Smith claims the win, his second of the season. Aaron Smith finishes in second place. Andrew Jordan completes the podium.
Fantastic stuff. What a way to end that one then for the Mini Miglia Championship. Unfortunately, we lost a few along the way, but the fight right towards the front kept us very much on our toes. So behind the top three, fourth place for number 56, which was Nick Padmore. Fifth place, number 23, that of Rupert Death. Sixth place then for number 87. A great drive there from Ashley Davies to get himself from 18th on the grid up to 6th. Seventh place for number 55 was Ben Colburn. Eighth place then for number 20 was the car of Mark Sims, just ahead of number 48. In ninth place, Phil Bullen Brown, and for 10th it was number 89 in the end, who came through inside the order of Sean King to get himself inside that top 10 as well. So fantastic stuff from the Miglias. In terms of the Libras, just to update you on that one, it was a win for the 219 machine of Richard Colburn. That's the man who started from pole position. Came through in first place. Second place for 133, which was Les Stanton from a little bit lower down on the grid. And for third place, it went away with number 117, which was Peter Harry. So well done to all of those who got themselves onto the Libra podium. But the Miglias, once again, providing plenty of action towards the front. It was Jeff Smith, first win for him since the previous one he got, because that came at Cadwell Park back in May in race number 2. So second win for Jeff Smith. Aaron Smith gets himself on the podium, and that's quite good actually for his championship. He also finishes ahead of one of his nearest rivals, that being Rupert Death, who leads the championship coming here this weekend. So that will put them very much closer, if not a bit of a leapfrog there for Aaron Smith. But we'll see how that shapes out for the second race. In terms of the fastest lap, that went the way of Nick Padmore. So the man, as Mark said, we don't really see in the championship much, but there's a lot of classic mini racing. Nick came through in fourth place to get the quickest lap of a 54.324. So cracking stuff there from him, and we'll see what he can muster up in the second race a little bit later on. In fact, that race will be the last race of the whole mini festival weekend, so do not miss it. Stay with us right towards the end, because it's been a highlight of the day so far. So well done to all of those in the Miglias. We've got Mark Burrell now on his way downstairs. He'll grab a word with the top three, and potentially, I think, a top 3 podium for the Libras as well. So we've got all that coming up very shortly. There's a few cars which have littered the circuit as well, so that will need to be cleared up. In fact, most of them got themselves back to the pit lane. So apart from Endorf Owen's car, which is or was on the Cooper Straight somewhere, I think, yeah, that will have to be recovered. I can see that now over the other side of the circuit. So birthday boy, not really the way you want to end that race, but let's see.
What a race once again, as Jeff Smith crossed the line in first place. He's checking his tyre pressures. We'll, once he gets his crash helmet off, have a quick word with him and see how that went. It looked so close at the front. It could have been any one of about 6 cars, as I'm sure he saw on the live feed there. Probably best race of the weekend so far, surely. Hey Jeff, quick words. I like the dedication that you do your tyre pressures before you take your helmet off. How was that?
That was as hard as any BTCC race. That was really hard and really fair. There's a couple of times Ed dashed behind me and punched me out the corner, and I actually got an ignition light come up, so I think the alternators for the batteries failed, so I was like, oh, please hang on. But really good, really good. Yeah.
Do you prefer in that situation to be kind of chasing, or is it good to be out front?
Oh. It's good to be out front on the last lap, but it's not good to be chasing on the lap before.
But yeah, that was really hard. Had to work for that.
I think what's going to be interesting looking at lap times now and seeing if that tumbled. It was hot out there.
Wow, it was really hot. Really hot. I can't get my breath at the moment.
Right, well, congratulations. I'll let you cool down for a bit. I think you're going to go up onto the main podium up the top. So, Aaron? P2?
Yeah.
Mega.
Happy with that.
You were like 5th or 6th for quite a while there, hanging back, and then went for it towards the end.
I was just having a good view. Like, it was a great race going on in front, and then I thought, you know what, I want to be a bit involved in this, so got my foot in and off we went. So.
I like you say that as if you were hanging back for the whole race. So, you know, you were still on it.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. But, you know, like, honestly, they was having a great battle, and it's like, can I get involved, can I not? And it was all like, oh, there's a gap there, go through, and then it's like, oh, there's another one. So, yeah, just kept flipping them off. I reckon I could have had a run to the line, but the grass was coming up pretty quick, so I thought, no, I'll just come out the throttle there. But no, very good.
So you don't think a couple more laps it could have been yours?
You never know. You always need more laps, don't you? Like, the one who wins is like, that was enough. The one who's second is like, oh yeah, could have done with another lap, that would have done us treat. But like, yeah, no, really pleased with that. Great result.
Really close race. Great for the spectators as well.
Oh yeah, mega. Like, they all come here to see a good show, and we are definitely putting one on. So yeah, brilliant.
Awesome. Well done, Aaron. And you're heading up to the main podium to grab your trophy. If I, excuse me, guys, just come on in. How was that?
Yeah, busy. Yeah, it was good. Good race and close racing in front. I was almost just sat there waiting for it to, because Jeff and Endaf were getting quite friendly with each other. So I thought I'd just sit here and see if it opened up, which it did a couple of times. But yeah, I probably should have had second. I didn't have the speed for Jeff, but yeah, third's all right.
Nice clean racing. The car still looks immaculate. So
yeah, a couple of little rubs, but nothing big. The odd smell of tyre smoke when you're just rubbing a little bit, but no, nothing more than that. So yeah, just hot work out there.
I think Jeff commented that was as hard as any touring car race. What do you think?
It was feisty. It was just busy, because obviously when you're in the pack as well, you're trying to attack but trying to defend. So any look you need to have to try and attack, you need to be mindful of there's someone ready to try and pass you from behind. So no, we're good. We'll make a few changes and go for race 2.
It's a great show. So well done. Okay, I don't know if the Mini Libre drivers have gone. Yeah, unfortunately the Mini Libre drivers have gone up to the main podium. Should we go on up and talk to them? Can we do that? Yeah.
Head along, pay and drive, simple as that. So that's happening as well. Got plenty of trade stands here offering things for you to buy, everything pretty much to do with Mini. So a whole selection of Mini traders will be situated still over there along Colin Chapman Way, kind of towards the entrance of the circuit as you walk in where the car park is. And of course all the Mini cars are here as well in terms of showcasing what they have to offer, and hopefully towards the end of the day we'll have most of those onto the track for a Mini Car Club parade lap, and that will be just after the final race of the weekend, which will be of course the Mini Miglia Championship. So that's going to be scheduled for just after 6:30. So make sure if you have a Mini and you're in part of the trade show today, then you get yourselves ready to head on over and get yourself on the circuit for a parade a little bit later on. But with all that done, we can now hand downstairs to Mark.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so we've got our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quick head count. Yeah, so we've got our 6 drivers that we need for the 2 separate podiums. And again, it is the chairman of the Mini 7 Racing Club, Nick Cook, will be presenting the trophies. We'll get the drivers out in reverse order, starting with the Miglia class. We'll do their podium first. So onto the podium, if you will, please. 6 podiums for the season now. Andrew Jordan finishes in 3rd place. He makes his way out onto the podium. 2nd place with his 9th podium from 11 races now is Aaron Smith, who heads up onto the podium in 2nd place. But the top step of the podium and the win goes the way for the 2nd time this year of Jeff Smith as he heads onto the podium. Our top 3 drivers receiving their fantastic looking trophies from Nick Cook, who is the chairman of the Mini 7 Racing Club. Will shake hands. Can we usher you all up on the top step of the podium as well, guys? That's it. Look forward, hold the trophies aloft. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic race from the Mini Miglia drivers. And we will grab a quick word with them before we then quickly get involved with the podium for the Libre class. So jump on down, we'll grab a quick word with Jeff Smith. Jeff, win number 2 of the season, but crumbs, that was one of the races of the season.
I can't remember the last one, to be honest. I need a gallon of water after that.
You were talking to Matt during the lunch break saying you thought this was going to be a close race. That was an understatement.
Yeah, you look at the quality of the grid, you know, people say about me and AJ up here as ex-BTCC guys, but the quality of the grid, you've got Aaron, Rupert, Endaf, there's loads of them there, Caney's, they're all there or thereabouts, and it's just such a dice. But I love it because it's normally pretty damn clean. Yeah, there's a bit of nudging and rubbing, but there's none of the stuff that me and Andy used to in touring cars, where somebody just bins you off on the side of the paddock. So give each other a bit of room, and on we go and race.
Back markers had a pivotal role to play, really. Endaf just sort of tripped over one, and that was his race done.
Is that what happened to him? I thought Aaron was going to box me in coming up Cooper Straight. There was one on the left-hand side, and I'd made a bit of a hash of the last corner, Graham Hill corner, and he got a run on me, and I thought, oh, he's going to box me in against... But he didn't.
Well done on the win. You would have, I know, absolutely. Andrew, busy old race for you as well. As it was the second step of the podium, but it could have been first, second, third, it could have been sixth.
Yeah, it was Jeff and Endaf were getting really busy in front, so I was kind of sat there thinking this looks like it might kick off, and it did a little bit, but yeah, I made a mistake up at Druid, which allowed Aaron underneath me, but it was good, clean racing as always. The odd rub here and there, but really, really enjoyed it.
And that's just the first race of the weekend, another one to look forward to.
Well, me and Aaron started on the third row in that race, so it's not too dissimilar with the reverse grid, so we'll definitely be challenged for the win come the end.
See what you can do in race number 2. And Aaron, you did say that you thought you might have a little bit of work to do from 6th. Well, you did, because at one point you were 8th.
I know, like, I'm hoping that my friends and family are still here. They would have seen me down there and been like, we're going home. But, no, like, absolutely mega race. And, yeah, it came through in the end. And I can't thank CAD enough. Like, they do a brilliant job on the car. So, yeah, it allows me to just keep going and going and going. So, yeah, mega.
See what you can do in race 2.
Indeed, I'll be on a charge, that's for sure.
There we go. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The top 3 in the Miglia class, and then we'll bring out our top 3 drivers from the Libre class. And again, we'll introduce them in reverse order. Finishing in 3rd position with his first podium of the season in the Libre class, Peter Harries onto the podium, if you will, please. Once more, Nick Cook from the Mini 7 Racing Club is there to present the trophies. 2nd place goes the way of Les Stanton with his 3rd podium of the 2022 championship season. But the top step of the podium and the win in the Libre class for the 4th time this year goes the way of Richard Colburn. Onto the podium goes Richard. Onto the top step of the podium. Blue trophies for the Libre class. It was yellow trophies for the Miglia class. And then once all of the handshakes have been done, can we bunch them all up on the top step just in case anybody on the far bank wants to get a picture? So all up on the top step of the podium, should be able to squeeze up just in case anybody down there in the pit lane or up on the top wants a quick photograph. And then we'll grab a quick word if we can before the Z cars head out onto the grid. So jump on down, gentlemen, if you would please. Let's grab a quick word with Richard Colburn. Richard, congratulations, 4th win of the season, but in the early stages Craig Cox had the advantage.
Yeah, it was a really hard win today. I've got to say probably by far the fastest, the hardest of the year. It's a real privilege to race. In fact, there's so many Mini fans around here. Just lovely to be here and so share their passion for what is a classic car. So, but the race itself was really hard. I was really pleased to get past in the end and get a little gap and then got away. But it was hard.
Busy day for you as well with the pre-66 race.
Busy day. Got to do 4 races a year, which 4 races today, which is hard at my age. But I'll be feeling it at the end, I'm sure.
He's still smiling. A quick word with Les Stanton. Les, come this way. Congratulations, 2nd place.
Amazing. I'll have this all day long, actually, really will. We started 5th for me. We qualified in a 57. I was desperate to get into the 50-60, so I was watching the lap time as much as I was watching everybody else. And I was consistent there, so I was happy with that.
A bit more to come later on, or was that flat out?
Yeah, no, that was probably all I got, but we'll see. Who knows?
You never know. And let's grab a quick word with Peter Harries. Peter, congratulations. You're on the podium in Libre for the first time this year.
Well, I'm on the podium for the first time ever. So I'm in a bit of a state of shock, actually. I thought I was about 5th or something, but apparently only 3 finished. So there we are.
You've got to be in it to win it.
Exactly. I'm chuffed a bit, but I'm still shocked.
Well, now that you're on the 3rd step of the podium, might we be able to usher you up a step higher, or maybe 2? You never know.
Like these guys got a lot of pace over me. Climbed up to the car a few minutes ago, and I thought to myself, why did I spend my pension money on a racing car? Keep up with these young lads.
But now a trophy makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, it does.
Very well done indeed. Congratulations to our top 3 overall in the Libre class. I will hand you back from the podium upstairs to Matt Suckling, ready for the Z Cars Championship.
Perfect timing, thanks very much, Mark. Yep, so the cars have completed their formation lap and they come back onto the grid ready for that 2nd race of the day, the Z Cars Championship. The only thing that's not Mini here with us today, which is a little bit of a change, but we've got plenty more Minis to come, as we said, with still 6 more Mini races on the cards.
So that was your mini Miglia winners. We're up here on the podium now with our mini Libre winners, and congratulations to championship leader Richard Colborne.
Thank you very much. Doesn't seem that real, I've got to say, but it was a great day today. Hard work, really hard work in the heat, but really enjoyable, really enjoyable.
We say it's a hard work today. You've got another race to go. What's your plan for later on? Cool down and go back?
Yeah, I've got to do another race in the pre-66 class yet, so that's a little while, I think, and then back in the Miglias at the end. So, yeah, I think cold shower, I think, is probably in order.
You raced here a few times before. It's quite local for you.
Yeah, it's raced here several, although not in a mini for a while, but I raced here when I was sort of 17, 18, a long time ago, so 35 years ago. So it's still a great track, and it was a bit different then, but it's amazing now. So.
And I don't know if you're looking at championship tables, but obviously you are right there at the top at the moment of the Libre Championship for this year.
Yeah, I think with Libre it's always a war of attrition, so you've got to finish. That's really important. And I've had 4 non-finishes this year, so it's been when I have actually managed to finish, I've had to do quite well to get some points. So yeah, but we're still battling away, definitely. Yeah.
Well done, Richard. It's nice to see the 5-port mini going well as well, rather than the 16 valves and exotic stuff. It still holds its own.
Yeah, I mean, especially around here. I mean, it's just the original engine is a great engine, isn't it? You know, and you see how good the Miglias are. So it's all credit to the team back at Westbourne. They do a great job for getting the car ready. So.
And now over to Les. We haven't seen you on the podium that much this year, but this is you were flying today.
Yeah, really happy actually in the end. Quali was a bit of a disappointment, but yeah, in the race, really happy. So hopefully we can do more of that in the next one. We'll see what happens.
And then over to Peter Harris. I was just hearing Mark on the commentary there. Your first podium ever in the Mini 7 Racing Club. How does it feel?
I'm just a bit, but it's still in the state of shock. You've got to be honest. The rate of us started, and I thought they were about 5 finishing, and I was just pleased to finish because I had a torrid season last year and didn't have a good start to this season. The broken crank, so just pleased to finish, but to win be on the podium is brilliant.
Well, a hot day like today, you've just got to keep going to the end, haven't you?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you.
Taking
Right, so we're back out now with another fastest minute competitor, Matt Skidmore. How are you doing, Matt?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm plodding on, doing as best as we can.
Well, this isn't new to you, though, is it, mate? Being in front of the camera, because with your YouTube channel, it seems you're going quite well for it.
Yeah, I prefer to be behind the smaller cameras, but you know, we do what I have to do.
Right, let's have a chat about your car. Are you all right, Connor? You in charge, mate? Come and tell us about Dad's car, then. Let's go and have a word with Dad about his car.
He's the boss man. Well, that's the boss man.
Right, talk to us about what you've got here, then, please, Matt.
So here we have a old Mini 7 from back in the day, and we are running a Gen 1 higher booster engine. It's got an APE race gearbox from the States, it's got Quaife diff, it's got Gen V SPD, throttle bodies, MBE management, quantum shocks, all the goodies in the small package. It goes well. It runs 54s around here at best.
Oh, that's not bad. Not bad at all, is it? For a 1000cc?
That's 1300cc, that is.
Oh, you're cheating now, son.
It's a 1.3, that little thing. 1.3 at 198 horsepower.
Cool. From memory, this car was built by JRT, well, Jordan, Eurotech.
Yep, you told me this.
And then it was built as a Mini 7 car, then it went into a special GT car, and then it's still running in specials now. So, have you got, I know that you build your own space frames.
Yeah.
And that's quite big on the internet for you. When's the plans to come out with one of your space frames?
Well, I'm here and there whether I want to get my own, but from this weekend, a lot of people have said you need to build your own. There's a lot of people that want to see me in a space frame, so potentially next year we'll be probably out in this car, we'll get broken into a space frame chassis, because my chassis use mini subframes and stuff on the front, so technically this can just bolt straight into one of my space frames.
Well, it makes perfect sense. If you've got something that you're building, you might as well go out there and advertise it. Richie's doing the same with the Envil, and there's no better advert than showing your own stuff off, you know. And if your stuff goes out there and does the business, people are going to want it, mate. Yeah. You know, so.
And them Envils have done really well this weekend. I've been over there and had a chat with them. They're over the moon with their cars, so I think I need to raise my game and see if I can tag along with them.
Well, the more space frames out there, the better, especially in the fastest minute, because that's what it's all about. The more radical, the better. Would you agree?
That's it, yeah. More out of this world, the better, I think. Fastest mini is all about the fastest thing that looks like a mini. That's it, really. If you can make the fastest thing that looks like a mini, and it's all about the engineering and the fabrication that goes into these cars, and that's what it's all about, I think.
Engineering and development, son, you can't beat it.
Yeah.
So, you going to get out for the next one?
I am going to try my best. We're going to see if we can get it together. We lost a bit of drive in the last race, but we're going to see if we can get it together and get out for the next race.
Wicked. Look forward to seeing you out there, son. Good luck.
Yep.
And see you the other side.
Right, thank you very much. See you later.
I think that wraps up. Everybody else that we were looking for, they seem to have walked off. So I think we can call it a day at that, I think. So enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Hope the racing's good for you, and we'll speak to you later.
Harvey Deeth with Richard Billingham alongside. The safety car is into the pit lane, the red lights are on, and 15 minutes of racing are very shortly to get underway for the fastest Mini in the world here at Brands Hatch. Richard Billingham just holding back slightly there, but away they go with the red lights off, and it is a good start there from Harvey Deeth, who leads the pack down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start from Jim Lyons on the inside of row number 2, so already he's going to be up into second place by the looks of it. And Bill Richards, a little bit of a slow start there, just dropping back from the top 3, but he runs in 4th position as the leaders work their way up towards the top of the circuit for the first time. Harvey Deeth is your leader. Cracking start from Jim Lyons, already taking the race pace to our race leader, and in 3rd place on the outside of the front row is number 21, Richard Billingham.
Yeah, brilliant start, wasn't it, from Jim Lyons, the IT manager, who is looking to try and work his way up towards the sharp end of the Jim Formula Motocross. It was Jim Lyons many, many years ago. Harvey Deeth, though, 3 times winner of the fastest Mini in the world over the course of the last few years, is leading the way at this stage. Car number 60, because he was 60 last year, Harvey Deeth, that's why he's running the number, is about to head over the start-finish line. So Harvey Deeth leads the way. It's Jim Lyons in 2nd place. The Vauxhall turbo engine car of Richard Billingham with the carbon fibre body sitting there in 3rd position, and Bill Richards, who can close his eyes and drive around Brands Hatch rather quickly, completes the top 4 at the moment. He's another former winner, isn't he? He won the fastest Mini in the world back in 2016.
Yeah, back in the day when he was here with that. So we've got a great fight going on for 5th place at the minute, which involves Sean King in car number 89, Clive Deeth, who is there as well, and Matthew Skidmore, who's had a bit of a slow start from 5th on the grid. He's now down into 7th position, so not the quickest of starts for him, but now trying to make some places up as he works his way down towards Granville Bend. Can't quite find a way there through, but can the number 65 machine, Clive Deeth, get a good run on the back of the car ahead of him? Not quite, so I think as you were for those 3 places for 5th position.
Yeah, good little squabble, isn't it? Yeah, those little trio of cars fighting over 5th position. The Hayabusa engine machine at the tail end of that little trio of cars, which is going to be Matthew Skidmore, who is in a straight line, going to be indecently quick. And here he comes now, Matthew Skidmore. He's closing on Clive Deeth, and now he's going to try and thread the needle. He runs out of puff by the time they get towards the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So the order still remains the same, although now Skidmore's going to try all the way around the outside of Sean King, is he? Yeah, he's trying it, but then that puts him on the outside line as they head up towards the braking area for Druitt. He's just got his nose ahead. The lighter car can brake later, so Matthew Skidmore eventually manages to get the job done. However, from it being a trio fighting away, it's become a quintet rather quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be 6 before too much longer as well, but Matthew Skidmore now starting to make up some places. I was a bit worried about where he's going to go there. He started on the outside, then he went for the middle, but none of those really opened up, so he thought better of making a move in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but as you said, he got the job done on the exit and got past Sean King, so he's lost 2 places on that previous lap, and now Clive Deeth is under pressure from that number 8 machine, so let's see what's going to happen as we look for a change for 2nd place.
Yeah, Richard Billingham got a good run on Jim Lyons there, so we've had the change for 2nd place. The all-yellow car of Richard Billingham goes through, and it is Jim Lyons now, the fast starting Jim Lyons, that drops down into 3rd position and make that 4th because Bill Richards sneaks his way through as well. So Bill Richards up into the podium spots for the first time. So Jim Lyons quick at the start, but just going off the boil slightly.
Yeah, certainly is there, so not carrying the pace at the minute. Just wondering if there's a slight problem. The power and the pace just seems to be there for now, but let's see and keep an eye on that, how that car recovers. He's trying to get back onto the terms of Bill Richards as they turn away up towards McLaren. Already race leader Harvey Deeth into some traffic, which is no real surprise. The pace of that car is incredible, and he comes round the outside of the number 13 machine, so a lap down there for Mary Grinham as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. New 2nd place there, as we said, for Richard Billingham. Bill Richards up to 3rd place in his blue Mini, and down to 4th goes Jim Lyons. And just to say, Matt Skidmore did get through into 5th place as well, so he's now clear of the next train.
So the rest of the field just working their way through that traffic, which is Nigel Deeth, the marketing manager, at the wheel of his FIA spec Mini Cooper S, fighting away with the very patriotically liveried car of Mary Grinham. Mary was one of the first people to race a sidecar, one of the first women to race a sidecar in the UK, and that's an interesting car as well, her car, because it's one of the earliest and almost first John Maguire chassis as well, so it's one of the Maguire built chassis, so that's towards the tail end of the field, already having dropped off the lead lap. Last time through, our race leader Harvey Deeth popped in the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. 51.305. Is he going to go quicker this time without any traffic to worry about? No, just a shade slower. And for second and third place, Richard Billingham now is starting to feel the pinch from the charging Bill Richards. The number 26 car in the hands of Brantack specialist Bill. It was 0.3 of a second quicker than the car he's hunting down.
Certainly was, so he gets closer and closer on the run. In fact, he goes to the inside line up towards Drury's corner and gets the job done. No hesitation whatsoever. So a lovely move there for Bill Richards, straight through on Richard Billingham. So he's eager to get his win back from 2016, but I think Harvey Deeth might be a little bit too quick for him to catch. We'll keep an eye on that one, as Jim Lyons is the man who is trying to fight back there as they work their way. So Richard Billingham trying to fight back as they work their way through Surtees and McLaren. So this is going to be a great tussle for second place as they work their way towards the end of this lap. Just looking a little bit further back, I think Richard Morris now has moved up the order. Yes, he has. So car 77 has taken 2 places to now have the pace he needs in this race, up to 6th position.
Yeah, that's the burgundy coloured car of Richard Morris, 2-litre Vauxhall engine that powers his car. He's just weaving his way through a little bit of traffic as well, as our race leader Harvey Deeth is already 6.3 seconds up the road and on to lap number 7, and has a little bit of traffic that he's going to meet, not on this lap, maybe the next lap might be the next little bit of traffic. Those beautiful flashes of flame as well out of the exhaust. We mentioned it in qualifying yesterday, so if you've got a camera here, well worth trying to get a picture of Harvey Deeth's car, I would say, because the unburnt fuel continually igniting with a big orange flash as it burns that fuel off as it comes out of the exhaust. So he's leading the way. In second place, Bill Richards, though, since taking up second, has not been able to shake away the Vauxhall VXR turbo-engined car of Richard Billingham. The plumbing and heating engineer is keeping Bill Richards very honest.
Certainly is. So Bill now looking in his mirrors every single way, because he's going to try and go to the outside. It is Richard Billingham as they come across the line. Bit of traffic to deal with as well, which Bill Richards gets to the inside of, and hopefully we'll get Richard Billingham through there as well, which we do. So safely through at Paddock Hill Bend as the charge for second place continues. Now around about 8.5 seconds adrift of the race leader Harvey Deeth. He flies down the inside of Graham Hill Bend, a little bit wide there, but managed to recover and keep the car just about on the tarmac. But Harvey Deeth is not hanging around, whether it's race cars or whether it's lap traffic. He's still absolutely pushing in that Mini at the minute. But Bill Richards definitely under pressure here as Richard Billingham takes the preferred line in towards 30, just puts Bill Richards offline, which then makes him slow through the corner.
Yep, so that's a great little fight for second and third place. Bill Richards not escaping up the road at the wheel of the Clubman estate, whilst all of the time Richard Billingham is looking to try and keep him as honest as he possibly can. The two of them about to flash their way over the start-finish line with 8 minutes remaining, and it's still Bill Richards that leads the way. I'd love to know how many laps over the years Bill Richards has done around Brands Hatch. It's going to be several hundred, that's for sure.
Quite a lot. It's almost Rod Burley-esque, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because they're both legends here at Brands Hatch and plenty of wins under their belts as well. But Bill Richards doing a grand job here, as we said, on the podium in one of the races last year. But let's see what he can do about keeping Richard at bay. A little bit more traffic to deal with as well now, because Mary Gwynham is up against the number 56 machine, which is James Barron. So they're having their own battle on the track and, of course, for position, whilst trying to worry about what the faster cars are doing. Bill Richards almost into the back there.
Welcome back, folks. We are currently watching this morning's footage of the fastest Mini in the world. You can see how exciting it was, how quick the cars were. And Pete and I are back in the assembly area watching the cars assemble for race 2. Pete, it could be anyone's guess because it was quite a fight this morning, wasn't it? Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? I mean, Harvey walked away with it, which was good to see for Harvey, but a bit disappointing for the other lads out there. Found out that Jim Lyons had a problem. Spoke to Jim about that earlier. Richie Billingham had a problem, spoke to Richie about that, so hopefully it'll be more of a 3-horse race this time, more a 4-horse race with Bill Richards as well. So let's hope so. We'll have a word with Nigel, I think, who's the organiser of it and the guy who brought it all together. And as we were talking earlier, you know, it's nice to see the car on 4 wheels this year, isn't it?
Well, he thinks he's getting into the car now. He thinks he's going to get away with having an interview. It's not going to happen. He's even put his helmet on. But come round with me. We're going to do a Louise Goodman here. Nigel, I know you're getting in the zone, ready for this big race. But first of all, congratulations on organising a fabulous event. Is it a lot of work to put this together?
In short, yes. So, but this year I've subscribed some helpers. Special thanks to the Billinghams for lending us a lot of help. So yeah, brilliant. But what's remarkable is it another good turnout, second year in a row, great sponsor support. So yeah, we'll keep on building on the success of the race. So, more so for the drivers, but even more so for the spectators.
Now tell the lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, you had a bit of a year last year, didn't you? This is a car that you share with your brother, and just to explain what happened last year.
I can't remember, Paul. Sorry. I'm taking the 9th on that.
Well, just to explain to the lovely people at home watching, there was a small incident last year, and as great a job as Sir Alec Isagonis did of styling the car, you thought you'd have another go, didn't you?
Well, as I said, I'm taking the 9th on that, Paul.
How many weeks of beans on toast did it take to pay the repair bill?
Significant amount. I said an Arctic load.
Well, mate, good luck in this one. Shine your side up, have a good time, and let's see a great race.
Stay safe, Nigel.
Yeah, stay safe. I mean, it is a lot of work. People don't realise when you're putting a race like this together, to assemble these people, to get the circuit organised, to get the sponsors, it's a lot of work, Pete, isn't it?
It certainly is, and a lot of people are clubbed together to make it work. And luckily that we've got Mini 7 Club on hand, which really are supportive to the race as well. And it's not one big family; it's Mini family, isn't it? It is. It's Mini family. MSVR, who have put on the whole event. And thanks to them as well. We're fortunate to be at lovely circuits, which are a lot of the circuits that we go around are MSV owned, and they do a lovely job of looking after the competitors and the spectators, and they're always turned out beautifully, and it's a pleasure to be able to come and spend time at the circuits. It really is.
And you say they're Mini family. Certainly the impression I get from walking around the paddock, it's a very close-knit community. Everyone seems to want to socialise. Obviously, worst of enemies on track, best of friends off it. I mean, you've obviously been in this world all your driving life, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Just dived in and out of Formula 3, World Sports cars and historic touring cars along the way. Always back to minis though, always back to minis. But it's the social side of it, not just the racing. As you say, helmets are off, everybody's friends. Helmet goes on, different story. Yeah. But, no one's out there to hurt each other. They just want to race each other, and they want to have close, fast racing, which is hopefully what we're going to see again now.
We're talking of which, let's walk over here. We're going to go and see our 3 podium sitters from this morning's session. Obviously, because it should have been a close race, but the problem is that our second and third had technical issues. So let's see if they've had a chance to sort those yet, and see if we can expect a bit of a closer race this afternoon. Let's go and see the man, Richie. Richie, we're going to walk over here, if we may, and have a quick word. I shall wait for my learned colleague to join me as well. So obviously this morning, alternator belt problem, all sorted now, feeling racy, feeling quick for race 2.
Yeah, it's all sorted. Yeah, I don't know how it feel good though. It's a bit warm.
Yeah, it's looking good. So, any strategy changes for race 2? Because it's the last race of the day. Is it just go for it now, foot to the floor, come what may, get that number 1?
Yeah, just send it. Yeah.
Yeah, send it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Have you got any tips for him, Pete?
Put a first-class stamp on it, son. Put a first-class stamp on it. Let's send it properly.
So that's good. All fixed and sorted. So we're going to go now to reach and see what's happening here. So we're going to walk through. We're making our cameraman work for this. It's about time he did some work today. And how are you, Bill? How are you?
I'm not too stressed. Just a tad. Well, quite a lot actually. Well, I'm lying. I'm very stressed. But it's fine. It's fine. She's a good old girl. I've been talking to her nicely.
Yeah.
And I said to her, please come into your temperature as soon as possible. As I have this white blob, I have this yellow blob behind me. So, yeah, it's going to be fine.
And you and this car have an ancient history together, don't you? You are as one.
Yeah, we are. I mean, she's had various bodies on herself. And it started off as a mini saloon.
Yeah.
And then the Metro came out. And so we acquired a Metro, and we made a body from that. John Maguire altered the shaft of the roll cage. We put the Metro body on, and we'd run it with a BDA or BDH, a short stroke BDA, for a lot of years. Done very, very well. Thank you very much. Then I started doing more and more work for Mini Spares, and that was good. Everyone was happy. But Mini Spares said, "What do you think we sell?" And I said, "Mini Spares." "And what are you actually racing?" I said, "A Metro." "We really would like you to race a Mini. Don't care what Mini is, but as long as it's a Mini, we'll sponsor you, no problem. That's fine." Okay, so we had a measure up and we decided that a minivan is exactly the same wheelbase as the Metro.
Wow.
So off come the body and on went the minivan body and away we go.
Well, best of luck. I can hear that we need to be getting your helmets on and prepping. I can hear the whistle. Best of luck, mate. So he's running, and we'll have a very quick word with our winner of race 1 just before he gets in the zone. I know you're preparing, sir. I know you're about to go out and do battle, but best of luck. Any changes in strategy for this race, or just foot to the floor and go for it?
Foot to the floor and keep it on the black stuff.
Strategy.
Yeah, just go for it.
And of course, the lads behind you, they've sorted their technical problems. Do you think it's going to be more of a fight this time?
I think so. I'm expecting the mirrors to be full and probably a few overtakes. So, yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be warm out there.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, mate.
Thanks, Paul.
Drive safe and race safe. So, Pete, it's going to get exciting. We'll let the boys warm up. So, I think it could be anybody's guess as who could be our race winner this time. You're a betting man. Who would you put your money on?
Well, looking at this morning, you can't not put your money on Harvey, can you, really? But, you know, as long as the lads are having a good time out there and they're all clean and they all race and they have fun, if they beat it, brilliant, absolutely fantastic. Someone needs to knock him off his perch now a little bit. Having said that, Bill has won it once before as well, so it'd be nice to see any of the top four, really, could do it.
What about your lap record? Do you think your lap record's safe?
I hope so. I hope so. We're still a little...
You should tell the good people at home what your lap record is.
49.8.
Yeah.
So yeah. So we hope it's going to be safe. It's time will tell. It's times like this, you know, which I wish I still got the blooming car, but I haven't. And so there you go. But no, it's...
I want to know if your record gets beaten today, would you consider a comeback to reclaim it?
Well, I have been offered a couple of drives in the Enville cars, to see if we can if we can break it with those, which I think we could.
Well, so if you're watching this at home on Facebook feed in particular or on YouTube, if you want to see that, because I really want to see that, leave some comments and some hearts. Give us some viewer interaction. I would pay to see that, sponsor you.
Well, I think I need sponsorship from either DFS or SCS to get the bigger seat in, so I can get this large rear of mine in the car. But yeah, it's, you know, been there, done that. But yeah, I've been offered to drive it, so I will have a drive at some point. So yeah, let's see what happens, eh?
And what got you into minis in the first place? Obviously, they're very cute and appealing, and as we can see, they can kind of mix it with a touring car in terms of outright speed. But what do you think would get you back? What would it take, Pete?
Lose about 6 stone, probably. I don't know. Just the mood's got to be right, hasn't it? You know. But yeah, I mean, I've raced. My dad used to race minis years ago. He was a works driver for British Leyland, and yeah, I know minis. I like. Yeah. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a mechanic. I'm not an engine builder. I don't have any of that. I haven't got a clue. I can tell you if the car feels good or if the car feels bad, and I can tell you when it's in the sweet spot. So,
well, I think we could start you if we do this race next year. I think the Castrol A35, and if you just spin the camera around, you'll see the Castrol A35. That's absolutely stunning. It's got a Speedwell 1275 engine in. I think what will be a great starting point. I think maybe you're the pace car driver for next year, and you could go out and set a bit of a cracking lap, and just show people that the intent is there to come back, starting with the Austin A35 and then build up from there.
That record's safe then, isn't it? Yeah, it'd been on him, wouldn't it? I mean, Pete Bull was driving it again this year.
Yeah.
He was fantastic.
Mini royalty.
Yeah. Oh, mini royalty, a hero of mine. It's lovely to see him back out there and still doing things. Lovely to see him still involved in the paddock. And if it wasn't me for Pete, with his space frame minis, I wouldn't have been racing a space frame mini.
Oh, okay.
And if you ask this man in here why he's racing one of these, apparently it's my fault.
There you go. So it comes on, and of course these will be the heroes for the next generation.
Yeah.
To build the next thing. I mean, the nice thing is, it's just you really can looking at this car. I've done a shoot with this car. I mean, the amount of engineering that's gone into it, and the amount of money that's been spent, because you can go wild, can't you? Because the regs on this race are pretty unrestricted, aren't they? You can, within reason, put anything anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, really, I believe we need to stick to the special saloon regs that were from years and years and years ago. What all the cars were ever designed on, which was if the engine starts in the front, it stays in the front.
Yeah.
You know, which I mean, I know we have a rear bike engine car that had problems yesterday, but yeah, if you can run front wheel drive, I believe any engine, any gearbox, any mini shell, then away you go. You know,
I mean, we should talk through the architecture. While we've got a little bit of time waiting for the start of the race, if we just put the camera on the winning car there, you can see. So just talk us through. So obviously, this is a V8 radical engine. It's sitting much further back, and therefore, obviously, the driver, the gearbox, everything comes further back as well. So just talk us through the architecture of the car from the front to the back.
So the chassis and the roll cage that you've got on Harvey's car is built by Martin Short at Roll Centre from Mosler and TVR fame, and a bloody good peddler, still good. And so he built the chassis. Harvey obviously went there and said, I want more power. So he went for the Radical V8, which is 2.6, which is basically two higher buses welded together, for want of a better word. So it's two 1300 higher buses in a V8 configuration. It runs I think it runs an X-Track touring car gearbox, which is turned upside down, so I can get the drive shafts in the right order. But yeah, it's a Space Race chassis, same as Bill's, same as Richie's, same as Richard Morris's and Jamie's over there. They're all built in the same way.
Amazing.
It works. It works.
And we're going to hand over to our race commentators now, so they'll pick up as we start to do the assembly onto the grid and ready for the green flag lap. So we'll watch this race. We'll look forward to a fast one, and we'll catch you on the podium.
Happy days. Let's get there, eh?
Mini races, and there we go. A few more photos. There we go. Last photo's just being done, and then we'll grab a quick word with the top three.
It's so much easier to have two of you.
It's just drifted and drifted. I'm off the throttle, on the throttle, off the throttle, and it just won't do anything. It's just pushing him wider and wider, so his front wheels rub mine, and yeah, so apologise to him.
They might look like minis, but they're nothing like Miglias, are they, these cars? Cross-ply tyres means you can get them at all sorts of angles.
Yeah, they'd certainly given up by the end of the race, that's for sure. Yeah, a bit too warm for a little 10-inch tyre going round and round at that speed, I think.
But enjoyable race, enjoyable weekend.
Yeah, fantastic so far, just got one more to do.
Well, good luck in that one as well. Let's grab a quick word with the driver that finished in second place. Joe, a win and a second, not bad.
Yeah, not too bad. I think looking at the pace that I had even in qualifying, and if it still wasn't happy with the car, still pushing on a lot, ordered it massively for race one. Got the win and thought, to be honest, the pace that I've been doing this weekend, I'll probably grab another one, but just to feel a bit hard done by with the driving standards, to be honest. The sort of three different drivers completely hit into me, and it's put my toe out. And although I got into second, Jeff was just too far ahead, and the car was just drifting every lap. And like I say, with Nick here, we drove side by side as clean as you like, both in borrowed cars, you know. So yeah, a bit frustrating, but I'm happy to take away a win in a second.
And nice to see a great crowd. You know, 2 years ago, this place was empty. Nice to see a good crowd.
Yeah, exactly. And massive thanks to Phil, Bull and Brown for putting on this event. Obviously, it went away for a few years. Come back last year and done it again this year, and everyone loves the Pre-66 Mini, so...
We enjoy them as well. Congratulations. Let's grab a word with Nick Padmore as well if we can. Nick, we always knew you were going to do good things from the back of the grid, and there you were.
Yeah, that was tricky. Nick Paddy's done his back in, so very quickly said, can you drive it? So I jumped straight out of the MiG, tried to cool down a little bit and jumped in that, and I've forgotten how much grip they don't have. So I turned into paddock the first lap. I thought, oh Nick, I'm sorry about this, but lucky it was okay. And then yeah, just watched the fight, you know, Jesus. It's a bit punchy up the front.
I mean, you've driven a raft of different things over the years, and round here at Brands Hatch, you know, can be a Pre-66 Mini, it could be a historic Formula 1 car the next weekend.
Yeah, it is, and actually I'm back in the Formula 1 next weekend at Nürburgring, so yeah, Mini, Formula 1, I love it.
And what is it? It's an FW07, FW08?
No, next weekend's the Lotus 88, it's the twin chassis car that got banned, and Chrome Cars have got it back, so it's good.
What's it like, you know, we're talking minis, but what's it like driving something with a DFV in the back?
It's very fast. It's the grip, really, but the minis are so physical. It's, you know, the corner speeds in the minis mega. The F1's very fast.
And you could argue Miglia's is more competitive than historic F1.
Yeah, the Miglia's. You look at that race there, and the reason I'm doing this with my dad is it just keeps me so sharp. It's so entertaining, and the view going through Surtees, all bumper to bumper in the MiGs, you think, is there really anything else like this? It's so close.
And bumper to bumper in the Pre-66s as well. Well done to our top three drivers in the Pre-66 Minis. Give them a round of applause. Nick Padmore, who we've just heard from, Joe Ferguson, and the race winner was Jeff Smith.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, three talented men very much down there on the podium, doing a great job in the Pre-66 Minis. As we said, we'll see more from them a little bit later on in the year somewhere. If you fancy going along and checking them out, then please do, because they'll always give you plenty of great racing, as always. Right then, we now turn our attention to the fastest Mini in the world once again. This is our second race, 15 minutes to look forward to. Harvey Death, in the last few years, has been the champion. He was the winner of the 2021 festival and also the 2019 festival, and we had had the likes of Aaron Smith, who's also been a winner, Chris Slade, Bill Richards, who starts second on the grid, won this event back in 2016. And if you hark back way to year 2015, it was also Harvey Deeth who took that one as well. And it was Sam Summerhays in the very early days who took a victory in the fastest mini in the world from 2012. So we had many different winners. More recently, it has been Harvey Deeth in his machine, doing a grand job in the number 60 machine, the man who drives the Mini Cooper SV8. So it's a powerful little bit of kit there, and of course being inside a Mini as well, it goes even quicker. So let's see what Harvey can do. Can he do the double just like last year? Well, he'll be hoping to do so. But the likes of local man Bill Richards and Richard Billingham, who got himself to the podium in the first race, will try and have something to say about that, as this 15-minute race is very shortly to get underway as the cars work their way slowly through the last couple of corners. The red lights are on for this rolling start then, and it is Harvey Deeth who brings them to the line. The first two rows are looking good. The rest of the pack a little bit further back at the minute, but the red lights go out, and who can make the best of the jumps? A lot of power to put through those rear wheels, but it is Harvey Deeth who just about gets the advantage down towards Paddock Hill Bend ahead of Bill Richards. So he slots himself into the lead. Jim Lyons, who made a great start in race number 1, didn't quite do the same thing this time round, so he stays there in 4th position. But up the road, Richard Billingham already trying to put some pressure on Bill Richards, which he did pretty much for the whole 15 minutes in race number 1. So he tries again, just drops back down the hill, and Bill Richards a little bit quicker down the hill on the tail of Harvey Deeth here. So good stuff from Bill as he pushes his way along the Cooper Straight. I think everyone's safely through the first few corners.
Yeah, everybody's safely through the first few corners. After Richard Billingham, then it's Jim Lyons, followed by Jamie Billingham, the second member of the Billingham family, and is almost like a metallic gold, isn't it? Looks a bit like a crunchy wrapper, that little car, as it heads round through Surtees and McLaren and on towards Clearways in what is 5th position. But for the lead of the race, Bill Richards is now starting to get onto the coattails of Harvey Deeth. So they head over the start-finish line. Both of these drivers, remember, have won the fastest Mini in the world award in previous seasons. The all-yellow car of Richard Billingham is not that far away. Jim Lyons is sticking with them. His car went off the boil a little bit, didn't it, in race number 1 as it wore on. Let's hope that he's able to maintain this pace in race number 2.
Yeah, enthusiastic start then for the top 4 as they head downhill. But yeah, definitely Bill Richards is now closer to Harvey Deeth than he's been at pretty much any point across the course of the 2 races so far. So here comes Bill. I have to say he was very hot and sweaty when he jumped out of the car in race number 1, but he's not a youthful man anymore, but still drives this Mini very well. And as you said, he's done probably thousands of laps around this circuit now, so he knows which way it turns and he knows how to handle this Mini as well. But let's see if he can get the better of Harvey Deeth.
Yeah, very, very clever engineer is Bill Richards. Engineers his own cars, is an engineer by trade, and it certainly goes to show that he knows Brands Hatch and knows the Mini brand inside and out. So he sits there in 3rd position. Harvey Deeth with a slightly increased lead, I would say, this time through, because Bill Richards was conscious as to what was going on in his mirrors there heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend. He got the yellow car of Richard Billingham buzzing around behind him, but it's still Billingham in 3rd place. It's still Jim Lyons that's clinging on there in 4th position. For 5th place, it is Jamie Billingham that's there in 5th place. But if he looks in his mirrors, that is the similar shaped car with the Clubman front to it, but it's the burgundy car of the JLR technician, which is Richard Morris, who sits there as the final car inside the top 6.
Yeah, top 3 still keeping themselves together though, and Richard Billingham, out of those top 4, was the man who was the quickest of all of them on the previous lap. So 52.666 for Richard, so he's keeping honest with Bill Richards. Bill Richards trying his best to keep up with Harvey Deeth across the line. The gap now just grows slightly between the two of them, 0.633 seconds now between the top 2. It's Harvey Deeth who responds with now the quickest lap on a 52.147, so he's doing well here to try and get that lap record, which we have had set I think at 51.2 in previous years.
Yeah, absolutely, and now a bit of brotherly love is needed here for Harvey Deeth, because he can't afford to be compromised by brother Nigel as they head out of Graham Hill Bend and on towards the Cooper Straight. And I think for Harvey Deeth, he's going to breathe a sigh of relief here, because he's just going to squeeze his way through and past that traffic on the run in towards Surtees and McLaren. We're starting to see Jim Lyons drop away again now, aren't we, in that 4th position? So the number 11 car sort of faded away to a slight degree in the race earlier on, and the former autocross man is just dropping away from the front runners into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, as the car that was running in 5th place, Jamie Billingham, car number 121, is in.
Yeah, Jim Lyons can't quite live with the front pace at the minute, can he? So his lap time's now starting to drop down to the 54s, whereas the top 3 all within 52.7 or 52.9 range at the minute. So they're doing well as they head again up towards Druid's Corner. Slightly wide there possibly from Richard Billingham, so a few car lengths just lost on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend, and it's now Mary Grinham who's in the way of Harvey Deeth there, which he has to go to the inside of, so that would have delayed him just slightly. So Bill Richards gets a better run, brings that car a little bit closer, the Clubman Estates, but as it stands, it's actually Richard Billingham who had the best run down the straight into Surtees Corner.
Yeah, Mary Grinham also just being lapped by Jim Lyons, who's been compromised quite significantly working his way through the traffic. Mary Grinham, 50 years of racing now for Mary Grinham. She's got more than enough experience, to say the least. Harvey Deeth back over the start-finish line, still continuing to lead the way by less than a second still. It's 0.8 of a second separating Harvey Deeth from Bill Richards, but Bill Richards is going to keep an eye on his mirrors still. Richard Billingham is not going away at all. Richard Billingham's car, it might be shaped like a Mini, but it's powered by a Vauxhall VXR engine, and therefore is certainly putting out some horsepower. Bill Richards' car has been developed and redeveloped over the years. He continues to sit there in second, and we're starting to see those little plumes of flame again coming out of the side exhaust exits of race leader Harvey Deeth.
Yeah, lovely sight that does make through the likes of McLaren, which you're about to see now. There goes the flame. Also down through Graham Hill Bend is another part of the circuit where that flame just spits from the side of the car. So some lovely photos I'm sure we'll see on social media across the course of the next few days. But Harvey Deeth, here he comes up towards the line once again. Bill Richards still just about staying with him, although now Richard Billingham is a little bit closer to the back of his car. So the gaps fluctuate with around about a second between the top two, and then just under half a second, if not a little bit less now, through Paddock Hill Bend between second and third. But all of them on that previous lap did the best lap of the race that they have previously done. So they are on the money still, and it was in fact the man out front, Harvey Deeth, who did the best of anyone with a 52.084.
Well, Harvey Deeth is going to have some more traffic to contend with before too much longer. It's Francesca Roodhouse, the student who is still studying financial mathematics. I think she's been racing though since she was 14 years of age when she first started karting as Francesca Roodhouse, so she will be able to see the quicker cars coming up behind her, move neat and tidily out of harm's way. So she is placed a lap down by our race leader Harvey Deeth. Bill Richards is caught up in the traffic a little bit more there, and therefore he loses ground to the race leader and drops back into the clutches of Richard Billingham. So the lead advantage is now 1.6 seconds from first to second.
Someone's just ran through the gravel at Druid. I don't know if they've got up the other side just yet, so I'll wait for them to rear pin. I think there's oil on the circuit as well, possibly, because a few cars run wide into the corner, and one of them's very wide indeed, just in front of the leaders there. So through they all just about go. Bill Richards slows dramatically though down the hill, so looked like he might have just missed a gear there.
I think it's Clive Deeth that's got a problem and was slowing up, but Bill Richards also lost second place there as well, didn't he? So through went Richard Billingham. That was at the approach towards Paddock Hill Bend, and off the circuit and into retirement on the exit of Druids. That looks like Stuart Wright's car, is it? So he's an engine builder that works for CAD. He's not had that many races, but it looks like his car is out of the race and into the Druids.
Yeah, he's the one dropping down the screen as well. So he's the one where we see the yellow flags at Druids Corner. Still not too sure what happened to Bill Richards there. Very peculiar coming down the hill. So slippery surface flags out through Paddock and also up towards Druids Corner. And of course then we get to Druids with the yellow flag, so no overtaking, which means Harvey Deeth, if he catches the traffic, which he does, he can't get past it. So Richard Billingham and also Bill Richards get a little bit closer down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. So this is making it very interesting in this second race as we just now tip into the second half.
Yeah, so Harvey Deeth just working his way through and past the back marker there, car number 132, which was Lewis Salmon, but he did that just on the approach towards Graham Hill Bend, just as I think the yellow flags were about to come in. So hopefully that was a clean pass, but it was nip and tuck as to whether that was just still in the yellow flag zone or just after the yellow flags have been withdrawn. That's not for me to worry about. Over the start-finish line, he will thread his way past Mary Grinham for the second time, then squeezes his way through and past his brother, which is Clive Deeth, who is at the wheel of his 1963 bodied Mini and now drops off the lead lap. Now for second place, Richard Billingham is starting to get caught again, isn't he? The light blue car of Jim Richards is closing up on him as they head up towards Druids, but you can see the way they're taking Druids now is a lot more cautiously than they were a few laps ago. There's clearly something up there.
Yeah, I think that's wide of the corner, isn't it? So they're all kind of hugging the apex as best as they possibly can. Richard Billingham got hampered there with the traffic because, of course, there's still the yellow flag, so he couldn't get past up towards Druid's corner. So the gap grows just slightly now between the top two once again. And this just might be the break that Harvey Deeth needs out front, just to start building that gap just like he did in race number 1. But Richard Billingham will continue to try to bring it back down, but all the time he's going to have Bill Richards stuck within his mirrors as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation. And yeah, there is kind of a line that Mark's pointing out on the approach to Druids, and they are all kind of sticking to the right hand side of that, aren't they?
Yeah, it looks as though there's oil slap bang in the middle of the circuit as they head up towards Druids, which means that it's on the racing line on the approach and remains sort of on the racing line until you sort of get on the entry point to the corner, and from there I think, yeah, the sensible thing was done by Stuart Wright. He realised there was a problem and got the car off the racing line, so yeah, that's compromising the entry to Druids. I don't think it's an effect at all on the exit of it. So leading 3 down through Graham Hill Bend as things currently stand. That is also for 2nd and 3rd place, the closest battle that we've got on track at the moment. So Bill Richards trying to mount a challenge to get back onto the coattails of the plumbing and heating engineer, Richard Billingham, who sits there in 2nd position. But for the moment, that all-yellow carbon-bodied car is looking fairly secure in 2nd, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. So they are coming through very shortly. Here they go. They're just very quickly going to put a lap on the... Oh, we've got double yellows at paddock now for some reason.
There's a car slap bang in the middle of the circuit that's had a spin. Could be Lewis Salmon, potentially, looking at the colour of it.
And red flags come out pretty quickly, which is no surprise with that car being stuck bang in the middle. I couldn't quite see there with
it's not easy to see, is it, that one? No.
So yeah, that's quick work. I don't know how it's come to be there, but maybe it might have made contact with the inside of the wall and come back onto the circuit, but we didn't see that, unfortunately. But very quickly from the marshals with the waved double yellows there, and then very quickly from race control the red flags out as well. Just about to mention the battle we were going to have between Richard Morris and Sean King, but that has come to nothing, unfortunately, with the red flag.
Yeah, just having a look for... Yeah, I think I could see some telltale skid marks just going across from one side of the circuit to the other, so I think there probably was an impact with the barrier on the inside. So little choice. Car stranded in the middle of the circuit, and it's very much a blind approach, isn't it, to Paddock Hill Bend as well. For those of you who did the grid walk earlier on, you really begin to appreciate just how much of a rollercoaster circuit Brands Hatch is, because you're not on the flat over the start-finish line. You head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and you actually have to commit to the apex before you see it. And then from there, as soon as you get to the apex, it's adverse camber on the exit of it. So it really is a fantastic corner to get right. But if you do get it wrong, then unfortunately you either end up with the barriers on the inside or in the gravel on the outside. And yeah, unfortunately, red flag for this one. We've done really, really well, haven't we, with some close and some clean racing and no real requirements, I don't think, for red flags, other than maybe was the one in qualifying yesterday where Damien Harrington went off in the gravel very early on. That's about the only time, I think, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. We started the weekend with a red flag, and we've got the first one of the weekend in terms of a race red flag. So yeah, they've done very well. We've had a bit of oil dropped around the circuit, but again, they've managed to deal with that fairly well. Once the drivers see where it is, they can kind of work out where they need to place the car. So yeah, we've done well. Unfortunately, there for that car, it's just ended up in the wrong place, and hopefully the driver's okay. We'll hopefully see Richard jump out of the car very shortly to get himself to a place of safety. But in the meantime, the rest of the car is just now being held on the line. It's going to be interesting to see what we do here, because we've just entered into the final third of the race. So whether we get a restart over a shorter distance, or whether we call that race as a classification, we'll have to wait and see. But fastest Mini in the world, some of them coming now down into the pit lane as well, so they're not too sure where to go, but the normal indication is to head for the pit lane unless told otherwise. And I think the marshals will now indicate to the drivers what needs to be done, so doors being shut and possibly those cars off the grid very shortly. But it'll take a little bit of a while just to get the car and the driver cleared up from Paddock Hill Bend, and we shouldn't be too far away from more racing.
every time you fly flags on the ship, if you've got no ship, the wind flags on the road, don't it? But if you're going downwind or like that, of course the flags are living. Like that, and they're just hanging down, living. So what happened? The skipper will say to the girl in the EV, say, go get your legs and signal it. They say, there's no restriction. Signal it, just the punch. They don't do the headlights. Go right up. So the flags are actually moving to the ship. As soon as it can actually signal the air, leaving it. So there we are, come right all around the circle. Sorry. What did you say? Car parks. They won't let me put it on Facebook. I have to put punting. If I want to use my name, I can't put it. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. They don't exist anymore. Our roads don't exist. All that is communicate. They're classed as a single. So when I put the chief through, chief walked out. So I see anybody new coming in, where's the football? All of a sudden the endurance has come up. Into 12 hours continuous. 12 hours continuous, then all of a sudden the signals weren't in plain language, they were important. The week of the signals. Signal traffic still was coming into the council. And in the end they said, no, we're only going to do it certain. I did ask for a road to say. And they said, no, because we don't use those down there, we're going to go train, get somebody else to follow. Especially as I was going to make that look. They go to America. Been taken away, been taken home fucking think about it. Well, we know where he's going to go, haven't we? They ain't going to fucking, they're not doing fucking press gagging him, are they? You know, he's in the Navy, he's going to go on a ship, you know. When Hermes sailed, she only had one engine, the other engine had scaffolding around it, and they had dockies on it. When they sailed, they got rid of the scaffolding. And the dockies had to come off the ship.
So the clearing up of the incident up at Paddock Hill Bend almost done now by our fantastic team of recovery crews and the medical crews that just went there just to double check the driver's condition. Absolutely fine in the end, but we'll have to go for what is a mandatory check. Circuit staff and the marshals all dealing with the incident and the clearing up operation, whether it be recovery of car, treating the oil and the lubricants and the coolant and everything that had been put down on the circuit. I said at the time it was a red car and it might be Lewis Salmon, but it actually was the burgundy coloured car, which meant that it was Richard Morris that had the off. So the man who started racing 10 years ago works for Jaguar Land Rover as a technician. He was unfortunately the man that had the incident on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend. You see the telltale signs of some skid marks as we didn't see at the time that go from one side of the circuit over to the other, and then he clearly made contact with the barriers. So the cars that came into the pit lane are now being brought around by the safety car to rejoin onto the back of this grid. It is going to be a 5-minute restart for the fastest Mini in the world, and the grid will have been issued to the start marshals as the way that they need to line them up, but we'll have to do it by the naked eye, by the look of things. So it is going to be car number 60, Harvey Deeth, that will start from pole position, and alongside will be car number 21, Richard Billingham. This should be the running order they were in at the time that the red flag came out, but a lap prior to that, so you go back a lap from the red flag. So it's 60 and 21 on the front row of the grid. Row 2 of the grid is the number 26 car of Bill Richards, sitting alongside number 11, which is Jim Lyons. And then the third row of the grid, we'll have to wait and see as to who slots himself in onto the third row of the grid. The inside of the third row of the grid is vacant at the moment. The outside of it, we can see, is the number 65 car of Clive Deeth, but we'll wait and see as to whether any other cars get ushered up into that position. I don't think they will, because I think it was Richard Morris that was probably running in that 5th position at the time that he had the incident, so I think there will be that gap there on the inside of the third row of the grid. Then there's nobody there on the 4th row of the grid at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see as to what happens there. Row 5 of the grid is looking as though it is the car of Francesca Roodhouse, which is car number 144, and alongside that one is difficult to tell, but it looks like it's Lee Jones. Yeah, number 72 will be Lee Jones on the 5th row of the grid, but we're now starting to see a few more cars ushered forwards. So row 1, 60 and 21, row 2, 26 and number 11, row 3, a gap and then 65, row 4, car number 132, Lewis Salmon, and then a gap alongside, row 5, 144, Francesca Roodhouse and car number 72, row 6 is going to be, at the moment, on her own, is number 13, Mary Grinham, but then there'll probably be a gap alongside, and row 4 I think is going to be Nigel Deeth. However, we have now got a fully formed row 3 by the look of things, Matt, haven't we? Because row 3 is now looking as though it's 89 Sean King that now sits alongside the car of Clive Deeth, so it's 89 and 65 on row number 3. So what have we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 cars for this restart of the race.
Yeah, we certainly have. I think a few of them took themselves out to the out to paddock as well. I don't think they wanted to take part in the 5-minute restart, but the ones that we have there are good and very shortly ready to go. So this is going to give us now a good chance to the number 21 machine, isn't it, for Richard Billingham, who gets himself higher up on the grid from where he originally started, and of course was kind of carrying the speed to pull away from Bill Richards and to try and close in on Harvey Deeth here. So this could be a nice little 5-minute dash here to try and get the award for the fastest Mini in the world race.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely, yeah. It's not an aggregate of the two parts of the race. Part one, in reality, didn't happen now. So the race that was brought to a red flag, done and dusted, won't be even considered. So it's just whatever happens in this next 5 minutes will ultimately sort out as to who's going to pick up the top spoils and honours in the second of our fastest mini in the world races, for which, again, I mentioned it in the race earlier on, we need to thank not just Mini Spares for their support of this race, but also all of the other partners that are involved, including in particular Castrol Classic Oils, Avon Tyres via BMTR Tyres, who are the provider of those tyres, Mini Magazine, Swift Tune, and VMAX SCART as well, all of whom have had an involvement in this 2022 edition of the fastest mini in the world. So could Harvey Deeth make it 4 times? He has been declared as having the fastest mini in the world. Might Bill Richards be able to pick up the fastest mini in the world award for the second time? Or could we see Richard Billingham at the wheel of his car, who starts on the outside of the front row of the grid? He'd be classified as having, for the first time ever, the fastest mini in the world.
He would indeed, yeah. Jim Lyons is back there as well, so don't count him out. I know he was a little bit slow towards the kind of latter stages before the red flag, but Jim, now with a bit more of a resurgence and maybe just calming things down, might have a chance to go from 4th on the grid. So it's anyone's guess. I think it will be amongst the top 4 we get a winner, but 5 minutes or so we'll find out the result.
Yep, we'll have to wait and see. So the clock will only start ticking as and when the lights go out on the gantry. Another rolling start again, remember. We've seen Harvey Deeth pretty much lead every single lap, have we not, over the course of the day? But can the retired engineer and director manage to do it as he will look to try and stamp his authority on, yet again, the fastest mini in the world, having first won it in 2015, he won it in 2019, we didn't have it in 2020, and he was back to winning ways in 2021. Lights go out, we're away in racing, and Harvey Deeth does exactly what I thought he would do. He leads the charge up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, but they'll all take a slightly variant line through Paddock Hill Bend, making sure that they avoid that part of the circuit that had the oil on it. There was also more oil that was treated on the tarmac down at Paddock Hill Bend and up at Druids as well, but up at Druids it was largely off the racing line. So Harvey Deeth on with it already. The yellow car of Richard Billingham is sticking with the task in hand.
Yeah, certainly he's got a good jump there from the start, so he's right up the bumper of Harvey Deeth at the minute as they work their way along the Cooper Straight. Unfortunately for Jim Lyons, hasn't quite got the start he needed or wanted there, so he's going to fall into the clutches of the 89 machine here of Sean King, who's made good progress from the back and up there now, of course, in that 5th position. It could be 4th if he gets the better of Jim Lyons before too much longer, although through the likes of Clearways, he's just dropped back slightly there, so Jim Lyons in a straight line will possibly pull away as Harvey Deeth crosses the line to complete lap number 1 and leads Richard Billingham by just under 4 tenths.
Yeah, just 4 tenths of a second and only 4 minutes of the race to go now. Bill Richards runs very wide coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. His line was compromised on the way in because of that cement that was down there, and I think he was also just making sure he was very, very cautious with his approach to it, just to understand as to how much grip there is or isn't at that part of the circuit at the moment. So Harvey Deeth from Richard Billingham, those two have already pulled away from the blue car with the Union Jack emblazoned across the bonnet of it in the hands of Brands Hatch Specialist, which is Bill Richards. How is Jim Lyons getting on in 4th place? Well, under attack is the answer from Sean King and the number 65 car of Clive Deeth as Sean King dives through, takes the place away. Jim Lyons, with a problem, is going to retire in towards the back entrance to the pit lane area, so I'm afraid he's out the race.
Yeah, that car didn't look at all well, did it, as it came off Graham Hill Bend, so a good choice there for Jim to bring that car into retirement. Up front, top 2 now starting to pull away from Bill Richards, so Harvey Deeth and Richard Billingham. The gap just grows slightly there to just shy of a second, but all in all, Richard is still keeping just about with Harvey for the lead of the race, with just under 3 minutes to go as they turn away now down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Bill Richards is long gone now down the road in 3rd place, so he's got work to do. 2.9 seconds adrift, but up front, Harvey now the quickest man in the race once again, at 52.247.
Yeah, he got down into the 51s and the very low 51s, a 51.0, didn't he, in the race earlier on today? So he's about to blast his way over the start-finish line with 2.5 minutes remaining, so we're already halfway through the 5-minute restart for this race. Whatever the problem with Jim Lyons, it's not preventing him at least trickling his way down the pit lane to go to the outer paddock, but it clearly was enough to, unfortunately, prevent his further inclusion in the race. So for the lead of the race, Harvey Deeth has opened up now a 1 second gap between himself and Richard Billingham. There's traffic just up the road, and that will be his brother, Nigel Death, who want to try and wiggle his way through and past. And I think Nigel Death has got his own problems at the moment, because he was keeping that Appendix K car well and truly out of the way, and he is certainly slowing out on circuit, isn't he, at the wheel of the number 5 car?
Yeah, not at the speed that car should be going. So through very slowly along the Cooper Straight he now heads. Bill Richards still 3rd place. 4th place, of course, now cementing himself in that position after the retirement of Jim Lyons is that of Sean King, and it's Clive Death right behind him now in the number 65 machine. So they are your top 5 as they work their way now down towards the left-hander at Surtees. Behind them, 6th place is the 132 machine, so the one of Lewis Salmon, with a couple of cars just behind him, but he's keeping his distance over them as they works his way onto the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, so Mary Grinham's car is the next of those that Harvey Death is going to work his way through and past. Mary Grinham, I think, sees him coming and eventually lets him go, but she was conscious he didn't want to sort of step off or what would be her preferred line up towards Druids, largely because of the oil, if she had have done. So she just makes sure that she lets them go through when it's convenient for her, which is the right thing to do as a back marker. So through goes Harvey Death and puts a lap on Mary Grinham. Richard Billingham has already gone through and has safely done so. Next time through and over the start-finish line, they will be heading onto their final lap of the race. We've also had a change for position elsewhere down through the order. The light green car of Francesca Roodhouse got herself through and ahead of the darker green car with the white flashes in the hands of Lee Jones on that lap. So 144 Francesca Roodhouse up to 7th.
Yeah, having a good little battle at the minute through Druids Corner, so they head down the hill now and they are battling for potentially towards the rear of the order, but still good battles going on wherever you look within the field at the minute. Harvey Death nonetheless has gone now onto his last lap of the weekend in the fastest mini in the world, so he's continuing to hold the margin, keep the gap as consistent as possible. It's now out to 1.7 seconds, so looks okay on this last lap. Don't think he's going to really be troubled by Richard Billingham, but it's a shame that Bill Richards couldn't quite live with the top 2 in that restart. Well and truly, up until the red flag, Bill was right there with the leaders, but just backing things off, feeling the pressure, definitely feeling the heat today, but a second podium of the weekend is not going to be a bad result for Bill.
No, it's not, no, at a circuit that he knows like the back of his hand, but it is going to be another win, and therefore he has still got the fastest mini in the world. Harvey Death is going to come through, and for the 4th time since 2015 he has picked up top honours in the fastest mini of the world. Richard Billingham comes through at the wheel of his carbon fibre bodied car to finish in 2nd position, and 3rd place will go the way of Brands Hatch specialist Bill Richards, who charges his way over the start finish line now to finish in 3rd position. 4th place should be the car of Sean King, the number 89 car, to finish in 4th place, but he's got right with him Clive Death, and on the run to the line, are we going to see any change in the order? It's going to be close, you know, but it is just going to be Sean King that hangs on to the place by 60 thousandths of a second from Clive Death, number 65, that finishes in 5th place. 6th place should be car number 132, which is Lewis Salmon, to take the checker flag now, and Francesca Roodhouse is indeed going to hang on to 7th place, having taken that place away from the number 72 car of Lee Jones a few laps earlier. And then we've just got another car to take the checker flag, which will be a car that finished off the lead lap. It wasn't the only car to finish off the lead lap, because Mary Grinham in 9th place has already taken the checker flag, and through goes Nigel Death now to complete the top 10 and become the last of the finishers. So number 60 Harvey Death claims the win, 21 Richard Billingham 2nd, 26 is Bill Richards in 3rd place. Those will be the 3 drivers that will be chatting to Matt Suckling very shortly, but whilst Matt is making his way down there to scoop up the drivers for the fastest mini in the world race, I'm going to guide you through the grid for the next of the races, because it's the Mini 7 S-Class that's coming up in a few moments' time. We saw a fantastic race from them earlier on over the course of the day. There was an amended result issued for the Mini 7 S-Class, and what it did, unfortunately, was it disqualified car number 714, Chris Pryor. Now, at the time, I did say I thought he might have gone through underneath the yellow flags that were being shown there up at Clearways Corner, and indeed that was spotted by the officials. So as he had overtaken under the yellows, he was disqualified for failing to comply with those yellow flag signals. So disappointment for him, but absolutely, when the yellow flags are out, that it's a big no-no. I'm sure it was absolutely unintentional, but Either way, he has paid the penalty. So let me guide you through the grid then, page 29 of the programme. And for this one, what we see is the top 8 reversed in the Mini 7 S-Class. So it's kind of a 7-4-4, which is Ben Siegfried, that starts on pole position, and alongside is 777 Dave Rees. So 7-4-4, 7-7-7. Row 2 of the grid is 7-8-9, which is Arnold Duncan, alongside 7-2-5, Fraser Hack, 7-8-9 and 7-2-5. The third row of the grid is 7-0-6, Jonathan Page, and 7-2-8, Michael Winkworth, 7-0-6 and 7-2-8. And row 4 of the grid is 7-1-1, Damien Harrington, and 7-5-8, which is Matthew Ayres, the race 1 winner, 7-1-1 and 7-5-8. Row 5 of the grid is 7-0-5, Andrew Page, alongside 7-6-6, which is Jeff Williams, 7-0-5, 7-6-6. Row 6 is 7-2-1, Ben Johnson.
Another win, well done, sir. How do you feel after that one?
A bit hot. It was a bit. There was a bit of activity there, wasn't there, with oil, and unfortunate one of the Bellington spun on the on paddock, and but it's just a case of trying to nurse the car tyres, and we're running out of tyres, and we swapped the back tyres over because they're badly worn. The left rear was badly worn, so it was a bit lively to start off with. So just played a waiting game and was patient. So.
Well done, mate. And did it affect you much sitting there? Obviously getting very, very hot. It's always on a day like today when there's a restart and you're sitting there, cabin temperatures rising, engine temperatures rising, tyres are cooling. Does it affect your confidence going back in for the restart?
Not really. It just makes you more focused on your first beer.
I love it. Well, go upstairs, get your podium finished. Well done, sir. And yeah, we'll see you for a bit of a celebration later. Well done. Well done. There he is, chilling down. Well done, mate. You got there in the end, didn't you? Talk us through that. That was a bit more fun this time, wasn't it?
Not really. No, it was mega, to be fair. It's awesome. It's just a bit too warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cooking in there.
Well, we saw obviously the restart, the cars are getting very hot. We saw that one of your chums bought you out a bottle of water. Yeah. It just gets to that point, doesn't it, as a driver, and you're sitting there baking in the sun. You really start to feel it, don't you?
Yeah, dry mouth was well into. Yeah, so water was needed.
We need a drink system in it.
Yeah.
We need a drink system in the car, really. Yeah. You know, it's so hot. I bet it's over 50 degrees in there today.
Yeah,
Got to be.
The roll cage is red hot in there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if the exhaust runs right by the side of the driver, that's the problem. Yeah. So it's a less than ideal situation, shall we say? It is.
But you got a third and a second, and it's been a good day out all in all?
Yeah, happy days. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Weather's awesome. Yeah,
great,
brilliant.
It's lovely in the sunshine, but it gets a little bit warm, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Well hot.
Well done, Rich. I'll let you recover, mate. You stay in the shade. Let's go and find Bill. Let's go and quickly doorstep him. Excuse me, squeeze through to this heroic man. Well done, sir. Another podium.
Yeah, it's a shame it's a second, third, not a second, but yeah, it's how it is.
Yeah.
But the old girl doesn't respond to oil on the circuit, and some cars, they have modern dampers that deal with these sort of things. The old girl says, "I've had enough, Daddy. Don't do this again."
Was it getting a little bit leery out there?
Well, I had a half spin at into paddock. I just couldn't keep the pressure up because the oil was on the tyres.
Yeah.
And that's where it stays for most of the race, and that was it.
Well, wait, was it still a gallant effort and you're still on the podium? Third is third, no matter how far behind you are, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the Green Devil didn't get away from me. I was on him all the way. One slip, one missed gear, and I would have been there, but...
Pete, what do you reckon to that?
Oh, he's mega, isn't he? Hey, hero, mate. You know, Bill's been around long enough, and we've had some good battles over the years, haven't we, mate? You know, and it's great to see him still out there. And you know what he doesn't know about a Mini, it's not really worth knowing. And to see him still out there, there's life in the old buggy, yet, isn't there?
I reckon back again to defend it next year. Do we think, Bill?
Too right.
Good lad. Right, go and get a beer. Get on that podium. We'll see you in a bit. Right, come and join us for the podium celebration in just a moment.
Up onto the podium in a minute. Let's have a quick chat about how that race went, and it's just so sorry, Bill. Just a quick chat. You can go upstairs in a minute. Well done, lovely race there. The first part I think was better than the second, but you tried your hardest.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give the Green Devil a run for his money. I had a couple of stabs at Druid, my best overtaking spot, but then the oil came out, and it was. My car is old. It doesn't respond. The dampers are not super modern, so it doesn't respond to oil on the circuit, and that was it. Game over.
It's a real shame because I think Harvey had a little bit left in his tank there, but you gave him a really good run right towards the red flag there.
Absolutely, he wasn't going to sleep, that's for sure.
But you've enjoyed your weekend?
Absolutely, love it, and thanks to Mini Spares.
And there'll be more races for you here at Brands in years to come.
Absolutely. My voice not broke yet, so I'm good.
Bill, well done. Lovely to see you. Well done. You get a handshake as well for your efforts. And if Bill can head upstairs with the others, the top two there, and they'll be deserved winners of the podium accolades. So well done to them. Harvey's on his way up. Rich is going to head up as well, and so will Bill once his voice is broken. But he's on his way, and I'll be back up with you very shortly, Mark.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, what we might need to do is just get the race underway, and then we can hand back down, because the interviews have already been done, so it's just a case of introducing our drivers onto the podium. So if we maybe get the first half a lap underway of the Mini 7 S-Class, then we'll hand back down to Matt Suckling on the podium. He'll cue the mic up when he's ready, introduce the drivers, and then we'll crack on again with what was, if it's anything like race number one, this should be an absolutely brilliant race. Fantastic racing for the Mini 7 S-Class. Earlier on, the top 5 cars were separated by 1.063 seconds in the end. The win was by 0.2 of a second. The whole podium was separated by just 0.352 of a second in the race that we had earlier on today. Remember, this is a reverse grid race, so the race one winner starts from 8th for this one. And that also means that scooped up into that reverse grid race was Dave Rees, who originally finished outside of the top 8, but because of the disqualification for Chris Pryor, it brought him into the top 8. Top 8 get reversed, and he starts from pole. So the metallic green car is Dave Rees on pole position. It's the brown car of Arnold Duncan alongside. Row 2 of the grid. Sorry, it's Ben Siegfried, I should say, that starts with the reverse grid. He comes up because he finished in 8th place. It's the light green car with the orange flashes to it of Ben Siegfried on pole position, the metallic green car of Dave Rees that's alongside, then the brown car of Arnold Duncan alongside the yellow car of Fraser Hack. It's white and blue and darker blue for Jonathan Page alongside the blue and dayglow car of Michael Winkworth, and then it is light green for Damien Harrington alongside the largely grey car, isn't it? Car number 758 of Matthew Ayres, who sits there 8th on the grid. So we're going to get the race underway, then we'll hand back downstairs to Matt Suckling briefly to introduce the drivers for the fastest Mini in the world onto the podium. Green flag should fly at the tail end of the field. This is going to be a 20-minute race for the second of our Mini 7 championship races, the Mini 7 S-Class. Red lights are on the gantry, and as the lights go out, which they do now, it's a good start from Dave Rees from the outside of the front row of the grid, but Ben Siegfried is sticking with him on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Who is going to come out ahead? Dave Rees has got the outside line at Paddock Hill Bend, which might work well, but Fraser Hack decides he wants the outside line, sweeps all the way around the outside of Dave Rees and hasn't quite cleared him as yet as they head in towards the braking area for Druids for the first time. Ben Siegfried leads the way, Fraser Hack is second, it's Damien Harrington in 3rd position, and 4th at the moment. It looks as though it's the brown car that's there in 4th position, which is going to be the car of Arnold Duncan. Let's hand you back down to the podium and Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, right then, top 3 for the podium. In 3rd place, Bill Richards. Well done, Bill. Not quite the fastest Mini in the world, but nice to see him taking part and heading down to the end of the podium. Many congratulations to Bill. 2nd place for Richard Billingham. Gave him a really good shot in that second race. Not quite there, but well done for a 2nd podium of the day. And a man who takes the fastest Mini in the world award again this year, Harvey Dees. Well done, Harvey, to the top step of the podium, and a big cheer from the crowd downstairs as well. So well done, guys. If you want to huddle together on the top step, cuddle each other if you don't mind. Big smiles as well, which is always good, and some lovely photos to be taken as well. Well done, guys. Nice to see you, and thank you very much. Back to you, Mark.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Fraser Hack goes for the lead of the race at Paddock Hill Bend, sweeps his way round the outside of Ben Siegfried. So that is the lead of the race for the man who qualified on pole position yesterday, but missed out on the race win earlier on. So Fraser Hack leading the way. Ben Siegfried there in 2nd place. What's going on for 3rd at the moment? It looks as though it's Matthew Ayres who's gone all the way around the outside of Damien Harrington at Druids to get the inside line when they head in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. So it's Hack from Siegfried, from Matthew Ayres, from David Rees, then it's the first of the Page family that's next up, which means that it's going to be Jonathan Page who sits there in 5th position. It'll be Michael Winkworth that completes the top 6 as things currently stand. Who's there in 7th place? That's not an easy one to work out at the moment. Let's have a quick look who's there in 7th place. It's Damien Harrington, because it's the green car that's there in 7th position, but they all are about to flash their way over the start-finish line. At distance now with the sun shining, all of the cars look exactly the same colour when you look down towards the end of the lap. So over the start finish line now come Fraser Hack leading the way. Is he still going to be leading as they head out of Paddock Hill Bend? Yeah, I think so, because he got a good run through Paddock Hill Bend, and Ben Siegfried in 2nd place was a little more cautious with his approach to the corner, so he lost a couple of mini lengths to the car he'd been trying to hunt down, and then Matthew Ayres braves it out, brakes very late for Druids, all the way around the outside at Druids, to get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. So Matthew Ayres, the championship leader, now up into second position, and on the reverse grid, the pole sitter is now down into third place, with Dave Rees still in fourth place, Jonathan Page in fifth, Damien Harrington is in sixth place, Michael Winkworth is in seventh, Duncan Arnold is in eighth place, and ninth place, I can't quite tell who that is in ninth at the moment. I think that's the man who was excluded from the race earlier on. I think it's car number 714, Chris Pryor, who's up into ninth position, and that will be impressive because that will be from 19th position on the grid.
Yeah, we've had some good gainers, haven't we, from the back of the grid so far today, so another one to add to the mix in this one as well. Fraser Hack comes through then to lead another lap, but it's another great train of minis working their way in towards the first corner. Michael Winkworth looking to potentially make a move. Harrington's trying to do the same as well. He gets to the inside of the car ahead of him as they head up now the hill. They're going to be almost 3 wide in towards Druids Corner, but it's Winkworth who takes the place away, and Hack is under attack for the lead as well, because Matthew Ayres goes round the outside and he might just get the job done. He's been squeezed all the way down the hill on the grass, but Matthew Ayres forces his way now to the inside of the corner, and that will take him to the lead of the race. But that was a hard fought battle with Fraser Hack.
It was a hard fought battle with Fraser Hack, and I think he's just got back across the nose of Fraser Hack's car as they came out of Graham Hill Bend, so he will hang on to the lead of the race. So Matthew Ayres it is that picks up the lead of this race. Remember, he did win the race earlier on this, in the day, and that was his third win of the 2022 championship season. But Fraser Hack is coming back at him. He gets a better run coming out towards the Clark Curve section of the circuit, so they run side by side down the Brabham Straight. Matthew Ayres just with his nose ahead, but Fraser Hack with the favoured inside line heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend is going to go back through and take the lead of the race. Can he hang on to it on the exit, or can Matthew Ayres get the cut back? No, Fraser Hack has done a good enough job there to take the corner and cover off any attack that is going to come on the run up towards Druids. But we know that Matthew Ayres is pretty good and fairly confident going around the outside at Druids. Couldn't quite do it on that occasion though, Matt. 6 for the lead.
Yeah, it certainly is. He learnt from his lesson last time round, although he did get the lead there eventually. It was kind of out on the dirty side of the track, which is always then hard to get your tyres clean for the next left-hander, which is Graham Hill Bend and then also Surtees. Here comes Michael Winkworth for what's going to be 4th position. He squeezes his way just about down the inside line of Jonathan Page, so that's him now up into another position. He gets a bit of contact from the rear of the car. It goes one way. He just manages to collect it as well, but in the process Damien Harrington gets to the inside, not just of 1 but potentially of 2, because he's going to try and squeeze past Michael Winkworth. They're going to be 3 wide on towards the Brabham Straight on this occasion, but who's going to get the line, the preferred line, in towards Paddock Hill Bend as they just about make their way through? Damien Harrington I think goes to the head of that little bunch for 4th place, and Michael Winkworth goes through as well, with Jonathan Page losing out.
Crumbs, that was close. Good driving from everybody there, because it looked as though it was all going to go wrong on 2 separate occasions there, but no, the lightest of touches, but fair and hard racing from everybody, which is what we've seen largely in all of the races here at the 10th edition of the Mini Festival. But it is going to be Fraser Hack that leads the way, the yellow car just ahead of the championship leading number 758 car of Matthew Ayres there in 2nd place. Now Fraser Hack last time through set the fastest lap of the race, a 60.430 second lap, and whilst it's good news for him because he'll pick up the extra championship point for that, we've got bad news coming the way of car number 714, Chris Pryor. Remember, he was excluded from the race earlier on, disqualified, so had to go off the back of the grid. Well, 10-second penalty in this race for being out of position at the start, so it's all gone from bad to worse for him. No longer will he be inside the top 10.
No work to do to try and build that gap up, which is very hard to do in mini racing, so this is pretty much a race gone for Chris Pryor, unfortunately, after all that hard work to get towards the front of the field. It's that 10-second penalty now to be applied as well, so that will drop him way down the order, as Mark said. But meantime, up front, Fraser Hack again under attack here from Matthew Ayres, who again tried the outside line, but it wasn't quite working on this occasion again. He's now got to watch out from behind, because Ben Saferide is right there as well in 3rd position. Hasn't really dropped down the order, has he, from where he started on pole position? So he's doing well, keeping in the podium positions at the minute, and those 3 have got a slight buffer now over Damien Harrington and Michael Winkworth. But how long do you reckon it will be until they catch up?
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see how long it will be before they can start to close up on the cars around. The race has still got 13 minutes to go, so there's plenty of time to try and catch up a little bit of any deficit that exists between them all. So over the top, start-finish line come the leading 3. Fraser Hack under the cosh again as Matthew Ayres jinks out from behind to driver's left to see if he can take a sweep round the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to brave it out round the outside? couldn't quite make it there, can't cut back on the exit. They both compromise each other through the corner, so Ben Siegfried is starting to close in ever more on them all, and now the light green car brakes as late as it can and takes a big wide sweep round through Druids, but they all come out of Druids in exactly the same order. Still the yellow car from the grey car from the green car. We've got Michael Winkworth now in what will be 4th position, because he's got himself through and ahead of the light green car number 711 of Damien Harrington.
Yeah, and bit by bit they are now starting to catch, because Damien Harrington on that previous lap was the quickest of anyone with a 59.9, so they are now almost making it 5 for the lead. I think it could be 7 before too much longer, because just behind Damien Harrington now is the car of Jonathan Page, and also the car there which sits of 777, Dave Rees. So 7 almost for the lead. We've got 5 there now, so Fraser Hack, just like the previous race, it was leading for quite a chunk of the race, but unfortunately then dropped down towards the latter stages into what was, I think, 5th position. So Fraser now has got work to do to continue to defend, continue to hold the lead, and try not to drop back how he did in race number 1. And to be fair, the top 2 now just starting to break away very slightly over the rest of the pack, as Matthew Ayres sends a very late lunge round the outside, which again is going to work here. So this time he thinks, yes, I will stick my nose round the outside, I will try and keep ahead down towards Graham Hill Bend, and I do want to take the race lead away, which he's going to try and do on Fraser Hack. There's a bit of contact between the two of them, they just about escape, and somehow Fraser Hack keeps himself ahead.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how Fraser Hack managed that, but the little bit of contact between the pair of them was just a light touch. I'm afraid, having non-started the first race, it's a non-finish in race number 2 for car number 733, James Bryan. His Specsavers supported car is out of the race and has retired into the back area of the Grand Prix paddock. So we've got just over 10 minutes of the race to go. Michael Winkworth set the fastest lap of the race last time through, 59.934, so he picks up the extra championship point as we go side by side for the lead of the race once more, with Matthew Ayres just getting his nose ahead on Fraser Hack, who cannot manage to hang on to the lead this time through Paddock Hill Bend. He tried to brave it out, but it's Matthew Ayres that retakes the lead of the race. Fraser Hack down into 2nd place. But watch your mirrors, guys, because that blue car with its day-glow orange flashes in the hands of the 6 times back-to-back winner from earlier on this season and the reigning Mini 7 S-Class champion, Michael Winkworth. He's on his way, I would say.
Certainly, as David Rees is now getting a little bit bumped up by the cars around him, because Damien Harrington goes to the outside. I think Jonathan Page is going to try to go to the inside here on the run down the Cooper Straight. So all of a sudden, Dave Rees, who was sitting on the podium, is now going to be down in what's going to be 6th position here. So not good news at all for that car. So not good news, I'm afraid. In fact, that's Ben Siegfried, isn't it? So apologies on that one. It's Ben who's now down the order from where he was in a podium position, but it's almost going to be joined with Dave Rees, who sits there in that 7th position.
Yeah, the light green car is Ben Siegfried, the metallic green car is Dave Rees. But yeah, say some bits of the circuit now from our commentary box with this fantastic weather that we're having, all you can see is a silhouette. You have no idea what the colour of the car is, so we are guessing a little bit on some occasions. Side by side almost for the lead of the race again. Yet Fraser Hack is now going to try the Matthew Ayres move. Is he round the outside? No, thinks better of it, so tucks himself back behind the race leading car in the hands of the current championship leader. They descend downhill and in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. I said that Michael Winkworth was on his way. Well, he's absolutely with them now, isn't he, as they head onto the Cooper Straight. Matthew Ayres moves over again to the left-hand side of the circuit to protect the inside line, heading to part way down the Cooper Straight. Sweeps back to the right again so he can take a proper racing line in towards Surtees and then up towards McLaren, and then they all fan out again as they take subtly different lines through McLaren and on towards Clearways Corner. So this is going to be lap number 11 that's about to be completed. Fraser Hack is getting the toe off the race leader. What is he going to do when they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, Matt?
Let's have a look then. So Matthew Ayres, the 3-time winner so far this year, now still trying to pick up another win, trying to extend his championship lead as well, but the man behind him, Fraser Hack, yet to be a winner this year, so he's pushing as hard as he possibly can to try and squeeze his way through, but he has that former champion behind him, the 6-time winner so far this year of Michael Winkworth. So it's not going to be easy to defend, so he tries to attack the back of Matthew Ayres through Druids once again, but that was a move that was done to him a few laps ago, so if he's going to try and outsmart Matthew Ayres, he needs to try and think of a different place to do it. But as we've heard from so many drivers today and this weekend, it's quite hard to pass in a Mini around Brands Hatch, but it's not for want of trying for Fraser Hack, because he's going to have to get on with the job in hand here, because Michael Winkworth is now right with them, almost pushing them along up towards the right-hander of McLaren, and I've got to be careful not to be caught here by Damien Harrington, who sits there in 4th position, another man who has yet to have a win so far this year.
Yeah, Damien Harrington will be pushing as hard as he can to see if he can join in on the fun that the lead trio are having at the moment. Michael Winkworth set the fastest lap of the race in third place last time through with a 59.924, and now he is attacking Fraser Hack for second place on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend. He throws one up the inside. Fraser Hack sees him coming. Michael Winkworth bounces off the curbs, runs a little bit wide coming out of the corner, so Fraser Hack is able to get himself back up the inside as they head up towards Druids this time through. So they've swapped back between the approach to Paddock Hill Bend and the entrance to Druids, so they're in exactly the same order as they were coming over the start-finish line. All of this squabbling is not allowing, though, Matthew Ayres quite as yet to pull away in the lead of the race, but I think you're absolutely right, Matt, that Damien Harrington in fourth place is on his way, and he's bringing with him also the fifth place car, which is car number 706, Jonathan Page.
Yeah, but he's not taking a huge amount out, is he? Well, he didn't on the previous lap. It was about a tenth of a second, so he wants to get there. He needs to take a bit more of a chunk of a time, which he might be able to do on this lap, actually, because I think the gap now does look a little bit less than 1.7 seconds here. So Damien Harrington will be wishing that those three out front continue to squabble just to make his job a little bit easier. So let's have a look and see what the gap is this time as they go through between third and fourth. It's going to be 1.1 seconds, and with it, Damien Harrington now does the quickest lap of the race, which is a 59.669, more than half a second quicker than those three ahead.
Yeah, and Jonathan Page, who was in the slipstream of Damien Harrington, did a 59.7 and was the second quickest car out on the track on that lap. So now they're in the tow of the leading pack. It's just allowing them to ever more close up, and we're side by side for the lead of the race once more. Matthew Ayres had Fraser Hack to his right-hand side on the approach towards Graham Hill Bend. Fraser Hack has now got to watch his mirrors because he's unlocked the door a little bit here, Michael Winkworth. He's had a quick knock on the door. Is he going to squeeze his way through? They're side by side through Surtees. Fraser Hack hangs on the outside at Surtees to get the inside line for McLaren, and now we have without question got four for the lead, but Jonathan Page is going to pick up the tow from all of them in fifth place. He won't quite be with them by the end of the Brabham Straight, but he's not going to be far away. We've nearly got now a quintet for the lead.
Certainly have, so through they come. They all start to fan out on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Michael Winkworth goes outside, back to the inside, try and get the move done on Fraser Hack, which again gets very, very close as we look at it from here in the commentary box. So Michael Winkworth goes up now into second position, but Fraser's been pretty late on the brakes around the outside on multiple occasions, but this time through he decides to get back in line and not really risk losing a position to Damien Harrington as well. So he wants to try and keep this third place, if not move higher up the order, but things are starting to show now, and the bonnet is starting to lift on the right hand side of Fraser Hack's car as well, so that's going to really slow him down and also maybe obscure his vision as well.
Yeah, and it might bring out a black and orange flag as well. Through goes Damien Harrington and takes the opportunity to move up into the podium places. I think the reason it came undone was there was a little bit of contact between himself and the boot of Michael Winkworth's car as they went down in towards Graham Hill Bend. They were both almost having two wheels on the grass, and now, yeah, for Fraser Hack, and through goes Jonathan Page. Yeah, look at that, he's not going to be able to see at all. The bonnet has now gone right up into the windscreen, the fiberglass bonnet, and Fraser Hack, I'm afraid, is going to have zero visibility and is going to have to park the car up on the approach towards Paddock Hill Bend. The difficulty is, it's not easy to see where you need to park it.
No, as far off the circuit as possible, which is okay, I suppose, up there. It will mean there's going to be some yellow flags for the time being, but what a weekend for Fraser. It could have been a lot better after qualifying on pole yesterday. It looked like it was all going his way, but to just, unfortunately, have things undo in his wrong way favour, really. So he is parked up a little bit dejected over there at Paddock Hill Bend, but the fight out front now continues with just four cars with still leading it. Matthew Ayres. Michael Winkworth now has a little bit of a nibble around the outside of McLaren, but in doing so, he leaves the door just briefly open there, which almost allows Damien Harrington to get through on the inside, but he doesn't, so he's going to wait his turn here. But we've got one of the prime overtaking positions now on the track disappearing because of the yellow flags the whole way across the line.
Yeah, so those yellow flags mean there's no overtaking in towards Paddock Hill Bend, so Jonathan Page needs to be careful he doesn't sneak up the inside of Damien Harrington. Well, he was alongside going into Paddock Hill Bend. We'll have to wait and see as to whether that is a clean overtake or otherwise, as the case may be. Now, of these four cars fighting for the lead of the race, three of them have had race wins so far this year. One of them hasn't, and that's the car that is now at the tail end of this leading pack of four, that being 711, which is Damien Harrington. He is pushing Jonathan Page along the Cooper Straight. We see lots of bump drafting in Legends. We've seen plenty of bump drafting in Minis this weekend.
We certainly have. We've thoroughly enjoyed it as well. So the car's getting a little bit of a workout, a little bit of a bump, which didn't, as we said, go in the favour of Fraser Hack with the bonnet just lifting up. So Damien's got to be careful not to do that and have the same fortune, but he knows what he's doing. Been around again in Minis for many years now, so he's looking, as Mark said, for a first win of the season, but he's got 3 cars to try and work his way through, and the time is now starting to run out with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, with Matthew Ayres still leading, Michael Winkworth there in second. Jonathan Page now is going to try and be the big gainer, the man who's had 2 victories so far this year. They've been fairly recent victories as well. For Jonathan, who goes to the inside of Druids Corner, and he makes contact, unfortunately, with the back of the race leader, Matthew Ayres, so he got past Michael Winkworth. He saw that one coming, and unfortunately the speed was too great into the corner, and then just clipped the rear of Matthew Ayres, which unfortunately has dropped Matthew out of the lead down to 3rd place, and I think it's put pay to Jonathan Page's race completely.
It has, yeah, but Damien Harrington will be grinning from ear to ear in that one. He was running in 4th place. He saw the contact between those cars ahead of him, and he was able to sneak through, avoid any damage, and picks up the lead of the race. So this could be a very fortuitous win for Damien Harrington, who's had 3 second places so far this season. He's had a 3rd, he's had 4th, he's had 5th. He's not had the win as yet, and he is about to head over the start-finish line with enough time on the clock for 2 further laps. And Michael Winkworth with damage is going to retire as well, so he got tangled up. You can see the damage to the front left corner of his car, so he is out of the race, and he's going to post another retirement. He was saying, you never know, I could still be in the championship shout. Well, that is absolutely going to put the final nail in the coffin for any aspirations he had to try and make it back-to-back championships.
Yeah, 5 poor results now, which is not good enough, unfortunately. Of course, you drop your worst 3, so that would be another 2 to carry. So Michael Winkworth trying to be as optimistic as possible, but unfortunately race number 2 here at Brands has not gone his way whatsoever. So that really does now open up the book to who gets on the podium, because it's still Damien Harrington that leads the way by a substantial margin in mini terms. 2nd place for Matthew Ayres, and for 3rd place it looks like it's going to be the car of number 744. So the man who started on pole position, Ben Safraid, is just working his way now through McLaren, but that one is not over, to be fair. There's another 4 cars starting to line up behind him, and they include Dave Rees. Also the 714 machine is right in there as well to watch out for, so any of those could get themselves onto the podium. So it's not done yet, Mark.
It's not done quite as yet. Damien Harrington is just 1.4 seconds up the road from Matthew Ayres, and then we've got that squabble that we were talking about, which is Ben Siegfried under pressure from Dave Rees at the wheel of his metallic green car. Then we've got the car of Chris Pryor sitting behind, but remember, he's got a 10-second penalty because he was out of position at the start. And then the very unusual colour for a racing car, the brown coloured car of Arnold Duncan, sitting there just off the coattails of those ahead of him. But for the final time, Damien Harrington works his way out of Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight, and it looks as though the man who has finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th so far this season is going to head towards the top step of the podium. As long as he's clean and tidy coming out of clearways, he's going to grab his first win.
He certainly is. Yet one more corner to go. To be fair to Matthew Ayres, he really has closed that gap on this final lap, but I don't think he's going to get enough of a toe to get up to the line to take the victory here. So in this Mini 7 S-Class race, it's going to be a first win of the year for Damien Harrington, who takes the victory in round 12 of the championship. 2nd place goes the way of Matthew Ayres, and it's going to be a line of cars for 3rd place, but it's just going to go the way of our pole sitter for this 2nd race. Ben Safraid comes through ahead of what's going to be then 777. So Dave Rees gets 4th place. 5th place is then going to go to the 789 machine, because of course Chris Pryor, with that 10-second penalty, will have to drop down the order. So 789 comes through next off to take that position of Arnold Duncan. So he's next through. Then we have into 6th place the Ollie Handley machine. Chris Pryor, all in all, comes through in 7th position. So only lost a couple of positions due to where everyone else was quite a way back from those 4 cars. So prior to 7th, 8th place then goes to the 795 machine of Stuart Gilby. He was a non-finisher, of course, after an off over at Clearways in race number 1. And then for 9th place, it was the 766 machine to come through of Jeff Williams, just ahead of the 705 machine in 10th position, which was Andrew Page. So Jonathan may not finish, but Andrew gets home inside the top 10. So a little bit of a topsy-turvy race, lots going on, bit of contact between some of the front runners as well, and some issues for some of those in terms of the championship, unable to finish, which is the likes of Michael Winkworth, the likes of Jonathan Page, and also the likes of Fraser Hack. So all of them who came here this weekend inside theoretically the top 5 of the championship would have really now shaken the points up heading to the next 3 races of the season. In fact, 4 races of the season. We've got Anglesey to come towards the beginning of September, and Silverstone rounds out the season in middle October. So 4 races still to go, and that really has shaken things up as we said. But we also mentioned earlier about drop scores, and it's not too far away now until we start considering those and what you're going to have to drop for your championship assault. But Matthew Ayres, I think, will be the happiest of the bunch this weekend in the championship, but Damien Harrington after that race will definitely be happy after taking his first win of the year. So fantastic stuff from the Mini 7 S-Class competitors. They will not be out any further this weekend. They are now done for their 2 races, but we have still got 3 more mini races to get through. The Dunlop Mini 7s will be up with us very shortly. We have the second race for the Super Mighty Minis and also the Mighty Minis joined together, and the final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch will be for the Mini Miglia Championship, just around about 6 o'clock. So all of that to look forward to. Stay with us, lots on the way. What we will do again is take you through the grid for our next race for the Mini 7s before we once again hand downstairs to Mark Werrell, who is on his way to the podium, and again to grab 3 drivers who will explain how they thought that race went, and there could be some different stories, I'm sure, on how that one did in the end unfold.
Well, that was certainly action-packed. We had a few cars going off in that one, but in the end, it was Damien Harrington who come across the line for a well-deserved win. And coming in, I said I was going to come and speak to you at some point. Are these sunglasses in your top, pre-prepared?
No, they were in my. I was wearing them.
Oh, okay, nice, smooth,
Yeah, no.
smooth, yeah.
I was getting blinded by the light. You know?
Okay, I mean that looks, I'd say, a bit brutal out there. A little bit of contact.
It was brutal. I didn't really have any contact, to be fair, but I did see it all in front of me. So I was sort of waiting and watching. Also watching my temperature got up to 107. So I had to really back off for those last 2 laps. So fortunately, I had enough of a gap over Ayres to get it home. But yeah, it was a lot of action in front of me, which was good to watch. But glad I wasn't part of it. Yeah.
You seemed to have a bit of a break at the end, and it was a bit of a relief once you got away.
Massive relief to see. I knew that I had a chance at the Druids anyway, overtaking people, but to see, you know, if they all collided and went wide, and I went down the inside and got past. So quite happy with it. You know, it's hard working there, and you do need to concentrate for a good 20 minutes. It's really quite tough. I have a lot of respect for those MIG drivers, knowing that they go, you know, 50% faster. And
well, yeah, I mean, some of the guys are doing like 3-4 races today with the historics.
I mean, you know, I like to think I'm relatively fit, but I'm ready for bed right now. To be honest, I'm knackered.
Brilliant. Well done, Damien.
Thanks very much.
Great weekend for you.
Yeah, great
and
weekend,
you can head on up to the.
Had a very bad start, but a great result.
If you head on up to see Mark on the podium.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Okay, so if we go and see Matt Ayres, who was second. Matt.
Right.
First in the first race, second in the second race.
Well, it was quite a hectic race, so you really didn't know what was going to happen. So I'll take whatever I finished. That's good. So.
Did you see what happened? Obviously, there in the first corner, we just saw the Fraser Hack go off there. I think.
Not a clue, mate. Okay. I'm too busy looking forward.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. So obviously, pretty good for the championship. Nice, solid finish.
Yeah, you just got to finish, ain't you? Really, you just pick up the points and just pray that you get good results. So.
Yeah, you weren't overheating at all.
Oh, I was. Yeah, I don't know about the car, but I was. Woo, it's hot.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome, well, great result. And you move on to Anglesey, which is the next round now in North Wales.
It should be good.
You raced there before?
No, but I think we're going to miss that one, unfortunately. So it'd be nice to go there, but on my way. So nice holiday.
All right, well, great result anyway. Congratulations. And go and grab your trophy from Mark up the top.
Yeah, thank you.
And Ben. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
P3?
Yeah, I'm shocked actually. We have worked for a year and a half to try and get that car quick. Paul Inch has done an amazing job with the engine, and I have badgered him every week to go quicker. So we've got that bit, and now I need to sort the handling out because we're not quite there. We were tailing off, but yeah, thanks to some of the children mucking around and taking each other out. A couple of dents, but they got their own back, didn't they? So yeah, really chuffed with the third, and thanks to everyone for all their help as well.
Were the tyres going off a little bit at the end?
Yeah, I think they were, and you know, I battled hard at the start, and I think I just dropped a little bit further down, but we've got a lot of work to do with the handling, so we're going to get on top of that. But the engine is strong now, so, and I need to go to the gym or something because these youngsters are fast.
Yeah, it's like a gym session out there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I haven't been to the gym for years, so yeah, no, it's been good. I was surprised actually that we got a third, but bearing in mind I've got no rear brakes at all because we had to disconnect them because they weren't working. But I just kept it on the track, kept pushing, and cheeky little result.
So we always hear of people saying the tyres have gone off in a Mini 7. How does that actually feel on the track?
You got no grip. So the rear's starting to come around a lot more, and when you turn in for a tighter bend, the tyres are like jelly, so you basically just understeer away from where you're trying to place the car. So pretty much you're not on the racing line where you want to be, but yeah, what a good result.
Cheers, Ben. Right, it's time for you to go up to the podium and collect your trophy, so I won't hold you up anymore. Congratulations. Okay, so that's the Mini 7 S-Class. Fantastic second only race for the Mini 7 S-Class. And as I say, we go to Anglesey next for rounds 13 and 14. Next up, we've got the Mini 7s.
Right, I think we're almost there. I've put the trophies out on the podium for you, so all you need to do is present them, Nick. So we've got Nick Swift, who has kindly stepped in. As I just said to him, Matt Suckling, that'll teach him to listen to the commentary, won't he? He could have just ignored me, but as it was, he looked up when I mentioned him. Right, we've now got Ben, who comes to join us here on the podium. So we'll get the drivers out in reverse order, and then we will ask Nick Swift to present the trophies for him. So Nick can go onto the podium already. There we go. We'll open the door. We'll let Nick out, and we'll get the drivers on in reverse order. Finishing in third position, second podium of the season. Ben Siegfried heads onto the podium in what is third position. Congratulations as he heads out there, where Nick Swift is ready to hand him his third place trophy. Second place goes the way of Matthew Ayres with his 8th podium of the championship season, and if we've got the maths right, that still keeps him absolutely at the sharp end of the S-Class championship. Nick Swift on hand, representing Swift Tune, to present the trophies. And the top step of the podium, first win this year in the Mini 7 S-Class, goes away with Damien Harrington. Congratulations to Damien. He heads up onto the top step of the podium, shakes the hand of Nick Swift, receives his trophy. And as we've got people down there wanting to take photographs, you all want to bunch up on the top step, gentlemen, as well. So if you'll bunch up on the top step, look that way. There's a man with a camera. We'll get some photographs taken, and then we will have a quick chat to our drivers. Thank you to Nick Swift for presenting the trophies. That'll teach him for listening. Jump on down, guys, and let's grab a quick word with Damien Harrington. Damien, first win since, Pembrey last year, and that was one that you were in the right place at the right time when it went wrong for others.
Well, I'd like to say I planned it. It just all went wrong in front of me. So, I was, in the right place at the right time. It's a hectic race. I think we probably got away from a few other people. There's a lot of contact. It's hot. Everyone's, losing their cool a bit. But it was, still relatively clean. It was good fun. There was the grip had gone a little bit. I think the track was a bit slower. But it was, and there was oil at paddock as well, which made it quite good fun going around there. But it was a good race. I'm happy to get the win, obviously. Just happy to get round as well. The car was running at 107, so it was about to blow, yes.
Well, you're fed up with having seconds and thirds and fourths and fifths. It's nice to get that win. So it was Pembrey last year, wasn't it, was your last one?
Yeah, well, I like to stay, low profile, keep myself under the radar, and that's my plan anyway, and see how the season goes.
Well, you won at Pembrey last year. Where's the next round? It's in Wales, Anglesey.
Oh, yeah. Good. I'm looking forward to that, actually. We've got a test there as well beforehand, so it'd be good to get some track time.
And what about the weather in the crowd this weekend?
Amazing, as always. Brands Hatch is a great venue, great crowd. Love seeing people watching us. I hope they enjoyed it. It's good to be here.
Well done on the win. Many congratulations. Let's grab a quick word with Matthew Ayres, if we can. Matthew, probably disappointed that you got tangled up in that incident up there at Druids, but you still came home for second place and good championship points.
Yeah, well, the incident's one of them, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. So, I'm just glad I finished, in all honesty. So, it's good.
You're still at the top of the championship table. There's still a long way to go, with races still to come at Anglesey and the finals at Silverstone. So it's all about making sure you're consistent.
Yeah, it's all about consistency. You just need to rack up the points and just finish. DNFing is not great for the championship, so hopefully it'll go well.
All you can do is what you can do and worry about the scores as and when.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So.
Well done. And let's grab a quick word with Ben, who finished in third place. Ben, congratulations. Haven't seen lots of you on the podium. It's good to see you back.
I thought I'd come back for a little bit of mini racing. It's been 12 years since I've been on the podium here.
Wow.
In a mini, and I didn't really know how to get here, but we have put a lot of work into that mini, 18 months. Paul Inch has worked tirelessly to try and get that engine fast. We just need to make it handle a little bit better, but it really feels good to spank some of the children in our championship, I'll tell you, being the old man.
You're the man that's buying the beers for the team tonight, then, are you?
I am the team. This is the problem. So, yeah, I'll probably have a couple. Also, thanks to Cruzy, my friend, who did come today. And, yeah, thanks to everyone for their support.
Could you do me another favour as well, though? Make sure it's not another 12 years before we see you back on the podium at Brands.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll be back for the mini racing, the winter series here in November. So, yeah.
Might not be as sunny. It might be a little bit slippier because we've got trucks that weekend.
Yeah, I want it a bit cooler. I'm boiling. I'm old, remember? We don't like the sun.
Well done indeed. Congratulations to Ben Siegfried, to Matthew Ayres, and to our first-time winner this season in the Mini 7 S-Class, Damien Harrington.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yep, so Minis on the grid once again for what's going to be our third from last race of the day. This is going to be for Dunlop Mini 7s. We've taken you through the grid, so we'll just wait for them to head off onto the formation lap very shortly. Mark did mention a few events coming up in the not too distant future. We've got next weekend Festival Italia here next Sunday, so if you want to come along to that, get your tickets online from brandshatch.co.uk. Brand new for this year as well, Vox Valves is the weekend after, so again, all the tickets and info online. And as we head through into September and October, we have some more great meetings to look forward to, none other than the British GT Championship and of course the GB3 Championships here at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit of the 10th and 11th of September. So the Intelligent Money British GT Championship returns to the epic Grand Prix circuit for a 2-hour race in the tail end of the summer and towards the end of the championship season as well. So some stunning supercar to look forward to on that one, with Aston Martins, McLarens, Porsches, Bentleys and Mercedes all vying for the top spot. They'll be joined by the GB3 Championship with the Rising Stars there, partnered by BRDC, and also the new Junior Feeder Series GB4, so the 10th and 11th of September for that meeting. We have another great event to look forward to in terms of Fords, with Ford Power Live, another great festival atmosphere here with all the Ford trade shows and the cars and on-track action as well. That's the 18th of September, and then the weekend after that, on Sunday the 25th of September, it's Go Japan, which is all things Japan pretty much, Japanese, and that will also feature the Time Attack Championship as well. So lots of festival action to get through, and that is Go Japan on Sunday the 25th of September. And as we head into October, it is pretty much finale season, isn't it? Because you've got the final round of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship on the Grand Prix circuit. That's here on the 8th and 9th of October, with all the support series as well that goes with it to wrap up that season. The weekend after, 3 days of action from bikes with the British Superbike Championship, again on the Grand Prix circuit of the 14th and 15th and 16th of October. And towards the end of that month, it's going to be the Formula Ford Festival. We enjoyed plenty of great Formula Ford action yesterday, but they have a wonderful weekend of heats, semi-finals and finals across the 2 days of the 22nd and 23rd of October. So we've got plenty of meetings to get through, some big ones and some great club level ones as well. So if you want to find out what's coming up, very simple, just head along to the website brandshatch.co.uk, and as Mark just mentioned there, with the minis, they'll have their winter series along with the trucks, which is the Halloween or the Guy Fawkes weekend, so that's going to be sometime around the 5th and 6th of November, which again will be very chilly, but with it you get some great truck racing, all the support that goes with it, and a spectacular firework display on the Sunday, which has been now renowned as one of the best, not just in the area but in the country. So do come along to that, and the price you pay is for a day's racing and also for the fireworks that go with it as well. So all the details online, brandshatch.co.uk. You've got racing all the way through until the mid-November, so you've got a couple of months off, and then we'll start all again in 2023. So a very busy end to the year still to come.
It's going to be a busy one, isn't it? Yeah, so yeah, I think my commentary season here ends mid-November, yeah, so the Enduro KA, or IndyCar 500 as it's badged, because we race Ford KAs for 500 minutes on the Indy circuit, so that's why it's badged as that. So yeah, as ever, a busy and full programme of Brands Hatch this year, and already dates for 2023 have been announced. The British Touring Car calendar has been announced, the British GT calendar was announced shortly, and then we'll start to see as to what's happening with GT World Challenge coming back, and Euro NASCAR and British trucks, as well as superbikes and all of those other things as well. So yeah, keep your eye towards brandshatch.co.uk for all the details on the 2023 season. They're all lined up, Matt. We're about to get another race underway.
We are. 20 minutes of action to look forward to for Mini 7s. The red lights come on now, and away we go. Of course, this is the reverse grid from earlier. Looks like Ross Billison is not there on row number 4, so the man who finished second is not going to take the start, but Mike Jordan's made a blistering start from row number 4 all the way out there around the outside. He's left the door open as everyone in front of him, and he's gone to third place already, almost up into second place as they make the drag up the hill into towards Druids Corner, but Mike Jordan absolutely on fire so far this weekend. He might actually lead by the time they get back down to Graham Hill Bend. He's into second place, and he's just going to try and hold that down the hill then, but let's see what he does as he tries to go towards the outside line in towards Graham Hill Bend. He's had a blinding start. He now flicks back to the inside, and Mike Jordan not quite with the power there. Jordan Sims will try and hold him off, but I think he's got the inside run through Surtees Corner, and Mike Jordan, half a lap, 8th place to first.
Fantastic stuff from Mike Jordan. Unbelievable from Mike Jordan. I thought he'd make good progress and reasonably quickly, but I wouldn't have put money on it being that quick. So Mike Jordan leads the way. It's Graham Davis, long-time mini racer, that's there in second position. Jordan Sims is down into third place, but under the cosh and under attack from the car that's there in fourth place, and that is Conor O'Brien, is it, that's there in fourth place. Conor O'Brien has also got Glenn Woodbridge sniffing around as well, as Glenn Woodbridge sits there in fifth place, and it's Lee Roberts that completes the top 6 at this stage. Joe Thompson will be one to watch out for as well after his retirement from the race earlier on. Let's see how far he can work his way up the order. He started 15th, he is up to 8th.
So nearly half the positions gained for him as well. So good start from him. I did speak, of course, to Mike Jordan on the podium after race 1. I said, you're going to make it a little bit easier for everyone in race number 2. he did tell me yes, but he had no sign of showing that on that opening lap. So already starting to pull a gap out over the 22 machine of Graham Davis, who's almost being passed there through Surtees by the number 21 machine, which it was Jordan Sims. But that's now changed to Conor O'Brien up into 4th place. So tremendous run for Conor as well after his problems in race number 1 earlier on. So now Conor in car number 87 onto the podium, but he starts to slow through the final couple of corners, and Conor O'Brien, after a problem in race 1, has exactly the same problem by the looks of it.
Oh, such a shame for Conor O'Brien. What a nightmare weekend at the Brands Hatch Mini Festival for the man who was leading the championship by 14 championship points coming into this weekend, and that really now plays into the hands of the likes of Joe Polly, who is Conor O'Brien's teammate, by the way, and to Mike Jordan, who of course didn't appear at Cadwell Park for the 2 races there, so those are going to be 2 dropped scores it will do, but we believe he's in for the rest of the season. So the way he's going, he could potentially, when we get towards Silverstone, the end of the season, become the champion for this year. We'll have to wait and see. So Mike Jordan comfortably leads the way, and for second place Graham Davis is coming under pressure from Glenn Woodbridge, who was trying to unlock the door to second place, but for the moment Graham Davis still has the keys to that. He hasn't quite locked it and bolted it as yet, but he is clinging on to it at the moment in the yellow car in second place.
Yeah, it certainly is. And of course Glenn Woodbridge got to the podium in race number 1, so he's back where he was earlier on. He's got just one more car to try and make his way through, and that will be an improvement on the earlier race. So to the outside he goes in of Graham Davis in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he be later on the brakes? No, Graham Davis giving him a good run for his money in towards the right hander, so lovely stuff there for him. And Joe Thompson, again another man from further down on the grid from row number 8, he's now up into 3rd, possibly 2nd place, as he looks for the inside line of Druids Corner, which he gets done. So Joe Thompson gains 2 places, Glenn Woodbridge gained 1 and then lost the 1, so he's back to 3rd position. But Joe Thompson, cracking start from him as well.
Yeah, brilliant start from Joe Thompson, who has only just graduated from university, where he was studying motorsports engineering, and is looking to try and forge his career now that he's finished his full-time studies. He goes up into 2nd position. It is Glenn Woodbridge there in 3rd place. It's the yellow car, so it's Graham Davis in 4th, ahead of the green car, isn't it, that's there as the next of the runners. That'll be Jordan Sims still hanging on to a reasonable position, is it not, who's there in 5th position as they come over the start-finish line. And who's that in 6th? It's Lee Roberts, isn't it, that's there in 6th place, but under pressure from Joe Polly, who completes the top 7 currently.
Yeah,
in fact, it's Darren Thomas in 5th place, I should say, rather.
Yeah, so he's up there in 5th position and almost tried to get a place away there from the 4th place car ahead of him, but couldn't quite get it done. He tries again in towards the right-hander. Is that going to come off? Let's have a look. Nope, not quite. The door is just being half left open there, but they're going to be dragging themselves down the hill almost side by side in towards the left-hander. But in the end, it is going to be Graham Davis who holds on to that position, and right behind them now, starting to come into the mix, is the number 94 machine. So pushing on very nicely indeed here is Lee Roberts. He is just going to wait to see what unfolds ahead of him, as again those 2 cars run side by side through the left-hander, just about to sort themselves out, and back into a line they go. But they continue to fight for 4th place, whilst the top 3 now just start to spread themselves out, with race leader Mike Jordan now with a comfortable 3 or so second lead over the 2nd place man Joe Thompson, What he ideally needs is that little bit of help from behind, and that is, of course, the number 39 machine of Glenn Woodbridge.
The former British touring car drivers amongst the grids for this weekend have done a rather good job, haven't they? Whether it be Jeff Smith, whether it be Andrew Jordan, whether it be Mike Jordan. But you trace your roots back in history with this club, and there were a few drivers that did it the opposite way round. They started in minis and went to British touring cars, because the likes of the 1275 GT champion in 1977 and 1979 was a certain Mr. Steve Soper, and we've also had him also then, of course, go on and have that fantastic career in British touring cars. So he did the opposite way around many years ago.
Which is sometimes the way to go. Sometimes if you want to move up the ladder, come to minis. If you want to kind of slow things down, come to minis as well. It's a place for everyone, isn't it? Which is nice. So on their way they turn. Mike Jordan through Clearways and Clark Curve, and just interesting to keep an eye on this gap, because it is now starting to come down. Joe Thompson last time round did the quickest lap of anyone, a 59.371, so almost a second quicker than Mike Jordan. The gap just shy of 2 seconds. This time round he does another quickest lap of the race with a 59.253, so we're at 1.5 seconds between the top two. Still all action as well for 4th place. It's now Lee Roberts who's gone to the head of that train. Graham Davis down to 5th place, and for 6th place is now going to be the car of number 20, which is hanging on to the edge of that battle ahead of it, which is Darren Thomas.
Yeah, Darren Thomas, and then Joe Polly is just off the coattails of that as well, with the blue and the pink car. So yeah, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, as one heading down in towards the braking area for Graham Hillbend. I missed out another BTCC name, and that was a driver that won this championship way back in 1979, and then went on to the British Touring Car Championship. That was Patrick Watts. So there's been a few of them over the years that have raced on the grid of the Mini 7 classes that we've had. Through and over the start-finish line is going to come Mike Jordan for the lead of the race. But what was a 1.5 second gap between himself and Joe Thompson? Has it come down again this time through? Let's have a quick look. Through they go over the start-finish line. Joe Thompson brings it down by another half a second. It's hovering around a second now. And the all-important thing is, Matt, he's almost now in the tow of Mike Jordan. Once he gets himself in the tow, he should be able to close that a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it should become a little bit easier as well, shouldn't it, to catch up with Mike Jordan. You mentioned Patrick Watts, still racing actually, isn't he, in the Citroen C1 Championship. Yeah. So he's still loving life and loving these sorts of cars. So Patrick Watts not doing too bad a job in that one. I did notice what yellow flag, we did have a yellow flag just briefly. I think that was for the car of number 21, Jordan Sims, the man who started on pole position, unfortunately retiring to the back entrance of the pit lane as well. So those yellow flags have now gone. He is out of harm's way, and Joe Thompson continues his fight to try and close down in on Mike Jordan. As further back, we've also got side-by-side action there between Graham Davis, a little bit of contact as well by the looks of it, as the car he was battling with, number 20, Darren Thomas, just scraped his way through. So up a position for Darren Thomas, and 2 down, I think, there for Graham Davis.
Yeah, because Joe Polly was able to sneak through as well. There was just the telltale puff of smoke as though 2 cars got themselves together, and through and over the start-finish line they now come. Now, Joe Thompson again on that lap was 0.3 of a second quicker than Mike Jordan, so he's now 0.8 of a second behind. He's done all of the hard work to try and catch. He's now just about in the slipstream of the car ahead. Now, is this Mike Jordan making it easier for everybody? Is he going as flat out as he can? Knowing Mike Jordan, he's driving flat out.
Well, we'll find out when Joe Thompson gets there. If he lets him through, then he's not going flat out, but if he starts to pull away, then we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it's unlike any driver, isn't it, to just go a little bit half pace rather than the full pace. So Mike Jordan at the minute just letting that gap come down, whether it's due to the pace he has or if he's just having a little bit of a game here with Joe Thompson. But time will tell as they work their way through the final corner once again. Not too far adrift as well is the 3rd place man, so Glenn Woodbridge here just trying his best to keep with the top 2, but yeah, I think he's just about succeeding, but how long he can keep this pace up, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, he's doing a good job though, Glenn Woodbridge, who has really come on strong over the course of the last couple of rounds. Lee Roberts under pressure now from the green car of Darren Thomas, who tries to draw himself alongside and isn't quite going to be able to do it on the approach in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Lee Roberts gets a reasonable exit as well and is able to cover off any move that Darren Thomas was thinking about on the run up towards Druids. Joe Polly is not that far away in 6th position, and Graham Davis in the yellow car is just starting to fade away now in 7th position. So that's the train of cars going down in towards Graham Hill Bend. The top 3 are already just working their way through Surtees and McLaren, and Joe Thompson has brought that gap down further again, Matt. It was 3/4 of a second. It's certainly less than that now. It's about 5 or 6 milli-lengths, which means he's fully now in the tow and the slipstream of the race leader.
Yeah, big tow then coming Joe Thompson's way this time through, so you'll see that gap come down considerably, I'm sure, as they cross the line. 7/10 of a second, just over, comes down on this occasion to just under half a second, so good lap there again from Joe Thompson, but none of the top three improve on the previous lap times, which is no surprise. They're just focusing on what they can do ahead of the driver there, as Lee Roberts now tries to get to the inside of the number 20 machine of Darren Thomas, but in the end it's going to be Thomas who does go through to take that 4th place away. So they head uphill towards Druids. Down the other side comes the lead battle now, which is well and truly on, because the top two have joined together.
Yep, so if there's anything else that Mike Jordan has in reserve, he needs to use it now, because we're just past the halfway point of the race. 9 minutes of the scheduled 20 still to go. Mike Jordan looking to try and see whether he can make it 2 out of 2 here at Brands Hatch. He's already had 6 wins so far this season. Joe Thompson, who is now absolutely on his coattails, has had just a single win so far this season. That came at round 7 of the championship, the second of the 2 races at Castle Combe down in Wiltshire. So as they head over the start-finish line now, Jordan leads Thompson. The gap that was 0.4 of a second comes down to 0.3 of a second. Glenn Woodbridge in 3rd place is becoming ever more distant now, isn't he? But he is still in prime position should those top 2 trip over each other to try and pick up the spoils.
Yeah, once again Glenn will just be hoping there's a little bit of battle that goes on ahead of him, and that will just allow the gap between the top 2 to come a battle then for 3 cars. But we'll see how Joe Thompson deals with now catching up with Mike Jordan, and if he goes for a move straight away or if he decides to leave it for a few more minutes, because again there's still plenty of time to unfold in this race. Just under 8.5 minutes now to go as the leaders work their way in towards 30s. Still nothing to choose between what's going to be 4th, 5th and 6th and now 7th place, because back onto the tail of that one comes the 22 machine of Graham Davis.
Yep, so Graham Davis is now not quite onto the train of the trio ahead, but he's not far away. As over the start-finish line with 8 minutes to go comes Mike Jordan. Joe Thompson fully in the slipstream, ever closing again, but he's not going to be able to draw himself alongside as they headed towards Paddock Hill Bend, so he takes as wide a line into the corner as he can and makes sure that he nails the apex, gets cleanly off it, which is exactly what Mike Jordan has done as well. So the piece of elastic between the pair of them hardly altered that time as they went through Paddock Hill Bend for what was the 13th time in this race. But Joe Thompson did set on that lap the fastest lap of the race, 59.253.
He did indeed, yeah, so the pace is definitely still there for Joe Thompson. So I'm just wondering if there's something else still left in that tank for the number 80 machine. He continues to push on hard through the left-hander of Graham Hill Bend. He gets a little bit closer to the orange machine then of Mike Jordan, and again I think he's just now sitting there to see what Mike is doing, where he is better, where he is weaker, and just to see where he can possibly pounce on the race leader if he gets the chance, because at the minute he's definitely got the pace but just hasn't had the chance to make a move.
No, he hasn't had the opportunity to try and wiggle his way through and past, so this is another lap that's about to be completed. It looks as though this time through the gap between the pair of them is a little bit larger, and it is, because Mike Jordan has responded. He did have a little bit in reserve. He's now set the fastest lap of the race. 59.239 means there's still only 0.3 of a second between himself and Joe Thompson. Glenn Woodbridge still sitting now in 3rd place. Darren Thomas, Lee Roberts, Joe Polly in the yellow car of Graham Davis complete the top 7. Former champion, the only former champion on the grid, Tina Cooper, is there in 8th place at the moment, but she's got her hands rather full of the number 72 car, which is Graham Penn.
Certainly has. So those two now work their way down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Nice to see that the 2 leaders are swapping fastest laps here. One for you, one for me, says Mike Jordan. As a bit of a moment there for Graham Davis, I think. Yeah, he now has just recovered from Druids, but that's now well and truly dropped him off the tail of those 3 ahead. So he just about caught them, and it's all gone a little bit horribly wrong for him, unfortunately. So he will have to try and catch up as Mike Jordan works his way back onto the start-finish line. Joe Thompson sits there still in 2nd place, but the gap, I think, on this occasion just gradually opening up once again to just shy of half a second.
Yeah, he was about, what, a tenth and a bit of a second quicker was Mike Jordan over the course of that lap, so it just comes out by a very small amount. We're heading towards 5.5 minutes left of this race, so we're almost at 3/4 distance in terms of the allocation of time for it. The top 2 separated by half a second. Glenn Woodbridge is now 3 seconds back in 3rd place, but has 10 seconds in hand over the squabble that's going on for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment, and it certainly looks as though that little squabble is very much playing into the hands of Darren Thomas, who has, over the course of the last lap, just eked out a bit of a margin, hasn't he? He's not under the pressure from Lee Roberts and Joe Polly that he was, largely because Joe Polly has been able to work her way through and gain a place there, and that could be important for championship aspirations. The number 76 car is no longer in 6th, she's up to 5th.
Yeah, certainly is. Of course, Conor O'Brien not scoring in this race as well. So Joe Polly and Mike Jordan, who are 2nd and 3rd prior to this weekend, are looking to overhaul Conor in the championship points. Of course, Joe Thompson as well, after a poor race 1, was looking to catch, but was 4th in the championship. So this result will help him slightly, and might actually put him ahead of Conor O'Brien with the 2 non-finishes that Conor has had so far today. But all he needs to do really is get ahead of Mike Jordan and try and get himself a race victory. He's now only 3/10 back from Mike Jordan, and again he responded with the quickest lap of the race with a 59.227.
Yeah, the thing for Conor O'Brien, with 2 retirements today and a retirement at Castle Combe, and for Joe Thompson, a retirement today, a retirement at Cadwell and a retirement at Silverstone, you drop your 3 worst scores. They can't afford another poor finish now for the rest of the season. The 2 races at Anglesey, the 2 races at Silverstone, they've got to score well if they want to be in the mix come the totting up.
Certainly have, and of course Mike Jordan will drop 2. He'll also have to drop one of his better scores as well at the minute, so it's all going to play out, as we said, with the drop scores to come into effect towards the end of the season. But the more important thing now for Mike Jordan and Joe Thompson is who's going to take the win within this race, because time is starting to tick away. 4 minutes of the race still to go, so effectively that should be 4 more laps still to go within this one. So Mike Jordan through, 3:10 still ahead of Joe Thompson, and now Glenn Woodbridge has definitely dropped off. Is a further 5 seconds back in 3rd place. So a little bit of no man's land for Glenn, but good podium is still on the cards for this 2nd race as well.
Yeah, that'll please him, because of course he was 3rd in the race earlier on today, was Glenn Woodbridge. He was 3rd also in the 2nd of 2 races at Donington Park. So if he stays where he is, that's 3rd, 3rd and 3rd in the last 3 races of this championship that we've had. But there's still 3 and a bit minutes of this race to go, and anything could happen still. So up towards the conclusion of lap number 17 this time through will come Mike Jordan. He seems to have sort of fended off the attack from Joe Thompson and has built a slightly increased advantage again this time through. So has Joe Thompson pushed as hard as he can? Is he now resigned to the fact that he's going to have to just settle for 2nd place? Either way, it's been a good run through the order from both of them, because of course the reverse grid saw Mike Jordan start from 8th. The reverse grid and the retirements earlier on saw Joe Thompson start from 15th.
Certainly did. Of course, Mike did all that work on the first lap, whereas Joe took a little bit longer to get towards the front, but he got there eventually, which is good. So Mike Jordan might have just saved the best of the car until the end of this race, whereas Joe's had to work that car fairly hard throughout the course of the 20 minutes. But he's done really well. 2nd place will be, I'm sure, happily a man to take that, and with what could have been after race number 1, I don't think he would have thought up from the back to 2nd place would have been an option, but he's done it. He's sitting there at the minute. He's got a couple more laps still to go. It's the time still to make his way past Mike Jordan if he wants to, but I think Mike is just definitely too strong this weekend so far.
Yeah, he just seems to have had the pace, and whilst Joe Thompson had a bit more pace at some points of the race, Mike has largely just controlled it, or appears to have, from the commentary box. So through and over the start-finish line. Right, okay, it takes 59 seconds to do a lap. There was 1 minute and 58 remaining on the clock when they came over the start-finish line, so that's 18 laps completed. We got to 21 out of the race earlier on today, so I'm not sure we're going to get the 21 laps this time, and that's largely, it's a slightly slower race because we've got that reverse grid.
Exactly, yeah, and Mike Jordan's pace, I don't think it's quite where he was earlier, or he's having more laps where he's not pushing as hard, so a little bit of a reduced speed for Mike, but still happy out there in the lead of the race as he turns his way on towards the Cooper Straight. Joe Thompson still 2nd, Glenn Woodbridge there in 3rd place now down through Graham Hill Bend. I don't think 4th is quite settled yet. Still the 3 cars together in the order of Darren Thomas, Joe Polly, and on the back of them Lee Roberts. So 4th, 5th and 6th is one of the other closest battles on track for now.
So with 70 seconds remaining, up towards Clark Curve and onto the Brabham Straight comes Mike Jordan. 59 seconds to do a lap when they come over the start-finish line. How much is remaining? Exactly 59 seconds as they go over the start-finish line, so I'm pretty much convinced this will be the last lap, which means that if Joe Thompson has anything left, and he is still 0.3 of a second behind, he's got to do it now. We know it's not easy to overtake. There aren't that many opportunities at Brands Hatch, so I think he's probably resigned to the fact that runners-up spot is as good as it's going to get.
I think that could be the case, couldn't it? So Joe Thompson comes down the hill, haven't really encountered too much traffic as well, so Mike Jordan I think is just going to escape catching the cars on the Cooper Straight, so it's looking good as he powers his way now down towards 30s for what we think is the final time. Bit of debate I think in the hut downstairs about when the checker flag might come out, but I think we should just hit 0 as they cross the line. So if that checker flag is at the ready, Mike Jordan should be on for another win this year, second of the weekend. It could be the 7th of the season.
Yeah, let's just have a look. So checker flag is being readied. 6 seconds remaining on the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are going to see the checkered flag, and it's going to be a double win in the mini festival in the mini 7 class for Mike Jordan. Joe Thompson coming through in second position. That makes up for the disappointment of his third retirement of the season earlier on today. Through in third place comes Glenn Woodbridge to finish in third place. Who's going to finish in fourth? It looks so it's just Darren Thomas, but he's being chased to the line by Joe Polly and by Lee Roberts, who is never that far away in 6th position, but it is Thomas from Polly from Roberts, 4th, 5th and 6th place. It will be Graham Davis, who was right up there in the reckoning in the early stages, but he slipped down through the order in the yellow car down into 7th place in the end. And 8th and 9th, we've had this great battle going on between Graham Penn and Tina Cooper. Graham Penn went ahead of Tina Cooper a few laps earlier. Tina Cooper is fighting back on the charge to the line, but she's not quite going to make it, so it's going to be Graham Penn that finishes in 8th place, Tina Cooper in 9th place. Julian Proctor will finish in 10th place at car number 10. He did that earlier, if memory serves me correctly, did he? Yes, 10th place at car number 10 earlier. Thought that was the case. He comes through to finish in 10th position. 11th place will be the number 93 car of Paul Woodbridge, and he will be the last of the finishers. Retirement, I'm afraid, for Jordan Sims, who started from pole. Retirement for the man who was leading the championship coming into this weekend, car number 87, Conor O'Brien, who is sure, when we've done the maths, is probably going to lose the championship lead, and it will more than likely be either Joe Polly or Mike Jordan that will pick up the lead of the championship. But as we say, you know, we get to the stage now where there are 4 races left. You drop your 3 worst scores, so dropped scores now start to come into account on the totting up procedure. So just to confirm the results again, the win goes away of number 88, Mike Jordan. From number 80, Joe Thompson. From number 39, which is Glenn Woodbridge. 4th was 20, Darren Thomas. 5th was 76, Joe Polly. And number 94, Lee Roberts, completed the top 6. So quick time check, it is 5:15. If you are one of the owners of one of the minis that's taking part in the Mini Car Club Parade, you will, in the next hour, 45 minutes, need to start to head back to your cars, ready to get ready for the Mini Parade, which is scheduled to take place at 6:30. That being the case, we will have to be quiet for it, because the commentary here at Brands Hatch has to stop at 6:30. And if we get you out on track just before, we'll do a quick introduction of it, but then Matt and I will say our goodbyes whilst you enjoy the opportunity to do a lap around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, which is always one of those nice things to do at the end of one of our festival weekends. So Matt's going down to do the podium. I'm going to give you the grid for the Super Mighty Minis and Mighty Minis race. And once I've done that, then of course we will introduce Craig Cook into the commentary box, and Craig will be working with Matt for this second and final Mighty Minis and Super Mighty Minis race of the day. So the grid then for our penultimate race of what has been a busy old weekend here at Brands Hatch can be slotted in on page 35 of the programme, page 35.
So there you go then, 2 from 2 for Mike Jordan. Didn't have it all his own way there. He was getting caught by Joe Thompson towards the end, so we'll have a quick word of him and see how that was. Mike, Nick, sorry, do you mind if I have a quick word for the TV? So how was that for you?
No, that was great. I got a mega start, and I thought Conor would be coming with me, but obviously he had a failure on that one. So no, it was really good. And I thought, you know, probably half a dozen laps in, I thought, yeah, I can just drive to a pace. And then all of a sudden, Joe picked up the tow, and he was there with me. So no. But I knew, you know, he's a great little driver, and he was never going to try anything silly. So I knew he'd put me under pressure, but it was a great race.
It looked like you had the pace, so you were there.
I think so, yeah. I was just driving to a pace, but you couldn't. I really had to pick up my pace. When he got with me, I picked up my pace because I was being a bit cross with myself, because I'd probably just rolled it off a little bit too much early on and let him get back to me. But hey, it's been a great day.
It makes it more exciting for the spectators anyway.
It does indeed, yeah. And again, my old Swift Tune engine under there just kept us right to the front, so excellent.
So maximum points, congratulations, and we'll see you at Anglesey.
Yeah, can't wait. Anglesea's great. Look forward to that.
Right. Just Mike. Okay, go and find Joe Thompson. Joe, quick word. How are you?
We're good. A bit hot after that.
Yeah, I bet, yeah.
It's like a
You got
little
a
tin
bottle.
oven. Luckily, I've got one in there, so I'm well drinked up. I need to toilet.
So we were cheering you on to have a bit of a battle there with Mike. It's nice to see someone closing down on him because he ran away with it in the first race.
Yeah, it was, when we had first left off, it was like he had such a big gap, and I managed to break away from Glenn, so I knew I wasn't going to be coming under fire from him. But it was just so good to be able to get back onto the back of him. Couldn't quite challenge for it, but that's how it goes, and on to the next one.
Oh, good fun. All right, cheers, Joe. And Glenn Woodbridge has run away. Where's Glenn? Oh, there you are, sorry. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a very long day, yeah.
P3?
Yeah, again, it's great.
Good points?
Yeah. Points lead to trophies, don't they? So, yeah, it was good.
You enjoyed yourself out there?
I did. The first half of the race was really good, and then towards the end, I had a misfire. You could hear it was horrific, but I couldn't see anything behind me, so I thought, you know what, let these two go. Just cruise it and see if we can still pick up podium.
Save the engine and come out again next time.
Yeah, just about do it. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. It was good to watch this weekend. Nice to see you on the podium.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been brilliant. This weekend's been mega. So there you
go. I think it's time for you to head on up to the podium up the top there. So cheers, Glenn.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. Right, and we're going to now head down to the assembly area for the final race for us of the weekend, which is the Mini Miglias.
So it's always fun trying to get to a podium, but we got there in the end. We've got our three drivers ready to go, so let's get them on in reverse order. Third place for the second time today, Glenn Woodbridge. Well done, Glenn. Down the end your head. Many congratulations for another podium. Second place for Joe Thompson. Well done, Joe. Many congratulations from near enough the back of the field up to second place. Not bad at all. And to the top step for the second time today, Mike Jordan. Well done, Mike. Many congratulations. Fantastic job here this weekend at the Mini Festival. Handshakes all round. Get some pictures taken as well for the three drivers. And very smart they do look indeed. So well done to the top three. If you want to make your way to the front, guys, we'll have a quick chat with you before the next race. Mike, well done. Second victory of the day. 7th win of the year now. That one looked like it was a bit close, though. Were you playing about?
No, I made that a bit hard work, didn't I? Because at the beginning I thought, yeah, I've got a nice little gap here. I can just make the pace, but just gave him a bit of a sniff, didn't I? And it's one of those, you look in your mirror over 2 laps thinking, he's taking a couple of 10 and all of a sudden he's there with you. So, but no, I just got enough to keep it defended. And the one thing with Joe, super clean. So you're never going to get a silly lunge. So he didn't quite have enough just to get on to me, but probably he's got a new engine coming, so I think that'll put him right up there then.
And can I just say though, a mega start, Mike. You went from the 5th row up to, or the 4th row up to the lead by half a lap.
Yeah, it just hooked up and went, and everybody went to defend down into paddock. And on the warm-up lap, I'd gone around the outside to see if there was much dirt there, and there wasn't. It was pretty clean, so I thought that's fine. That's where I'm heading.
Well done. Good job this weekend.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Mike Jordan. Second place for Joe. A stunning drive from you as well. It took you a little bit longer to get to the front, but from the back of the grid. Well done.
Yeah, starting from the back, it's always interesting, but once you manage to carve our way through, after everyone's having their own little fights, you can sort of pick the gaps where they make mistakes and work through. And yeah, Mark had a bit of a gap, but it was good to be able to close that down. Just not quite enough to challenge for it, but we're still happy with that after the weekend we've had.
Yeah, not the best of race 1, but race 2 you made up for it, didn't you?
Yeah, it seems to be a thing at Brands, DNF in race 1, alright in race 2, but we'll take it.
Good stuff. Well done, Joe. Nice to see you this weekend as well. Glenn, 2 podiums for you. A cracking weekend, some good points as well.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant weekend. Loved every minute of it.
A little bit lonely towards the end with you sitting in 3rd place, but as you said, a good weekend, and you can't ask for much more, can you?
No, I can't ask for much more. I saw me and Joe slowly catching Mike. I was like, yeah, this is great. And I developed a misfire like 5 laps ago. So I was like, right, just got a nurse at home, and they got away. And I knew people behind me would catch it, but I just kept going, and yeah, luckily managed to bring it home for 3rd.
Good stuff. Well done, Glenn. Nice to see you as well. Nice to have you with 2 podiums. We'll let you head off and get ready for the next round in a few weeks' time. But for now, upstairs to Mark once again.
Thanks a lot. Yep, so the Mighty Minis and the Super Mighty Minis are off on their formation lap. Craig Cook, who represents Mighty Minis, joins me in the commentary box again from this one. Always something different with the reverse grid. So what are we going to see in this one?
Right, well, definitely James Jenkins is a lot further up the grid this one. Obviously, we know that Mark Price, should I say, and also Sam Slater are just behind.
And see right out
Hello, welcome back. Still lovely and sunny here in the assembly area, right next to Parc Ferme, and the Mini Miglia is now coming down to line up for the final race of the day. I think no surprise that it is the final race of the day. They've left it till last because they know that the crowds are going to stay for it. So I'm here with Peter Hills. Hey Peter.
Hello Stephen, how are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. How's your weekend going so far?
A bit traumatic, unfortunately. It's where it was lining up to be an absolutely epic Libre race. We think there was 4 of us, like nose to tail at one point, and then all of a sudden we all just fell by the wayside. I lost the crank sensor, and I think Craig went out with another electrical issue, and that was a real shame because it was shaping up quite well, but we fixed it, so hopefully we'll have another good scrap. I think we're all back out, so that's the main thing.
So I think obviously these minis are really stretched to the limit of performance with the twin cam head and everything else on there. It's a bit of a war of attrition out there sometimes.
Yeah, they certainly don't like the temperature today. I'm getting warnings flashing up all over the place for she's just getting a little bit on the hot side out there. We're so close to each other, we're not getting lots of cold air to into the rad, so it's all a bit it's all a bit on the limit.
Would you mind popping the bonnet quickly if you got time? We can, because this one's quite. It's worth a look on the bonnet of this one. It's got a twin cam BMW motorbike head grafted onto it's a 1380 block you're running, Peter, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So it's a twin cam head, originally from a BMW K1100 motorbike. K1200 motorbike. And you'd see them on the side of the motorbike hanging out sideways, so it's quite a different setup on here.
Very different, yeah. You have to do an awful lot with trying to get rid of the oil out of the head and stuff like that. But I'm still run the motorcycle throttle bodies, so try and keep the costs down and try and keep it as cost effective as possible. But it was my old hill climbing sprinting engine, which is what the Libre was really all about.
So lots of power.
Yeah, maybe too much for these little chassis, I think at times. But yeah, we try and get. If I'm within 1.5 seconds of some of those guys out the front, then I'm more than happy because we're all come to it a little bit late in life compared to some of these guys who've been like racing since they were in karts. I mean, I've only been racing about 8 years now, so it's an awful lot to learn, and the survival instinct kind of kicks in, and you start to worry a bit too much. But we can do as good as we can.
Just go and enjoy it.
Yeah, we will.
Well, have fun, and I'll come and find you later about crank position sensor. I'll get you a new one. All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So Richard Colburn, who is currently in the Leader Championship, just pulled up next to us. This is also for Mini Libre. Can I have a quick word? Coming on in. So,
have a little rest.
Final race of the day for you. How many races have you done this weekend?
This would be the 4th one coming up, so it's been a bit hectic. And had to mend the cars as well, so because the rest of the team are at Crop with the Junior Saloon, so they're busy up there. So
you run a professional race team and a lot of historic cars as well.
We do, yeah, lots of all sorts of things, minis and midgets and lots of A-series engine stuff, but other things as well. So we're busy with it every weekend.
Well, it's nice to see somebody in charge of the company and the team coming out and enjoying the racing as well.
Absolutely. Well, yes, yeah, you got to do that, haven't you? Otherwise, no, we do it because we love it. No, not because it's a business, just because we love it. So, yeah, it's the fun.
Awesome. Well, wish you luck and have fun.
Thank you very much.
All right, cheers, Richard. Okay. Again, another really nicely prepared car. I'll have a quick word with this chap over here, Phil Harvey, a long-term club member. He does a lot behind the scenes on the technical side to really help out the club with the regulations, and he's running away. Come back. Nice hat.
Oh, thank you.
Was this balaclava?
Yeah.
You just, styling it out?
Oh, well, it's keep the old pod from burning in the sunshine.
That is actually not a bad shout, yeah.
Where's your hat?
No, I'm just burning on top. How was the first race for you?
Terrible.
Okay.
I've bent a push rod. The adjuster on the rocker wound itself out, and then eventually it just crushed the push rod.
You're running quite a high lift cam in this. It's a 1380 in this one, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So, but then I've tried to put another set on. It wouldn't fit, so I had to go to the spare engine and get another set.
That's all part of the fun of mini racing.
It is.
You are pole position?
No, right at the back.
Oh, there you go. But there's only how many cars we got on the grid for the Libres now? We've got like 5-6 left.
Yeah.
So you're top 5?
Top 5.
How does it feel?
Pretty good. As long as I finish, I'll be happy.
I was just talking about the technical side of the club that you help with.
Yeah.
Anything sprung up this weekend that you need to?
No, not really. I don't think anything has come to fruition yet, but you never know.
It's a case of
who puts a protest in. Or not.
Yeah, exactly. It's keeping it strict to keep it fun.
It is. It's quite difficult to quantify everything. It's to nail it down, and people keep on finding loopholes. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's the nature of motorsport.
Yeah, but we're just trying to keep on top of it. That's the thing.
But then you only have to look at the lap times and the competition on track to see that it's working, because the top runners are pretty much all the same.
Yes, there's now closing up quite nicely. Yeah, it's working well.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah,
and the Libre class obviously getting some more cars on the grid.
Yeah, it's good. Unfortunately, some of them are not that reliable, but
no,
that works in my favour when I'm running.
Yes. Yeah, it's just a little bit less highly strung than some of the 16 valve cars.
Oh, the 5 ports are much more of a mediocre engine.
Yeah.
Not so stressed.
Yeah. And you've been racing for long enough to know how they work by now.
Yeah, too long. I worked it out the other day. 34 years.
It never add up how much you've spent.
No, I can't do that.
It's the smiles.
Yeah, if you start doing that, it's horrible.
All right, well, have fun in the race. We'll look out for you. Cheers, Phil.
Cheers.
So Phil's won the championship last year in his 5-port Motley Mini, and somebody I want to speak to who I haven't spoken to yet this weekend is Rob Howard. So he's over here in this, what do you call it, mint green car, run by former racer Dave Edgecombe. So Rob, I missed you earlier. You can stay there if you want.
No, I'm staying there. Are you right?
I missed you on the grid walk.
Oh yeah, I was over there. But it was so hot, it really was. I had to come and sit in the shade for a bit with a few of the others as well. So it's a lovely idea, but it was too hot today to do that.
It's I guess it gives you a bit of a flavour of professional motorsport when you've got all the public walking around you. It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is nice, but also, I mean, you see how many people were here for a club meeting today. Their minis, they just hold such a place in people's hearts. The affection for them's phenomenal. You know, little kids coming up, can we sit in your car, please? Can't say no. So yeah, it's lovely, and obviously the weather helps massively. So yeah, absolutely cracking day. Put on a really good weekend for us. So
you got quite a new build car here. Have you everything settled down yet? It's all
So we tested Tuesday, and we were going well Tuesday. Unfortunately, the last session I broke the gearbox, so we put the spare in, which it's all right. It's not a million miles away, but look how close they are. You know, 1 second from kind of first place to, I think, or 1.5 from first to 20 odd. And so even like 2 or 3 tenths made some massive difference. And then unfortunately in race 1, I had contact, and they basically smashed all my rear radius arm and front tracking. So every time I went into a corner, I couldn't turn. So after about, 5 or 6 laps, I just called it quits. So
we've got a nice sticker here on the rear arch.
That was Phil Bullen Brown, my supposed teammate, that wiped me out. He did apologise.
Are you going to replace that? I think you should leave that for the rest of the season, though. Just as a reminder.
A little reminder to him, just to put doubt in his mind. You know, next time we're close racing. But yeah, so we'll see what today holds. I mean, 22nd.
Yep.
Deary me.
But at least, you know, most of the people in front of you can start to pick them off. That's
I hope so. I mean, Louis, bloody quick driver, so I think I'll just, and Kane and Colin. I mean, look, you know, so I think I might just piggyback on them and let them go through all the carnage and make their way through, and just sit behind them and follow suit, you know. So.
Well, nice to talk to you as always.
Lovely.
Cheers, Rob.
Catch you later, mate.
See you soon. Right, so this is the nice thing about doing this in the assembly area, because the drivers come to us. It's much easier than walking. Hello. Right, which way's the sun going? That way. Kane, you can continue. Right, I've got 2 drivers. Come on in.
Hello.
Hi, Rob. How's it going?
I'm Lewis.
I'm sorry. I'm
Are
so
you Rob?
sorry.
No.
Who's
Rob? Is that Rob?
Every time I think Lewis Selby, I think of your dad.
Oh.
Who's I'm really sorry. Yeah.
Right,
but have you still got a tribute on the front of your car?
I have, yes.
So legendary engine tuner Rob Selby.
You have to exclude the CAD bit. It'd be livid if you saw that. But
okay.
They're helping out, and they're doing a great job, in all fairness. So.
You got to do what you do. Yeah. So how's your weekend going so far?
Well, it was going okay. I mean, I was obviously with the front pack in the first race, but unfortunately I had a tyre issue. It delaminated, so it just got heavily vibrating. It was getting quite dangerous, so unfortunately I had to pull off. Otherwise, could have been a good result, that.
Yeah, and it's nice to see it live on the TV coverage as well for your sponsors.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'll go back and have a look at that tonight for the short brief that I was there.
All right, so what's the plan for this one?
Just follow Kane, really, and hopefully Kane will make progress and I can just follow him all the way through. I'm relying on Kane, base. That's my tactic.
Are you alongside each other on the grid the way it works?
No, I'm one behind him, so I can just.
Okay.
I know he's a bit rough in traffic, so I'll just follow him all the way
It's
through.
a bit. That's why you've got fluorescent arches on your car, right?
I haven't got any fresh arches.
No, fluorescent.
Oh, fluorescent. Yeah.
Sorry, get my words out.
Yeah. You're not doing very well today, Steve. You've been drinking.
I'm trying. Yeah.
No, plan is to go forward. I'm going to follow Endaf because I reckon he's going to punch a hole for us.
And who's also got the same colour arches, so if you do lose some,
Exactly, we can share. So.
I'm following you. You're following
And Endaf, yeah, and then we'll be 1, 2, and 3
okay.
by the first corner.
Do you prefer starting a bit further back in terms of, not for results and points, but it must be quite fun to come through the field?
Yeah, I mean, race 1 was really interesting. You start from the pit lane. I've never started from the pit lane before, and that was a good fun. But I had just to pull off. The car was so hot. But I think we'll be all right. I mean, it's obviously with the reverse grid, it does help us slightly. So we'll see. But be a good race.
Yeah, look out for you coming through. Thank you. So they do mix up the top. If you look over here, so we've got first through to 8th is actually a reverse grid of the first race from earlier on today. It's something they brought in last year, and it's actually really mixing things up. It's some drivers like it, some don't. It has created, I suppose, a little bit more contact, but I think for the spectators at least, it has made it a little bit more exciting to see some of the faster guys coming through from the mid-pack. And I'd like to come on in and speak to our shirtless mini maestro, Endaf. Hello. Got your clothes off again.
Yeah, sorry, don't look. Yeah, I'll give it a go again now.
How many cars have you built in this assembly area?
I don't know, we thought there was about 15, I think, when we counted through everything or been involved with. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so sadly I'm too far back now to worry the front lot.
I don't know, it's a long race, you've got 20 minutes, you could come through.
Yeah, if I can try and gain a few in the first lap now and try and tag on, that's the plan, and see what happens then. But it's going to be hot out there.
Have you raced at Anglesey before?
Yeah, we raced it with the Civics 2015, but never with the Minis.
Okay.
But sadly we can't do that weekend. My lad's racing now in Autograss, so it's the same weekend with his nationals. So
okay.
It should be good.
Okay. Yeah, I look forward to visiting your home country.
Well, yeah, it's closer to come here than go to Anglesey for us, brother.
Awesome. Right, good luck and have fun.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good, cheers, buddy.
So Endaf's Owen's Fabrication. We'll share loads of his posts on Facebook and Instagram. He built some amazing cars, and 15 of these cars he's had a hand in. So he's really come on leaps and bounds as a company. We've got Paulie here, who's repping 2 hats. Paulie, having a good weekend?
Yeah, a lovely weekend. Yeah, thank you.
So who do you run?
I'm running Graham Davis, but obviously Graham's finished all his races now, so come up to see a bit more support for Robert Humphrey. So
yeah, okay. I've seen pictures of you in the 90s running touring car teams.
yes, right. Yes, I used to work for VLM, so I think Lee Motorsport. So back in the early 90s, yeah, done that for about 4 or 5 years. So
Any famous drivers?
Matt Neal, sort of Tim Harvey, Steve Soper, yeah.
And you're quite talented at putting these minis back together again.
Yeah, I've got a bit of experience now but I've been working at all midgets now for 26 years now. So
It's a body shop, and they specialise in minis. So you're pretty expert with angle grinders and
grinders, cutting discs, and still welding on front panels and stuff like that, and still doing the normal stuff as well. So normal road stuff. So yeah.
Right, no, loving your work.
Are you having a nice weekend, I Stuart? Yeah. Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, it's not bad so far, thanks. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, right, I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you for talking to me.
Nice double hat.
Yeah,
combo.
yeah.
It's really stylish. Not one hat, but 2. Okay, cheers. Okay, so everyone is pretty much, back to you, pretty much getting ready to go now. We might have a word with Jeff Smith. He'll be super confident before the race. And he's got his cool umbrella going on. So come on rounds. Hey Jeff.
Yeah.
You okay to talk for a minute?
Yeah.
So how many races have you completed so far this weekend?
3 races, 2 qualies. So this is race 4 on Sunday. So pretty intense.
And probably the Miglia race so far for me was probably the best race of the weekend. So let's hope for more of the same.
Yeah, it was certainly put me to test, put it that way. Yeah. Outwitting people and But yeah, we did it.
So you've got a little bit of work to do, but you can follow some of the fast guys. Well, they're all in front of you here, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the trouble now. All the fast guys that were behind me are now in front of me. So yeah, need to make a good start and see if we can get away with somebody.
So you can do a bit of a swap from the first race.
That's it, exactly that.
Awesome. All right, have fun.
Thank you.
See you
Cheers.
later. There we go. So let's have a quick word with Adrian, who normally, if you've seen the live feeds on Facebook, likes to come and have a good chat behind the camera as much as anything.
Are you feeling brave?
I thought, why not?
You're taking a brave pill.
It's the last race of the
You've had
day.
the sun on your head all day.
Please do not swear.
Thinking, Stephen, how dare you? Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Sunny Brands Hatch Mini Festival. The Miglias are now going to go out and have a little bit of fun. Be interesting to see where we come. And hopefully everybody's enjoyed the live feed so far and all the racing, and this is what we do when we come and have fun.
Absolutely, yeah, and then probably the most entertaining racing of the weekend.
Oh yes, by far. The Mini 7 Club knows how to put on stonking races, and it's just good all-round fun. So
obviously you enjoy being part of the club as much as supporting Aaron, your son Aaron here, racing.
Oh, well, you've got to 80% of the weekend is the catching up with friends, the crack, and everything else.
Yep.
An hour and a half over the weekend is the racing, where we have to take it all serious. But the rest of the time, it's just getting together with friends, sitting down, having a jar, a chat, and away we go.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. It's about the fun. It's supposed to be enjoyable, isn't it? This is a sport that should be enjoyable, and you look forward to coming.
So I'm not concentrating, just making sure you don't swear on the live feed. It's nice.
Is there no 4-second delay?
That was brilliant. Yeah, that was. Thanks very much. All right, cheers, Adrian. This time it was actually really nice to speak to you. Thank you. No worries. It's a backwards compliment, but he's always a lot of fun. It's so we've got Andrew Jordan just lining up here, last minute prep. Although I'm sure he's not too phased by the start of a mini race. Got Nick Padmore alongside, who we spoke to earlier in the paddock. His retro liveried stripy mini from the 80s, from when his dad used to race. And Stuart, can I have a quick word with you on the chat?
Go on then.
So Stuart is another kind of behind the scenes guy. You run Rupert Death here. He's obviously leading the championship at the moment.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, just leading, so that's good. Hopefully we can score a few more good points today and see if we can keep in the front. Yeah.
So he keeps you busy behind the scenes?
Oh, a little bit, yeah. Most of the time it's all good. Sometimes we have bad days, but most days are good. So not too much work for us to do. No. He's kind to the car.
How do you keep a front running super fast mini Miglia like this in tip-top condition all race weekend?
Hard work, and always make sure that try to replace any parts that you think might be likely to break. Just keep replacing with new bits. Yeah, definitely. Best way.
And they are quite highly strung, although only 130, 140 horsepower. They are basically trying to rip themselves to pieces at all times.
They do try. Yeah, we had a little bit of that on Friday when we broke a drive shaft, so that shows you how much power we're putting through there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, all good.
It's easy to forget 10-inch wheels, as per the original Mini. There's a lot of strain goes through the.
A lot of stress. A lot of stresses and strains. Yeah.
So
not to mention the poor mechanic.
So you'll be there nervously on the pit wall, making sure everything, hoping everything is going okay.
Definitely standing there, being nervous. Yeah.
Have you ever raced yourself?
No, never done it. No, just enjoyed doing the cars. I quite enjoy doing the cars. Yeah, don't mind that at all. No, enjoy that. Let him do the driving.
Do you do everything on this car, or is it just the kind of race prep?
Do most of the race prep. We do most of the work on it. Nick Swift does the engines for us, which are good. They're nice, reliable engines. Otherwise, we do the rest. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Thanks, Stuart. It was nice to speak to you. Yeah. So, from the assembly area, we head on round. You probably see them going out to the grid.
page 41, where you can find the entry list and the final space for the grid here. We're going to have the Miglias, which go off first. The Libre grid will have their own kind of space towards the back, so we've got two separate grids effectively. So the way the grid lines up then for this final race of the weekend, number 20 Mark Sims is on pole position. This is again a reversal of the top 8 from the finishing positions of race number 1. So Mark Sims finished in 8th place, so he's on to pole position. Alongside him will be number 55, which is Ben Colburn. So 20 and 55 for row 1. Row 2 then is going to be number 87, which is Ashley Davies, and 23 Rupert Death, 87 and 23. The third row, number 56, is Nick Padmore, and number 1 Andrew Jordan, who made it to the podium in the first race of the day, 56 and 1. The fourth row is number 21, which is Aaron Smith, and race 1 winner, number 46, Jeff Smith. So 21 and 46, no relation between the Smiths. Row 5, then number 48 is Phil Bullen Brown, with number 89, Sean King alongside, 48 and 89. Row 6 then sees number 66, which is Darren Cox, and 17, Richard Jessup, 66 and 17. The 7th row, number 22, is Gareth Baldwin, and 28, Robert Humphreys, 22 and 28. The 8th row, number 47, Darren Mason, and 92, which is Richard Bartlett, so 47 and 92. The 9th row, number 5, Endarth Owen, so work to do for Endarth, but great to see that the car has made it to the grid after that contact with a back marker through Graham Hill Bend. So the team have worked hard, Endarth is there, and will be one to watch from the 9th row of the grid. Alongside him, long-time mini runner, number 14, Colin Peacock, so 5 and 14 next up. Row 10 is number 11, another one who struggled in race number 1, but should be one to watch out for. That's Kane Astin. He'll be joined by number 71, which is Larry Waugh, 11 and 71. The 11th row of the grid, number 18, another one who suffered in race number 1. That's going to be Lewis Selby, ended up in the pit lane. He'll have number 72, Rob Howard, alongside, 18 and 72. And I think we are going to be missing, unfortunately, Scott Kendall and James Cuthbertson towards the rear of that grid, because they, by the looks of it, are not going to be there from what we can see. Then we move back to the Libras, where we have the front row with number 117. That's going to be Peter Harries. Unfortunately, though, missing from that front row is Les Stanton. That 133 machine is not going to be there. Then back to row number 2, where we see 219, which is Richard Colburn, and 126, Peter Hills, 219 and 126. The third row, 179, Andrew Dickinson, and 232, Craig Cox, 179 and 232. And the last place on the grid should be number 113 by the looks of it, which is Philip Harvey. So 113, Philip Harvey will round out the grid, because the other two that are not there are Ian Fraser and Rob Davis by the looks of it. So all the cars now head off onto their green flag lap. This race was scheduled to kick off at 6 o'clock. We are now 10 minutes to 6, so we are 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which means we get a little bit more time for the podium a little bit later on, and of course we have the parade of minis to look forward to as well. So lots coming up in terms of this final race, and of course the parade for the minis. And it's nice to see that so many of you stuck around for this last race as well, in what has been beautiful conditions, beautiful weather, beautiful racing, and we are set for our final 20-minute race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. So brilliant stuff indeed, as the cars now head off onto their final formation lap.
Yeah, final formation lap of the final race of the day. So if you are involved in the track parade, your best bet will be to maybe watch the first 10 or maybe maximum of 15 minutes of this race. But depending on where you're watching it, you know, if it's going to take you a long time to get back to your car, you're only going to get a bit of the race in, because you will need to, at the end of this race, ensure that you're back at your cars and receiving the information and notification of the officials as to when you need to line up ready for the track parades as well. So bear in mind that you've got to get back to your cars and get the track parades done. So yeah, you'll probably be able to watch about half of the race, but after that we'll get you out onto circuit for the track parades as quickly as we can, and that's the point at which we'll introduce that briefly, and then Matt and I will say our goodbyes and leave you to enjoy the sunshine here at Brands Hatch, for which next weekend, remember, it's Festival Italia. So if it's not just minis that you're into, you like Italian Exotica, maybe head to Festival Italia next weekend, festivalitalia.com. If you purchase your tickets in advance, you can save yourself a few quid off the on-gate entry fees, and it's Vox, what's it called the week after?
Vox Valves.
Vox Valves, that's it. I quite well remembered, Matt. It's been a long weekend, and my memory's not quite what it used to be either. So yeah, Vox Valves the weekend after, brandshatch.co.uk. Click online there and you can pick up some tickets in advance for that one as well. So we saw a fantastic race, is the only way to put it, earlier on from the Miglias. For this one we get that reverse grid again, which means the top 8 are reversed. Jeff Smith, Aaron Smith, Andrew Jordan, Nick Padmore, Rupert Death, all nothing to choose between them, but we've now got Ashley Davis, Ben Colburn and Mark Sims sitting on the front 3 positions on the grid, Matt. It's pretty much impossible to pick a winner.
Yes, we've shaken the grid up a little bit, haven't we? We've made it quite interesting. We've made those who did well early on try and work for their victories this time round. Although Mike Jordan proved it can be done pretty easily.
It can be done pretty easily. What can we do with Endaf Owens, who starts 17th and tripped over a back marker in the race earlier on? What can we do with number 11 Kane Aston, former champion, who started from the pit lane last time through? Both of those cars, they've both got the Dayglow yellow flashes to them, lining up behind each other on the grid. So they'll be ones to watch as well.
Certainly will. And of course, Kane Aston came from the pit lane in race number 1, made good progress, but then had the issues, didn't he? So we know he can do it, but now hopefully with problems rectified, we are good to go. We know Endaf's quick. It was only the damage, as you said, that kind of put pay to his race earlier on.
So let's wait and see. So it's Spike, Mark Sims, that sits there on pole position in the all-green car. It's green and orange and black for Ben Colburn that's alongside. Ashley Davis is blue alongside the largely silver car of double former champion Rupert Death. Red lights are on, red lights flash out, and it's a terrible start from Ben Colburn, which also compromises the start of Rupert Death. It's a brilliant start from the Welshman Ashley Davis at the wheel of the blue car, who is going to run side by side with Mark Sims. As contact further back, Kane Aston gets tangled up with Lawrence Waugh. I think also Colin Peacock gets caught out. Also car number 128, is that, or 126, Peter Hills gets snaffled up. So we've got a few cars recovering after the incident, and I'm afraid didn't quite see what happened to the contact, but we've got Kane Aston stranded in the middle of the circuit. We've got car number 126, Peter Hills, stranded in the middle of the circuit. Not what we wanted for our last race of the day. Out comes the red flag.
Yeah, not the best of start at all. Unfortunately, I think the car that now has ended up alongside Kane Aston was kind of in avoidance and tried to steer to the right as Kane Aston was still moving down the hill. So that's a bit unlucky for that one. But yeah, 3 involved there. I think it was, I saw a red car which was, I
think that was Colin Peacock,
wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was Colin Peacock.
Yeah, they were pretty much close together on the grid there. So yeah, it was a car which kind of lost control, whether through contact or in his own accord.
So it's the cars that lined up. 18th, Colin Peacock sort of got away with it, but 19th and 20th are 2 of the cars that are there, which is Kane Aston and Larry Waugh. And as you suggested, Peter Hills was trying to avoid everything, and then through no fault of his own, sort of got tangled up in it as one of the cars that was the sharp end of the Libre grid.
Yeah, certainly. So again, where it's situated is quite close to where the recovery team are actually. So they've got onto the circuit pretty quick. They've managed to get the low loader there straight away. So it's a quick turnaround. I did say we were starting 10 minutes ahead of where we were scheduled to start.
It's your fault, is it?
It is my fault. Apologies. But we are still quite close to the curfew, so we can't hang around too much, can we? Because we are meant to be off by 6:30, so it'll have to be a quick turnaround for everything, and hopefully they'll get them gridded up as they were. In fact, one's come into the pit lane, but the majority have stayed on the track, so they should be where they were effectively.
I think that's a mighty Mini that's coming down the pit lane out of Parc Ferme, that particular one.
It's a Mini, Mark. They're all Minis to me.
So I think we got away with that one. So they will line up in the original grid order. Let's hope that there is no damage to Colin Peacock's car. Is his car there on the grid? It is. It's towards the tail end of the grid. I'm just looking at it now. I think he's still there down towards the tail end of the field. But yeah, we've got 3 cars to scoop up. We've got Larry Waugh at the wheel of the number 71 car. We've got the number 11 car of Kane Aston, who was hoping for good things, wasn't he? We'd already seen a retirement from him at Silverstone, a retirement at Castle Combe. He had his 3rd retirement of the season earlier on today at Brands Hatch, when you can't really afford any more than 3 bad scores. And here we are, it's another retirement for him here. So, any hopes that he had towards the championship now, Kane Aston, and it was always going to be a long shot based on what he's done so far this season, but that's it done, isn't it, really?
Yeah, weekend which should have been so promising, and with everything that's gone with it, it should have been a positive one for Kane Aston especially, but unfortunately things have not gone his way, and again, when you find those problems occur, you start in the wrong position on the grid, that then leads to other problems as well, so that's not really helped Kane Aston, has it?
No, well he'll know, because he's been around the championship for a good period of time. It was the Mini 7 champion back in 2009 was Kane Aston. He scooped up the Mini Miglia category for the first time, and so far the only time as a champion in 2015. So some 7 years ago now, but yeah, it's not going to be another championship season for him at this stage. You look at the number of former champions that we've got on the grid as well. And you've got the 2011 champion Endaf Owens. I think I said earlier on he'd never been a champion, but yeah, Endaf was the champion back in 2011. We've got Rupert Death, who was champion in 2014, 2017. We did have Kane Aston, but he's out. We've got Aaron Smith, who is 3 times a champion in consecutive years as well, 18, 19 and 20 for Aaron Smith. And Andrew Jordan, who was last year's champion. So strength in depth, to say the least, isn't it?
Certainly is. Larry Ward's car, by the way, has got going now, so they've kind of pushed that on its way. It's got a little bit of damage, I think, to the right rear, whether that's bodywork or tyre. I think it's bodywork, but he's either going to turn right to the pit lane, or is he going to stay on the track for a grid restart? I think he's going to go to the pit lane by the looks of it.
Oh dear. So Larry in the wars, you could argue.
Yes, definitely indeed. So they are now starting to get the cars onto the flatbed, so they shouldn't take it, as we said, too long to get pushed onto there, but both drivers are out by the looks of it, which is good. As we know, the ambulance and medical team there always as a precaution, just to check things over. And I think actually they're going to try and pull Peter Hill's car back a little bit, because it might just be a little bit interlocked with Kane Aston. So Peter on hand to give a hand, which is always good, and hopefully get that done before too much longer. What it does mean as well, Mark, is that Ben Colburn, who had a terrible start, I think it's fair to say, has another chance to do something from that front row.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened to Ben, but when the lights went out, I'm not sure whether the car sort of faltered on in and he it just didn't take off as he expected, or whether he got the revs to clutch ratio wrong, but it just went nowhere, didn't it? He got absolutely swamped, and that also compromised the start for Rupert Death, because I think he got a slightly better start, but realised the car ahead of him wasn't moving.
It's strange, isn't it? We spoke to drivers on the grid about this starting position at Brands Hatch, and they do say that further back you are, it's sometimes better than where you are on the front row. And what you do tend to see with the wheel spin here as well, the cars do tend to slide sideways, and they just kind of had no momentum to get up there. So it's a little bit unfortunate for them. Aaron Smith is going off the grid for some reason.
Oh dear.
So just wondering if he's been involved and had a little bit of contact as well, or not happy to take the restart. I have seen there's some oil which has been dressed on the circuit as well. So just wondering if there was a car that was leaking, but that could have been one that made contact.
Is that...
Oh, it could be, yeah, leaking from
coolant, I think, is it? Probably. That looks like that might be coolant from Aaron Smith's car that's deposited itself on the circuit. So that is less than ideal. I think it's Joe Polly, isn't it, that's just chatting to the marshals and officials there, and she'll wander back over and have a chat to her other half, which is Jeff Smith, behind the wheel of the number 46 car. Now, we were talking about, Z cars being heavy cars earlier on. Those Z cars that we saw out racing earlier on were the best part of 1,400 kilos. These minis, the Miglias, minimum weight limit, including the driver, is half the weight of the BMW Z4s that we saw. 670 kilos is minimum weight for these cars, and that's why they go well. They're light, aren't they, to say the least, and fairly powerful little things as well, the Miglias. So power outputs in excess of 130 brake horsepower, which, when you've got that kind of horsepower and the thing only weighs 670 kilos, it's always going to go well, isn't it?
Certainly is, and that's been proven with the fastest Mini in the world, hasn't it? Another light car with lots of power underneath those wheels. So yeah, lovely little cars to look at, lovely little cars to drive, and they do produce some fantastic racing as well. So provided another fantastic Mini Festival by all things considering, with this being the 10th anniversary year of Mini Festival. Let's see if we can have it again next year. I'm sure we will, with bigger and better things planned.
Yeah, 10th anniversary year, but if you are wondering why on the front of the programme it says the 10th anniversary, yet the first one is 2012 and this year it's 2022, that's 11 years, isn't it? But it's taken us 11 years to get there, because we didn't have one in 2020. There was very little motorsport went on in 2020 due to lockdown and the COVID restrictions. So A, it's nice to get to 10 years, Matt, and B, isn't it nice again this year to see ever more filled banks of spectators? Less so now, as a few have disappeared off them to enjoy maybe the evening sunshine back at home, but it's nice to see crowds back, isn't it?
Yeah, we said that, didn't we? As soon as the kind of doors were unlocked for more people to come to events, it felt normal again to have people back here and us to commentate to people rather than no one, and it's just a lovely atmosphere, just talking to people around the paddock and seeing what they're up to and just enjoying a family fun weekend.
You know, the thing of all of the things that when we were going through that, future history lesson that we were all having to live through at the time, the one thing that I found really difficult and I really struggled with is that I love the emotion of motorsport, whether it be the downsides of it or the upsides of it, and when we started to get back to having racing done again, where there were still restrictions that were in place, put in place for all the right reasons by the government and Motorsport UK, so we're all having to largely wear masks. We either weren't allowed to do podiums, or we had to be careful how we did them, and the trophies were put out and the drivers had to self-present. But the one thing that really I struggled with was when you see and introduce drivers onto the podium and they're having to wear masks, you can't get the emotion. You can't see their face, their smile, their mouth, and that, of all of the things, was the one thing I really found difficult.
It was hard, wasn't it? It was a very peculiar time to be involved in motorsport, and of course it's one of those things we've gone through all together, and we've got hopefully out the other side without too much drama. But yeah, if we look back at the last 2 years we've had, but now to be in a position where we've kind of dealt with it and moved on, and we're getting back, as you said, to seeing all those emotions from drivers and having them kind of bounce off the atmosphere they feel from the crowd as well. Because without that, it's just doing another track day or just doing another lap round the circuit. But with people here, it feels so much better, doesn't it?
Makes such a difference. And how many drivers this weekend have mentioned it's nice to race in front of crowds? You know, a lot of the championship rounds for all of the categories that have been here, it doesn't draw the same crowd as we do with this quite unique event that MSV and MSVR have established over the last few years, the mini festival. So it's we thank all of you continually for your support of Brands Hatch, and in particular the festival event meetings as well. And whilst we're also having this slight delay and things are getting cleared up, we will also thank all of the marshals and officials. Craig did it earlier on, just before he left us, but without the marshals we could not go racing. I am an ambassador for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, and I first cut my teeth as a marshal and worked my way through the grading ranks before heading towards commentary, and you can't go racing without them. They are a brilliant bunch of people to be around. If you want to get involved in marshalling, the best thing you can do is log on to the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, which is marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. What you can do there is you can sign up to a taster day. So you can have a look at all of the dates that are available for you and all of the circuits. Doesn't matter whether it's here at Brands, any club, any circuit would be delighted to have you, and that includes things like short circuit karting. It could include rallying, auto sprints, and things like that. Have a look at all of the various taster days that are available to you, and what happens with that is you go to a venue and a meeting that suits you. You are either posted or sent, as it is nowadays, an email that gives you an e-ticket to get in. You are met when you arrive at the venue by a very experienced marshal who will be your mentor for the day. You won't be the only one doing one of these taster days. There's usually half a dozen or a dozen people doing exactly the same thing on the same day as you, so you're all going to chat to each other. And what you get in the morning is a guided tour, so it shows you all of the areas where you can get involved as a volunteer. So it could be the assembly area where the cars go before they head out onto the circuit. It might be in the pit lane as one of the pit marshals or the grid marshals. It could be out on the individual marshals posts. You might want to get involved in the scrutineering side, the technical side of it, if you're so inclined. You could get involved in Parc Fermé, which is where the cars go to after the end of the race to ensure that they all meet the minimum weight limits and comply with the technical regulations. You could get involved in timekeeping, race control. There are so many areas where you potentially could get involved. You get that guided tour in the morning. In the afternoon, you then go out onto one of the marshals posts with an experienced team around you, so you can see what happens on the individual marshals posts, and after that you can decide whether marshalling is for you or not. You know, on a day like this, Matt, it might be warm and uncomfortable, but you get to see the racing as close as you could ever see it without the expense of competing, and we sincerely thank all of the marshals for all of their hard work over the course of today and the 2022 season.
Exactly. Without them, of course, we say it time and time again, but we would not be able to do and enjoy what we love so much, which is motorsport. So yeah, huge round of applause for all their work this weekend, the guys and girls out there on post, or as Mark said, pit lane or somewhere else around the circuit. But yeah, great view in the house, and they do us, as we said, very proud indeed. But yeah, it's a good job. The amount of marshals you talk to, and the kind of the goodwill they have and the camaraderie they have on post, it's nice and heartwarming, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk, and that's not just here in the UK. You know, there'll be a raft of these Brands Hatch marshals, and Tony Coles is one of those who also does some commentating. He'll be on a post here somewhere. Heads off to Le Mans each year. Marshals at Le Mans. You know, I know other marshals that go over to Daytona and marshal at the Rolex 24 Hour. So it allows you to, if you want to, travel the world as well.
But it is true, though, the British ones are the best.
They are the best. They have the best training scheme, and that is more than recognised around the world. And that is why some events, they ship out the British Marshals to do them. You think of when we first had Grand Prix in Dubai and Yas Marina. Who were the majority of the experienced marshals that went out?
Yeah,
it was the British Marshals. Yeah,
indeed. Yeah, but they still go today as well, which, as you said, to Le Mans and big events like that. So they are trained very well, and they do, as we said, us very proud to make British Marshals one of the best in the business. So we are not too far away from a restart. There's a lot of dust now, which has been littered towards Paddock Hill Bend, but all the cars have now been fired up, and it's going to be a question of how many minutes we get into this race, because it was scheduled to be 20 minutes. If we did that, we're going to be very close close, as we said, to curfew, so we might have to just cut this one short by a few minutes, but we should still be in for some great Mini Miglia action, although there's a few marshals now standing around Lewis Selby's car, which is never a good sign, so just wondering if that needs to be pushed off the grid as well.
Lewis has had an absolute rotten 2022 season. Stepped up from the Se7en class to the Miglia class, and for Lewis Selby, 2 points in all of the racing at Silverstone. Cadwell Park, I don't think he appeared. He had to withdraw at Castle Combe. He had a retirement in one of them last time out at Donington Park. Been a rotten season for him. He finally deserves a bit of a break. He's only had one top 6 finish so far this season, Lewis Selby, so surely the bad luck must come to an end at some point.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those, bit like Kane Aston, to get this weekend out the way. The marshals have now departed from Lewis Selby, so whether they're just behind the pit wall for now, we'll see if that car fires up, but the countdown is going to be on, and we're going to get a full restart, so 20 minutes, we're going to be right up to the curfew here at Brands Hatch, so unfortunately it does mean we're going to have no chance to talk to any drivers, which is always a shame, but and now Ben Colburn's failed to get away from the grid as well, so being stationary on the grid has not helped a few of the drivers.
I think that sort of answers the question as to why he had a problem earlier on.
Yeah.
There's clearly an issue with that car getting it off the line. The one good thing, Matt, is that not everybody overtook him, so on that basis he should be able to retake his starting position, but Ben is a sensible driver. If there's any question that that car might stall on the grid when we get going, he might bring it down the pit lane, do a pit lane start.
Exactly, yeah, if he thinks there's a clutch issue or something similar to that. So yeah, he's going to stay where he is, so he's comfortable to run there for now. He might work his way to the front, or as you said, work his way into the pit lane. The other bit of good news is that Lewis Selby has got away, so the Napa back car is up there and looking okay for now.
The livery on that car and those that race in the British Touring cars, the likes of Dan Camish and co, it just looks right, doesn't it?
It does. It's the right colour scheme. It's yellow and the dark blue, which goes really well. And as you said, yeah, now being raced in the British Touring Car Championship with the Ford Focuses of Dan Camish, and doing very well so far this year. Ash Sutton now back up to the top of the championship, just like in previous years.
And of course, that's another thing you need to keep an eye towards, the final championship round here at Brands Hatch later on in the year, brandshatch.co.uk, and you can keep abreast of all of the remaining events that are going to take place here at the circuit over the course of the 2022 championship season. And why not like them on social media as well, or follow them on Twitter and Instagram and everything else as well, because they will be drip feeding out as to events in 2023, which will very slowly start to fill up diaries, I would imagine. Waved yellow flags just to slow the cars down as they come back onto the grid. Let's have another go at this one. Mark Sims is going to try again to get away from pole position. I don't think there is going to be a car alongside him, because I think Ben Colburn has opted just to start off the back of the Miglia grid by the look of things. Let's just have a quick look. Where is Ben? Can't see him. Oh, he is there. He's mixed up amongst the Libras at the moment. So is he going to thread his way through to the front of the grid, or is he just going to stop where he is? So we'll have to wait and see on that one. And Duff Owens is flashing his lights for some reason as he comes up to his grid position. So Mark Sims on his own on the front row of the grid. Let's see what he might be able to do. It is going to be Ashley Davis and Rupert Death on row number 3, Nick Padmore and Andrew Jordan on row number 4, on row number 3, and row number 4, the gap where Aaron Smith was driven off the grid, which means that Jeff Smith is on his own.
Ben Colburn's going to weave his way through here like a bit of a slalom. He will get there. Which way does he go? He goes to the right of Andrew Jordan, then through the middle of row 2 and back on to the front row. So hopefully things are going to be better for this start for Ben Colburn, but let's hope those behind are a little bit prepared for what might happen for Ben.
Here we go, 20 minutes. We're about to get things underway, and we've got exactly 20 minutes before the curfew, so the checker flag might come out just a shade early. Mark Sims on the front row of the grid, Ben Colburn alongside. Lights go out. A slightly better start from Ben Colburn, but another good start from Mark Sims and another brilliant start from Ashley Davis from the second row of the grid. Ben Colburn has got Rupert Death to his right. He's got Andrew Jordan to his left as they weave their way through Paddock Hill Bend. It is Rupert Death that picks up the lead. The pit lane starter is Aaron Smith, so he is able to get involved in this race, but he will be starting from the pit lane. Rupert Death picks up the early lead, and it looks as though Mark Sims is tipped into a spin as there was contact between himself and Ashley Davis, which now allows Nick Padmore to come through into second place, but he's running side by side with Jeff Smith as they headed towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time.
And Andrew Jordan was involved in that incident at Druids as well, so he's way down the field behind Lewis Selby now. So Andrew Jordan with dirty tyres, hopefully not too much damage to that car, but it looked like 3 into 1 just wasn't going to go there. So it was Mark Sims, as you said, got turned around. He was the one who couldn't be avoided, and a few made contact with him as well. So already it looks like Rupert Death has a very extendable margin out front here, so he is on his way up towards the line, and I think Nick Padmore is going to be there in second position. So he's got work to do to try and close this down with the earlier winner, Jeff Smith, now up into third place.
Yeah, And I'm afraid that Rob Howard is limping his way back round into the pit lane area at the wheel of the spearmint coloured car, so he is going nowhere. Mark Sims has only now reappeared into sight after his shenanigans up at Druid, so that has caused problems for a few of them. And then slowing down on circuit, heading up towards Druids. Who is that is going really, really slowly, creeping their way up towards Druids? We'll try and pick up on that one. I think, whoever it is, they have retired now on the inside of Druids, and don't think we're going to be able to pick up on which car it was in the end.
No, it's a kind of lime green coloured car, isn't it, which pulls off then to the inside through the right-hander of Druids corner, and yeah, it's just...
Richard Jessup, I think. Yeah, I think it's Richard Jessup.
It's out of harm's way, which is good. So that's a bonus, which means we can carry on with green flag racing. All the screens have gone off, which is always a helping hand.
It doesn't help when the remote control affects every single screen that you press.
There we go, we're back. So no change at the front. We can see that for Rupert Death. He goes through now, but has the margin come down between him and Nick Padmore? Yes, by about 0.3 of a second there. So Nick Padmore, with possibly some help from behind just to spur him on, is now trying to get to the tail of the race leader. I think they will all get there, but how quickly can they do it?
6 places gained for Aaron Smith over the course of that lap. So the pink number 21 car in the hands of the 3 times champion is now up into 14th position and has got a bit more work to do to catch the next of the batch of cars that lies just ahead of him. So they head up towards the left-hander at Surtees and then on towards McLaren, the race leading pack. Rupert Death leading by 1.25 seconds at the end of lap number 2, but Jeff Smith in 3rd place on the first flying lap set the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far at 54.732. We were down in the 53s earlier, 54.3 earlier on, so only 0.4 away already on the first of the flying laps. But the leading pack head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Rupert Death, the double former champion, leads the way.
Certainly does, but get this, Mark, Andrew Jordan now up to 9th place after his problems at Druids Corner, so he's absolutely flying through the field, and with him is taking Lewis Selby, so they run 9th and 10th now through Paddock Hill Bend. Behind Aaron Smith also is going to try and make a move on the inside of the number 47 machine of Darren Mason, so they're all making progress, but they just need to get there as quick as they can and hope that Rupert Death keeps all of this train in one long line so they can get there and have a challenge.
Yeah, so the next of the cars for Andrew Jordan to catch is going to be the number 66 car in the hands of Darren Cox, but he's got Phil Pullen Brown's light blue car sitting just ahead of him, so they are fighting over what will be 7th and 8th place at the moment. The top 6 have got away. Another car heads in towards the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, and I think that is another retirement for poor old Phil Harvey. 2 out of 2 for him in the Motley Mini. So over the start-finish line comes Rupert Death. He was leading the way, but he's been caught well and truly by Nick Padmore this time through. We saw Nick Padmore do great things in the pre-66 race earlier on. There's a bit of a wiggle from the car in 3rd place, Jeff Smith, so by the time he gathers it up, he has lost a place as Ben Colburn carves his way by, but Ben is on the outside line for Druids. Can he brave it out? Answer is no. Despite the wiggle, Jeff Smith hangs on to 3rd place. It's going to be Ben Colburn there in 4th position, ahead of Ashley Davis in 5th place, and then his fellow Welshman sits behind him, which is Endaf Owens.
Certainly is. He might just get a birthday present yet, mightn't he? Endaf Owens sits in there just off the tail of the leaders as it stands. Meantime now Andrew Jordan is up ahead of Phil Pullen Brown, so that puts him into 7th position and plenty of clear air ahead of him now, so this is the attack that Andrew Jordan needs to try and catch up with the 6 cars ahead. So watch to see if that progress continues for the number 1 car. The gap that he needs to close down here is going to be something like 4 seconds, so work to do as Nick Padmore almost has a look there on Rupert Death into Paddock Hill Bend. He's going to try and get another second bite at the cherry there through the corner, and Jeff Smith's almost going to make it 3 wide up the hill in towards Druids Corner. He then just backs out of it as he sees that door shutting in front from Nick Padmore, so moves are plenty coming at the minute, but no change amongst the top 6.
No change at all amongst that. It wasn't for want of trying, and in fact Nick Padmore's now dragging a bumper, is he not, as he sits there in 2nd position. We've got 1 car off and into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, and is that Lewis Selby? No.
66 by the looks of it.
It's Darren Cox then, yeah, Darren Cox. So it's Darren Cox that's off at Paddock Hill Bend. That car backwards and into the gravel and possibly right the way up towards the barrier, so we'll have to wait to see as how that is dealt with. But we are now side by side for 2nd and 3rd place as they come into the yellow flag zone, so they'll need to sort this one out, make sure they don't overtake each other. It's Rupert Death that leads Jeff Smith in 2nd place, Nick Padmore with a damage sitting there in 3rd, Ben Colburn is there in 4th place, and Endaf Owens I think saw the yellow flags very late there and has done the right thing. He'd overtaken a car, he backed back off again and dropped to the tail end of the queue.
Yeah, good work there for Enough. He shouldn't have been there, but he realised his mistake through the corner. So as Mark said, he goes back down to 6th position. So next time he should realise we've got the now just single wave yellow for there for the time being. But the top 6 through, Andrew Jordan, remember this, 4 seconds back. He's now down to 3.8 seconds, but I think he's a lot closer on this lap already. And there's more. In fact, there's a safety car which is being deployed. So this is massively going to help all of those where the gaps had formed.
It certainly is. Yeah, that is going to be a huge advantage for Andrew Jordan, who was 4 seconds adrift of getting himself onto the leading pack. So he's going to be able to catch right the way up with him over the course of this safety car period. The flip side of that, though, is that whilst he's been able to catch them now, when we go green flag racing, there's going to be less opportunity to overtake because the clock is still going to continue to tick whilst we are behind the safety car, and we are only 14 minutes away from the curfew. And there are only 13 minutes remaining on this race. The difficulty is that the curfew doesn't mean that that's when you put the checkered flag out. The curfew is all of the cars have to be back in the paddock area with the engines turned off. So we're going to see the checkered flag at probably around about 6:27, 6:28, I'd have thought, Matt.
Yeah, the curfew is kind of no noise whatsoever.
Absolutely.
So we need to get the cars into the pit lane and switched off as best as we can. What it also does mean, as you said, the safety car has been called, but we are going to need, I think, the telehandler to come up the hill, which doesn't take the work of a moment, does it? So it's going to take quite a bit for that to come out, get the car recovered, get it to a place of safety, and to then get that back into its position as well. So 12.5 minutes to go. Luckily, it is a 20-minute race, so we're going to eat probably 5 or so minutes into this, which will give us probably around about just over a quarter of the race still to go. So there is some time to be had here, but it just depends how quickly we can get that Mini out of the way.
Yeah, let's hope there's no broken front suspension on it, because it did sort of bosh into the tyre wall with the front of the car as it made contact with the barriers and then spun around and looks as though it's gone in backwards ultimately. But yeah, it was damage to the front of Darren Cox's car. So the telehandler now out ready to try and attach itself to the stricken car of Darren Cox, which will be dragged rather unceremoniously further into the gravel trap to get it out of harm's way. And only once that has happened and the telehandler and all of the marshals are back behind the barriers safely can we get the resumption of the race underway. So that is still going to be a few minutes away from happening, I'm afraid to say. So safety car out there. We've got 11 minutes and 40 seconds of this race remaining. Just run you down through the order, the way things stand, and pick up on what's been going on in the Libras as well, because I'm well aware we haven't done that as yet. Car number 23, Rupert Death, double former champion, leads the way. Treble former champion in Mini 7s. Number 46, Jeff Smith, is there in second position. Third place, it's a champion in historic Formula 1, number 56, Nick Padmer. And fourth place is number 55, which is Ben Colburn. Fifth place is number 87, which is Ashley Davis. Sixth at the moment is another former Miglia champion, which is the number 5 car of Endaf Owens. And seventh is the reigning champion, which is Andrew Jordan. Eighth place is number 18, which is Lewis Selby. Up to ninth, the car that started from the pit lane, 3 times the former champion in Miglias, which is the number 21 car of Aaron Smith. And Phil Bullen Brown completes the top 10 at the moment. For the Libre class, in 14th place, car number 232 leads that at this stage, which is a largely grey and black car of what is Craig Cox. Second in the Libre class is car number 219, which is the black and orange car. It's the current Libre class champion leader for this season, and won the class earlier on, which is going to be the car of Richard Colburn. And third in the Libre class at this stage is a retiree from the race earlier on, but he's out there and having another go. Car number 179, which is the blue and orange car of Andrew Dickinson. So that gives you the top 10 overall, top 3 in Libre.
Yeah, it certainly does. So the safety car brings the field round. It's quite a slow safety car lap at the minute, but I know you hear Formula 1 drivers moaning about how slow the safety car goes, but some of these drivers will be liking this. It gives them a chance to relax and chill out and get some fresh air coming through the car, because as we know, when you're racing these minis, they do get very, very hot indeed. So some slow safety car laps at the minute, but that also allows the marshals and the team down there at paddock to have more time to get things moved without having cars going past. So it's all within the work of a moment for them. And of course, when we do get the instant clear, it does then mean that the word goes through to the safety car to just speed up a little bit, and of course it can then get around the lap fairly quickly, especially on this very short 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So things just calm down for a minute. We are, as we said, with the clock still running, and I think they're just finding it a little bit difficult at the minute just to hook that car up, because it hasn't as of yet moved, but hopefully before too much longer it can be dragged probably down the hill and further away from the edge of the gravel trap or edge of the road down to kind of where the telehandler does sit itself anyway. So that's all going on. We hopefully won't be here for too much longer under safety car, and we can get the final part of this race back underway.
Yeah, and what I would suggest, ladies and gentlemen, if you are involved in the parade laps, then as we can see, many of you already are lined up along Colin Chapman Way, but head back to your car if you're not already there, so do head back there now. You can always listen to the race because you can just tune in on Radio Brands 87.7 FM and just pick up on the action there whilst you patiently wait to get released onto the circuit ahead of the parade laps that will be taking place. I would imagine probably about 15 minutes time there or thereabouts we'll be able to get you out onto the circuit. So this race has now only got 8.5 minutes remaining. Darren Cox's car is now onto the back of the telehandler and is being dragged further down in towards the gravel trap. It is going to take at least one further lap behind the safety car because the safety car is now just at pit lane entry, so we're not going to get it done and dusted over the course of the lap that it's on, and I think it might be quite nip and tuck as to whether we even have one more or possibly two more laps behind the safety car. Rest assured, Matt, they'll be doing it as quickly as they can, as safely as they can, and also making sure they don't damage what is already a damaged car as a result of the incident in the first place.
Exactly, yeah, they've got it lifted up by the rear at the minute, so dragging the front through, but of course with the gravel being quite deep there, I don't want to do, as you said, any damage to the front of that car. What I did notice is Nick Padmore's got a bit of bodywork trailing from the rear of his Mini, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mentioned that. That was at the start. I think there was contact between himself and Jeff Smith, I think it was, and yeah, he sort of got the right rear wheel arch is slightly adrift, but the chrome bumper's hanging down, isn't it?
So a bit of repair work to be done, bit of spending to be done on that Mini as well for Nick.
Disposable items, rear bumpers and wheel arches on Miglia's.
Yes, they are. Nick's quite eager actually to get on with this race and almost ran into the back of Jeff Smith there up the hill, but he's liking this, isn't he, after his earlier performance, of course, where we saw him out there just missing out on the podium in this race, but we did see him out in the, was it the pre-66s? Pre-66s
he was on the podium. We were talking historic Formula 1 cars as well, weren't we? Because he is a champion in historic Formula 1 racing as well. As he's saying, largely Lotus that he's racing at the moment, the twin chassis Lotus, which was the Colin Chapman designed car that won its first race in Formula 1 before it was very quickly removed and deemed to be outside of the regulations because it did too well. So he does get to drive some fantastic cars. We've seen him driving ex-Keke Rosberg and Alan Jones Williams Formula 1 cars here in the past at the Masters Historic Festival and things at Brands Hatch. And of course, if you like historic cars, Silverstone Classic's not far away. I know it's a different circuit, but you know that is a very unique event that may well be worth going to. There'll be a few of the drivers on the grid here, particularly in the pre-66 minis, that will be out in some of those races as well at Silverstone for the Classic. So how are we getting on? We're almost there. It looks as though this is going to be the final lap behind the safety car, which is a good job because we've only now got 6.5 minutes of the remaining time left. We've only got 7 minutes, Matt, before we hit curfew.
Indeed, so I reckon we're going to get the early checker flag that we thought, but at least the drivers will get a few racing laps in, and you can see now the safety car has sped up quite a bit, so it's on its move, it's on its way, it's going to try and get back to the pit lane as quick as possible, and now all the minis need to speed up as well and make sure they can keep up with that BMW safety car, and of course keep themselves quite condensed as well. But as soon as that safety car heads in, it does mean that Rupert Death is effectively then the safety car, and he'll decide when he wants to get this race back underway. But I think we predict probably about 5 laps will squeeze in here.
Nick Padmore came into the pits to get the rear bumper ripped off so that he didn't get a black and orange flag, so he has managed to do that under safety car, which has helped him to a degree, but difficulty is he's now at the very tail end of the train. Now I think we're probably going to get maybe 3-4 laps of racing in here before we see the checkered flag, and the checkered flag will come out before the clock ticks to 0, so Matt and I need to remember to keep looking down at the gantry, otherwise we'll get caught out like we did earlier on when the checkered flag came out a minute early. So it is going to be up to Rupert Death as to when he wants to get things back going again. He's already put his foot down, he's accelerating away, he gets the race back underway. Jeff Smith chasing him over the start finish line with Ben Colburn sitting there in 3rd position. It is Ashley Davis who is under attack from his fellow Welshman and Duff Owens, who at the Dayglow car tries all the way around the outside and makes it stick. So the former champion goes through into 4th position, almost ran out of road as he went in towards the braking area up towards Druids, and Andrew Jordan also sees that the door was open. He's now trying to carve his way through into what will be 5th position, but Ashley Davis, having lost 1 place, is having none of it, side by side down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, certainly is, and Andrew Jordan now, as we said, is one who's benefited from this safety car and will get the run down the Cooper Straight surely on towards Surtees corner. Can he squeeze his way through? Yes, he can. So Andrew Jordan now up into what's going to be 5th place, and not quite to the podium. And there's contact between the top two. Jeff Smith goes into the side of Rupert Death. Jeff, I think, has broke some left front suspension possibly. He goes wide off the circuit through McLaren, and Rupert Death does recover and just manages to handle that car. But now look who comes through. Birthday boy, Endaf Owens to the lead of the race.
Yeah, so Endaf Owens is leading the way over the start-finish line now. Come, no checkered flag that time through, so Endaf Owens leads, but Rupert Death is trying around the outside whilst Andrew Jordan tries to sneak up the inside route, and getting very, very, very sideways there was Endaf Owens. Not sure whether it was the lightest of touches between himself and Andrew Jordan, but Andrew Jordan picks up the lead of the race, and Birthday Boy is now down, what, 6th, 7th place, I'm afraid.
He certainly is. I think Jeff Smith's into the pit lane, which is no surprise. But Andrew Jordan, from where he was and where he was on that first lap, is now into the lead of the race. So he goes through. 2nd place at the minute is Ashley Davies from 3rd on the grid. And for 3rd place, I think the man who had that spin just about caught it through McLaren last time through is Rupert Death. But look who's behind him, Aaron Smith from the pit lane.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Aaron Smith. And just behind him is Lewis Selby, who is finally having a little bit of a good luck here. And the rub of the green for the first time. Over the start finish line now will come. No checkered flag this time either, as we get towards 6 minutes before curfew. Andrew Jordan leads the way, but Ashley Davis is sitting right with him in 2nd place. Rupert Death, Aaron Smith, then it's Lewis Selby, followed by Ben Colburn, Endaf Owens, and then the light blue car is going to be Phil Pullen Brown. All of those together as they head up towards Druids.
Certainly is. The man who sits in 2nd place, Ashley Davies, yet to be a winner so far this year. So let's see if he can do any of that magic on the back of Andrew Jordan on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. The top two just with a slight margin now over Rupert Death in 3rd place. Aaron Smith still there in 4th. Lewis Selby has done well when we thought this weekend was done and dusted prior to this race, but he's come back well from where he started on the grid and now sits there in 5th position. So it's all to play for as they work their way through Clearways and Clark Curve for what could potentially be the last time, because the checker flag is being unfurled here and it's just being kind of handed to the person. But I think they're going to squeeze one more lap in as they go through. They will. So yeah, on to another lap for the race leader, Andrew Jordan.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Ashley Davies win in Miglia's yet. He's had wins when he's been in 7s in the past, but since he stepped up to Migs, I don't think he's claimed a win, if memory serves me correctly. I've not seen as much of the Mini 7 Racing Championships over the course of the last few years as I have done historically. So it is Andrew Jordan that leads. The blue car is Ashley Davies there in 2nd position. Rupert Death in 3rd place. The pink car is Aaron Smith in 4th place. Then it's going to be Lewis Selby, followed by the green and black and orange machine of Ben Colburn. But onto the Cooper Straight they go for what we think will be the final time of the race this time through. The checkered flag is being readied. I'm sure it's going to go out just, what may be 2 laps earlier than it ought to, but we are heading towards curfew. We've got to get the cars in the pit lane, and it looks as though Andrew Jordan and Ashley Davies are going to fight it out on the sprint to the line, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be a drag here for the final win of the weekend at the 10th anniversary of the Mini Festival. Is it going to be Andrew Jordan, or is it going to be a win for Ashley Davies? I think it's just going to be Andrew Jordan who hangs on, which he does by a very small margin at the end. He goes through to take another win this year. That now lifts him up onto 4 wins in the championship. 2nd for Ashley Davies and 3rd place for Rupert Death.
Yeah, 3rd for Rupert Death. Aaron Smith, hats off to him as well, and congratulations for finishing in 4th place after starting from the pit lane. Lewis Selby finally with a bit of luck gets his best result of the season. He'd had a 6th, he's now got a 5th, so at least that's a couple of half decent scores for him over the course of this year. And then in 6th place was Ben Colburn, 7th was Endaf Owens. Phil Pullen Brown finishes in 8th place. 9th place is going to be the Sean King car. Completing the top 10 is Colin Peacock. The winner of Libras in the end was 232 in 11th place, which was Craig Cox. 2nd in Libras was 219 in 40th place, which was Richard Colburn, and 3rd in Libras is going to be 179, which was Andrew Dickinson. And that is it for us for Mini Festival. We've got the parade laps coming up in a few moments time, but that will be post curfew, so we won't even be able to introduce those. We've got about 60 seconds, Matt. What a weekend. We've had the weather. As ever, we've had brilliant racing.
We certainly have, 22 races we've got through. It's been action-packed, as always, from start to finish. It's been a memorable Mini Festival, and as we said, great to see so many people joining us here today on Festival Day. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we look forward to welcoming you back here at Brands very soon. But I've enjoyed it, Mark, and always nice to work with you.
Yeah, a pleasure as always, Matt. Thanks for all of your help throughout the course of the weekend. Thanks to Craig Cook as well, who was our guest commentator representing the Mighty Minis category. Festival Italia next weekend, the 14th of August, where we have Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Abarths, Alfa Romeos, Maseratis and Lancias, all to enjoy. Vauxhalls as well. We've also got the Ford Live coming up as well as a further event here at Brands Hatch. And remember, the likes of the finals for the British Superbikes and the British Touring Cars and Trucks and Fireworks, all to come on a busy remaining 2022 here at Brands Hatch. So thank you all for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed the weather. I hope you've not got too sunburnt. Enjoy the parade laps from the mini clubs. Safe journey home as you make your way back to your respective houses. But from Matt Suckling and myself, Mark Werrell, thanks for joining us for the 10th edition of Mini Festival 2022. Until next time, goodbye.
Well, how about that? That's quite a spectacular race to finish off the mini festival here at Brands Hatch. Got Andrew Jordan came through more or less from mid-pack to take the win, but it was drama all around in that one.
Yeah, that was full on. I to be honest, I thought the win was still on even before the safety car, because the car came alive in that race. And yeah, it was just full on. It was full on from the start. It was full on till the end, really. So unfortunately with Endaf, he'd lost the back. I'd lost the back. He was sideways in front of me. So I like Endaf. I don't like making contact with him. So, but I think we'll look at the onboards. He's really sideways as I'm sideways. So just mini racing.
I saw the bumpers hanging a bit loose. I thought maybe the tracking might have been out on the front.
It had a real. I'm saying like a drama. I've done something to my hand or my wrist up at Druids. The contact really spun the wheel out, so I think it's bent something here, but yeah, it's bent something in there as well.
Yeah,
so,
there's not much give in the suspension in these.
No, it's all pretty solid. So, but the car was fantastic, really, really good. So yeah, I thought it was still on even before the safety car. So safety car just helped bunch it all up a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's a good way to round out.
Thank
the
you.
weekend
Yeah,
anyway.
cheers. Thanks very much.
We did have to finish that race early because of the 6:30 curfew here, because people move next to race circuits and then tell them to be quiet. So. Ashley, mega.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So obviously we've seen you win many times in Mini 7, but that is your first podium.
No, second. Well, I've done it once before. Second podium.
I'm well informed. Well, it's good to see you there anyway.
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant. Obviously it was a short race. I think I would have struggled if it had gone on for the full term, but yeah, it's really close. It's awesome. It's nice to be back there instead of dithering around in the middle.
Well, you've obviously got the pace.
Yeah, I think we got to be honest, it's not at its best at the moment as well. So I'm really happy with the result. We've literally bodged it back together just to get it back out for this race. So yeah.
And you managed to avoid some of the carnage at the beginning there.
Yeah, there's plenty of carnage going on, wasn't there? I think I did cause a little bit, sort of. Mark closed the door on me at the top of Druids here, but yeah, it's racing, isn't it? It's so close out there. It's bits and pieces are going to happen, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah. So after a difficult weekend at Castle Combe, Donington, it's nice to see you back.
Yeah, it's slowly coming together.
Yeah. Highs and lows of mini racing.
Oh, definitely.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Cheers, Ashley.
Cheers,
and finally, for the Miglias, we're going to speak to Libre guys in a sec. We've got Rupert.
Hello
Rupert
there.
Deef. How was that?
Yeah, interesting.
Okay. That's it as one word answer.
That's all I'm going to say at this moment in time. But yeah, good race, but a little bit unnecessary actions going on.
Okay. You see you've got a bit of damage there on the wheel arch, but was it handling okay?
I've got four-wheel steer.
Oh, nice.
Oh, three-wheel actually. Three-wheel steer.
So does it steer better in right-hand corners or left-hand corners?
It was better round left-hand corners.
Oh, but that's a shame we're going clockwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you come back and go the other way then?
Yeah, well, perhaps we'll do a reverse, instead of doing a reverse grid, we'll do a reverse race.
Yeah, why not? Be interesting coming up.
Something to throw in the mix, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
But no, glad to finish, and yeah, Brands we move on from.
And probably still leading the championship. I know drop scores come into it, but
I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm sure there'll be someone working it all out for us.
Yeah, we'll get some bod on that with a calculator.
That's it, yeah, okay.
Because you lose 3 rounds over the year.
3 drops, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously once it gets to about the 3/4 of the way through the season, it starts to come
about
into play.
now it starts getting interesting, yeah, but it's so unpredictable, who knows what's going to happen yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to Anglesey.
Right, you put on a good show anyway, so
thank you.
Hope you enjoyed it. There you go. Cheers, Rupert. Nice to speak to you. And we're going to see the Mini Libre drivers. We've got Craig Cox, not Darren Cox. I'm sure I didn't offend too much. Richard, did you win that one?
No.
I'm sorry, I was so intent on the... congratulations, Craig.
Thank you very much, yeah.
And your 8-port grey machine behind us just there. How was that for you?
That was much better than the first race, yeah. We've been struggling with the handling all weekend and seemed to get it a lot better that time. That was a crazy race, so a lot of casualties along the way, and mad to watch from a good viewing point there where we had. But well happy with that, very chuffed.
Obviously, loads of power going down the straights. You can really hear it roaring.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. You get up behind the MiG and you can pop to the back of them along the straight with a bit more mid-range torque. We got a little bit heavier, but we got a fair bit more power. It's been a great day. I really enjoyed it. Thanks.
Well, nice way to round out the weekend for you. So I'm going to call you Craig this time, not Darren. So cheers, Craig.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Richard. Another podium?
Another podium, yes. Second, very pleased with actually, because I've lost all the gears after the safety car. So it was jumping out of second gear for the first race, and I drove clearways holding it one-handed. But by the time we got the second race, it got worse, and then it jumped out of fourth and third as well.
That was a famous Ayrton Senna move, wasn't it? Holding the gear stick in.
Yeah.
Your hand's not bleeding.
No, it's not as good as that. No, not the hands of God. No.
You could take the compliment.
But yes, that was it was really good to finish, because I thought at one point I couldn't get any gear, so I didn't was going to finish. So really pleased to see.
Okay. So back in the workshop, strip it down, and ready to go for Anglesey.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to Anglesey. I've driven there once in a Clio, so it's a fantastic circuit. So really looking forward
So
to
we've
it.
got about 3-4 weeks until that round.
Plenty of time.
So
plenty of time.
Cheers, Richard. Well done.
Right, thank you very
Good
much.
to see you again. Right, and finally, Andy Dickinson, who's hello. I haven't spoken to you this weekend. Sorry.
I've avoided the
You've run away.
Yeah, I've avoided the situation.
Well, you can't now. So you're on the podium.
I know, yeah.
Third
Pretty
place.
Good. Yeah, we were third at Donington, third here, so yeah.
The car's going
happy with
well.
that. Yeah, so far so good. Touch wood. It's all right, yeah.
So you obviously progressed up. Well, not obviously. You progressed up from the Mini Se7en S-Class to the Libre. You think it's a nice jump up?
Yeah, it's a big jump, and well, I found it was my only affordable jump that I could make, so I thought give it a go and see you
Loads
for a
of
few
power.
seasons. Yeah, loads of power, loads of grip. But they're still crazy out there. There's still a lot of people faster than me as well, so I've just got to practice my starts and hope to improve along the way.
Well, congratulations again, and go and grab your trophy. Well-deserved rest and a bit of bubbly.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Well done, Andy. There you go, and that's pretty much it for the racing action this weekend. Thanks very much to everyone at home watching. I know there's been some great comments on there, and we'll have a look back later on this evening. So thanks very much again to Mini Spares for sponsoring the live feed, and everyone that's helped. And that's it really for now. We're over to Anglesey next as a club, which will be in about 3 weeks' time. And in the meanwhile, all the spectators that were here with their minis are going to take to the track and have a buzz around the circuit. So again, thanks very much for watching. It's been a pleasure. So the final part of the day, the racing's finished, but we do have.
Hang on, sorry, mate. And we're live.
So the final part of the day, the racing may have finished, but all the owners in their minis that were watching the action and enjoying the show are now taking to the track. So we've got minis of all shapes and sizes. We've got lovely classic there, 1980s mini with his stereo blaring. Mini Moke, an original English Mini Moke, that's quite a rare sight. Got some new minis, which some of them coming up to 20 odd years old now, so yeah, modern day classics. Got some of the Pops and Bangs remaps, which you'd never thought you'd see at a mini show, but there we go. All lovingly polished, lovely 1275 GT, Cooper 35 LE. It's really nice for the guys to get involved. If you do come down to a show like this, to actually go round the track that you've been watching all day, it's just it's got a mini shorty there. Look at that. It's Kevin Palmer, that one, driving that mini shorty. He's a mini specialist. I believe that was a sort of written off car that he's joined together. He's got Crazy Mask Man in a crazy mask. I feel like we should have a competition for who's got the worst sunburn here. It's been an extremely hot day. Look at this creation coming down here. We've got a mini mini Clubman Estate with a motorbike on top and a Guinness themed trailer. I mean, look at that. It's the Mini Cooper. Z-Max body kit. Now, this is not something you see very often these days, but it still looks good. It's quite a few nice, shiny new ones. As our cameraman is about to get run over. But he's alright, he's alive, he's safe. It's a mini GP over there with some rather fancy, it's a Dutch one with some rather fancy camouflage. Lovely Austin Cooper. Original 66, sport pack. I mean, this is where all the crowds went in the last race, I think. They've all been here waiting to go out on the track. As they keep coming. It's another lovely Rover Mini there. It's an R50, an R53 if you're into part numbers. Over. As they keep on coming. They're not going for any lap records, they're literally going around at a snail's pace, but so it's nice to see them all. It's become a bit of a highlight. This is the 10th anniversary of the show. It is a bit of a highlight now that you can bring your car on the track. Got a couple of race cars going around there. Yeah. Got a few racing new minis, obviously been up in the trade stands at the top. I was going to say that's it, but no, we've got more. Didn't realise we had this many minis here. I'm not sure what the record is for minis on a track, but it is in the thousands. We're probably not going to break that today. But we've certainly got a few hundred. Crazy modifications. There's tints. Oh no, they're still coming. So I think the aim here, if we get enough minis going around slowly enough, they will join end to end in the entire 1.2 miles the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So we're going single file now. It's quite nice also for these guys that haven't actually been around the track to see quite how much the gradient changes and really drops off into this first corner, Paddock Hill. It's quite a bit steeper than you imagine. And they're almost back joining us now down the start-finish straight. We're going to have an entire circuit of minis. This is going to be quite a sight if you're driving around the M25 later on today. I think you're going to see half of these on the way home. Going through the Dartford crossing, I'm sure there's going to be a few of these minis in about half an hour or so. they're still queued up to the entrance, I'm told. So there's going to be a fair few. I think we should just hang on and watch everyone coming through. I mean, we've got so many cars here. There's a Mark III there with some cool Mamba wheels on it. You know you're a sad mini geek when you can recognise a wheel when it's going round. It's probably a good day for a mini cabriolet. Countryman. So we've got pretty much every mini here, all the way from, I've seen a very early 60s one, so pretty early 60s through to brand new showroom cars going around. So it's quite a range of enthusiasts. We've got a mini on the back of that one. That's an Innocenti styled mini, just that one there. It's a crazy roofless car. I think that's got a Vauxhall engine in that one. That's Cooper S. Look at the flashy lights on Barbie X. Yes! That takes a man with confidence. Nice purple stripes. I quite like that. Purple stripes, matching calipers. And still, they're coming round as... if you look behind you, see they're actually... yeah, why not? Let's walk down the start-finish straight, slowly. And we'll see how far the queue has got, and the answer is all the way round. So they'll now, hopefully, I'd say line up 2 by 2 and head on round for a couple of laps. As you can hear the pops and bangs remap. Hooligan, whoever that is. We've got some straight cut gears going in behind us, so it's nice to hear. I haven't actually seen my car going round yet. I say my car, my other half's car is, should be in the queue there somewhere. She's got a lovely, it's a Mini 40, an original Mini. Unless she's broken down, which would... there we go, so leaning off the front of the queue, we've got like a rally-styled, is that an R56? Tribute to Paddy Hopkirk. We had a minute-long clap earlier as a bit of a celebration of who it was, a absolute legend of not just the mini scene but motorsport generally. So he sadly passed away quite recently, a few weeks ago. So but his legend will live on with number 37, if you ever wonder what that means. It's from his famous 33 EJB rally car that you could see at the Heritage Motor Centre up in Gaydon. So you see quite a few cars emblazoned with the number 37. And still the cars stream onto the track. Should we come on in here? Hello, what's your name and where do you come from?
I'm Neil Dash and I'm from Medway, Rochester in Medway.
Okay, quite local then. You've enjoyed your day out at the mini festival?
It's been brilliant, great fun.
Highlight of the day?
This bit.
Okay. I just say now on the camera, a lot of people wait right till the end to come around and enjoy it. So
yeah, we'll do
you've
it.
done this before?
I did do it about just before lockdown, about 4 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, with my daughter in a different mini though.
Okay. Well, it's a great looking car. You've got Nerf bars on the back, so just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case. You see my driving, you'd understand.
Well, enjoy the cavalcade laps. I'm sure you will.
I will do.
I think it's 2 laps today. Have they given you a briefing?
I think it's 2 laps.
You
do one and just as everyone comes on, and then 2 laps afterwards.
Yeah, and then next year we'll see you competing on the track. Maybe. All right, that's like it's positive, so we go with that.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
see ya. Right, a car I really would like to see. Noisy Horn is this Mini Moke. So these are a utility vehicle from late 60s. I was just admiring your Mini Moke. It is really nice. Have you restored this yourself?
No, my brother-in-law done it.
Okay. It's a proper 60s English Moke, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, what year is that?
Was it 64? Can't remember.
64. We'll
Yeah.
go with that. Yeah, it's beautiful. All right, have fun.
Cheers, mate.
It's a car that's really meant for days like today, and probably not this country. There he goes with his pops and bangs.
audio back on the screen now.
There you go. Thanks very much again for everyone for watching. It wouldn't be a mini show unless somebody broke down. We've got a classic there who's either run out of fuel or expired for the day. And that's it. So again, thanks very much everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed our coverage over the day. Thanks to Mini Spares for sponsoring, and there you go. That's us done for Brands Hatch for another year. See you soon.